Chapter 1 The Gate of 10,000 Realms. Primitive Universe, Dry Witch Universe Kingdom, Black Dragon Mountain Star Field, Brolin Star. On the huge land surrounded by the blue ocean, there are dense green primitive jungles. In the vast sky, there are floating islands floating up and down, and on the largest island, magnificent palaces one after another. In the black great hall, gloomy lights flickered, and a figure sat high on the throne. Finally, break through to the star level. Brolin, dressed in a dark golden battle suit and a shawl with long black hair, slowly got up, his handsome face filled with joy. Feeling the powerful force in the body, the eye pupils burst out with a dazzling light. Then the next 2 years of hard work, you should have gained something. He whispered to himself, with a faint excitement on his face. He drank, Black Dragon. Understood, Master. A sharp voice sounded, and a black light flashed, resembling a lizard, a black mini ferocious beast covered with spikes, appeared in front of Brolin. World Roulette, turn it on. As soon as the black mini monster appeared, it began to burst out with blazing gloom, and whispered towards the great hall. In an instant, Brolin only felt that the entire great hall space seemed to be imprisoned. Under the shining of the black gloom, it seemed that even time had stopped. The powerful star-level force in his body was oppressed and unable to operate. The whole person was even more it is difficult to move. This is... His heart was shocked, and his eyes stared straight ahead. Silently, in the great hall, the void is like water waves, ripples and trembling constantly. Immediately afterwards, a roulette wheel with a diameter of about 1 meter and a strange black flame burning all over it suddenly emerged from the void, exuding a powerful aura. The wheel pangu is simple, carved with mysterious patterns. I don't know what material it is made of. It gives out a breath of ancient and vicissitudes. The huge aura only lasted for a short time, and soon the gloomy light in the great hall was condensed, and the inexplicable power began to dissipate, leaving only the roulette with flashing black flames floating quietly in the void. Feeling that the strong sense of oppression in his body disappeared, Brolin hesitated slightly, then slowly walked to the roulette wheel with surprise and shock in his eyes. The quaint roulette is engraved with a universe star map, magnificent and magnificent. On the edge of the roulette, black flames flickered constantly. "This is what you said, can let me enter other worlds?" Brolin asked, puzzled. "Of course, this is the wheel of the world, where the hub of the heavens and myriad worlds is located." Aside, the black mini monster soared up and down, roaring. "What should I do?" Brolin asked. "The owner only needs to press his hand on the roulette." "Is that so?" Brolin's expression shrank, and then he stepped forward. After taking a deep breath, he slowly pressed own right hand onto the black roulette. Boom! As soon as Hajime touched, the roulette wheel immediately began to rotate violently, and the black beam of light burst out and rushed straight up. Then, a splendid picture and shadow slowly emerged from the beam of light, spinning in the void, illuminating the entire great hall. Brolin's eyes were blazing, staring at those strange pictures. His expression was extremely shocking. In countless pictures, he saw the world one after another, and even some incredible figures in it. There are terrifying beasts that swallow stars raging across the universe, and there are humanoid creatures walking on tripods to smash the void, and more vague figures are opening up the world and creating everything. Of course, not all the pictures contain such horrible scenes, and some worlds seem unremarkable, and there has never been an extremely terrifying existence. Countless images emerged, and finally, one of the images began to emit light, becoming more and more intense. In this light, other images of the world began to dim, and eventually they were directly condensed. After a great tremor, the only luminous shadow of the world rushed towards the black roulette. The combination of the two turned into a ball of light that kept flickering, constantly twisted and deformed, and finally formed a pitch-black portal. A huge message suddenly appeared in Brolin's mind. He couldn't help closing his eyes, digesting the message in his memory. "It's actually that world. A smile came from the corner of his mouth. Brolin opened his eyes, and a bright light suddenly burst out. "Master, the door of the world has been opened, shall we set off now?" The black dragon roared, his body quickly flying around Brolin. "No hurry." Brolin's expression was indifferent, looking at the dark door of the world. The memory of 2 years ago could not help appearing in his mind. He is Brolin, the noble 9th prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire with medium civilization in universe. He is also Loyalin, a former Earth celestial dynasty, an ordinary unemployed youth. 2 years ago, a mysterious black mang brought Loyalin's soul from the computer desk and merged him with the soul of Brolin, the 9th prince. As a result, a new soul with both memories occupied Brolin's body. In a sense, it can be said that Brolin, the original 9 princes, had an extra experience on Earth. What's incredible is that the mysterious black light not only merged the 2 souls, but also promoted the original Brolin's intelligent optical brain Black Dragon to evolve into an intelligent life. The evolved Black Dragon even claims that it has integrated the mysterious system in the black light, and has the ability to travel through the world. According to the meaning expressed by the Black Dragon, when Brolin's cultivation base has a realm per ascension, an adventure world can be opened. Therefore, in the past 2 years, Brolin began to practice hard. The reason for such crazy cultivation, on the one hand, is naturally to open the world of adventure earlier. On the other hand, it was also because of the tremendous pressure in Brolin's heart. With the description of him in the original book, it is almost certain that it is impossible for him to break through to the level of immortal. This also means that Brolin may have a much longer lifespan on Earth than in his previous life, but in the end, he will still die. This made it difficult for him to accept, and he had traveled through this great and magnificent world inconceivably, how willingly he would eventually turn into a smear of Lois. Every man has a dream of being a strong man. Brolin has a chance. He wants to change his fate, become an immortal, and even become the supreme strong man who overlooks all beings. And for all of this to be realized, what he can rely on is that he is familiar with the plot. And the second is the shuttle system of the 10,000 worlds referred to by the Black Dragon. Only by relying on these two can he have a chance to rise. The fear of death and the desire to become a strong man have been the root cause of Brolin's crazy cultivation in the past 2 years. At this moment, he finally broke through from the planet level to the star level. In front of him, the portal to the first adventure world has also been opened. From now on, my Brolin will take the first step of heaven-defying life change. Brolin roared in his heart. Opening the portal of the first world, he didn't directly enter it as the Black Dragon suggested, but asked the Black Dragon to put away the portal first. According to the Black Dragon, after the world is opened, it can open and close the door of the world at any time. After closing the door of the world, Brolin began to summon his own relatives and subordinates through the virtual universe. Soon, a man wearing a blood-colored combat uniform with a strange pattern on his face and a black metal spear walked into the great hall and bowed on one knee to Brolin on the throne. "Master, Kobo obeys your orders." Above the throne, Brolin looked at the man below and said, "Kobo, I will go to Kanglan Star for the universe mercenary trial. You immediately summon all the blood dragon guards and set off with me." "Yes, master." Above the throne, Brolin's eyes were deep as he watched Kobo leaving behind. To become a strong, wealth is indispensable, and Kanglan Star has a huge treasure. Brolin secretly said in his heart. Although he is the prince of the empire, and relying on his grandfather as a master-level powerhouse, he has great authority compared to other brothers and sisters, but if he wants to become a real powerhouse, the resources he has are simply not enough. Therefore, he must use the plot information he has to obtain sufficient cultivation resources. The Thunder World of Kanglan Star hides all the treasures of the Thunder Lord. According to the plot, after the middle of the realm is opened, the originally useless Thunder Stone will become the hard currency for exchanging treasures. All I have to do is advance. Collect those stones that no one pays attention to. According to the original plot, Brolin went to Kanglan Star only after his strength reached the second-tier star level. At this time, he was only the first level of the star grade, which shows that there is still some time before the plot begins. He intends to rush ahead, although the original middle boundary of the plot was opened by accident, but Brolin still wanted to try if he could open it in advance. Of course, the most important thing to go to Kanglan Star is because Brolin wants to meet someone, Luo Feng. The absolute protagonist in the original plot, the future Galaxy Lord, is the 8th Chaotic Source Lord growing up. This 10,000 realm system doesn't know what level of ascension I can reach. If it can make my future achievements comparable to Luo Feng or even surpass him, that's fine, but if it helps me achieve the level of the Realm Master at most, it would be a tragedy. I can't become immortal, even if Luo Feng opens up the Sacred Land universe in the future, it will be useless. Brolin considered a lot. According to the original plot, Luo Feng's future achievements are at the chaotic source level, extremely powerful. In terms of feelings, Brolin doesn't like Luo Feng. On the one hand, the relationship between the two in the original plot can be said to be incompatible with life and death. In addition, he is not familiar with this so-called Son of Destiny, so he has no good feelings about Luo Feng. But helplessly, the form is stronger than human beings. He doesn't want to die. Before the 10,000 realms system can't guarantee that he reaches the level above immortal, his only hope is Luo Feng. After all, the opponent is the future Galactic Lord. This time I go to Kanglan Star, if I can have a good relationship with Luo Feng, or even become friends, once Luo Feng misses the old love, even if I can't become immortal in the future, as long as he helps me a little bit, it will be enough. Lin Xin thought. He made up his mind to try to hug Luo Feng's super thigh before he didn't know the specific power of the 10,000 realms system. And if the 10,000 realms system is powerful enough to give him infinite possibilities, he doesn't mind at all about competing with Luo Feng and having a rivalry. After all, Brolin is also very reluctant to call a brother to someone he doesn't like, to please each other. Compared to flattering, what he wants to do more is to crush Luo Feng, the Son of Destiny, and prove that he is the most powerful. How to choose, depends on whether this 10,000 realms system can surprise me. Brolin growled in his heart. As for the adventure world, it will take at least 6 months from the departure to my arrival at Kanglan Star. When that happens, the door to the world will be opened on the spacecraft. Making up his mind, Brolin got up, the force of his body surged and disappeared into the Great Hall in an instant. Chapter 2: The First Coming of Hokage. On the floating island, a silver spaceship hundreds of meters long was docked, and blood-colored figures were standing next to the spaceship in an orderly manner. There were as many as thousands of people, exuding a breath of solemnity. Kos. Brolin hovered in the air, looking at the figure at the door of the spacecraft. Master, the 3,000 blood dragon guards are all here. Kos, with a strange pattern on his face, respectfully said. Brolin nodded. The blood dragon guards are his most loyal subordinates, each of them possesses a powerful 9th-tier star-level combat power, and they have enslavement chips in their brains. They all regard Brolin as their masters and will never betray him. This is the most powerful force in his hand. Don't resist. Brolin drank it, then waved his right hand, and the dense blood-colored figure disappeared instantly under a ray of light. Yes. World Ring. Ka secretly said aside. On Brolin's right ring finger, a quaint ring was gleaming at this moment. This is a world ring, but a gift from his grandfather. You must know that the ordinary interspatial ring cannot store living creatures. Only the world ring created by the strong master intercepting the world can contain creatures. A world master, it is also very troublesome to make the world ring, the price is extremely expensive, even Brolin, there is only such a ring. Kos, you come in too. Brolin said. Yes, master. Putting Kos into the world ring, Brolin entered the spacecraft, and soon the spacecraft began to start, rushed into space in an instant, and began to travel to Kanglan Star. The spacecraft has entered the dark universe and is expected to arrive at Kanglan star in 203 days. In the cabin, Brolin was lying on a chair, drinking a drink while listening to the spacecraft's intelligent report. Black Dragon. Brolin put down the wine glass and whispered. Master. The black light flickered, and the mini-monster appeared, flying up and down around Brolin. Now, the entire spacecraft has been taken over by the intelligent system, and there are no other creatures. Open the door to the world. Brolin said. Good master. Heilong heard the words, and immediately growled happily, showing a trace of impatient emotion. After merging with the mysterious system, the evolved black dragon is no different from real life. It also wants to see the magic of another world. Silently, a dark portal appeared in the cabin. My rise is unstoppable. Brolin stared at the door of the world, slowly got up, and strode in. Stepping into the gate of the world, Brolin found that he was floating in the sky at this moment, and a few hundred meters below his feet, there was a building that looked like a town. This is Hokage World, Konoha Village. Brolin muttered to himself while looking at the familiar villages and towns under his feet. Afterwards, he looked at the world ring on his right hand with a little nervousness and began to investigate. It's okay. He let out a breath. The world ring is still intact, and the materials in it, including the 3,000 blood dragon guards, are all safe. The black dragon told him before that he can bring the creatures of the original universe into one adventure world, but unfortunately, he can't bring the creatures of the adventure world to other worlds. Start to get world information. The black dragon on the side began to glow, radiating to the surroundings. The information search is complete. Soon, a message appeared in Brolin's mind, and he closed his eyes and started investigating. Interesting, so to speak, my strength in this world has reached the pinnacle. Opening his eyes, Brolin smiled. This is not surprising, Master. This world is only below level 1, and the original universe is a level 3 world, not to mention the endless chaotic source space outside the original universe, which stands on the top of 10,000 realms. Level 5 world. Heilong said. Brolin sighed. Indeed, even in the universe of the heavens, the original universe can be regarded as extremely powerful, and the chaotic source space is even standing on the top of the 10,000 worlds. There are few worlds that can interact with the chaotic source space. Comparable. According to the classification of black dragons, the strongest in the first level world can only breed the master class powerhouse, the second level world can breed the master of the universe at most, the third level world breeds eternal true God at most, and the fourth level world breeds universe at most. God, that is, God King, only the most powerful fifth level world can give birth to a chaotic source level existence. The original universe can create existences above the true God, and it is a level 3 world. And the endless chaotic source space, with countless chaotic source beings, is the most powerful fifth level world. According to the world information obtained by the Black Dragon, Brolin had a rough division of the strength of the ninja in this world. The life level of ordinary ninja, and ninja is roughly equivalent to that of an apprentice-level practitioner. Specifically, it is similar to the warriors, and god of war level powerhouses in the Earth Monster era in the original plot. The shadow level powerhouses in the major ninja villages have reached the planet level in terms of will, soul, and physical strength. As for the so-called elites, most of them are in will, soul, or body. Only 1 or 2 of them have reached the planet level, and they are not complete planet level powerhouses. It's too weak. Brolin sighed. Even if it is a tail beast, it seems that only the power level of the 9 tails barely reaches the star level. Even the Senjujima, who once stood on the top of the ninja world, only had his will and body reached the star level, while Uchiha Madara, who was comparable, had his will and soul stepped into the star level. The 2 of them were not really star level powerhouses, and their life level was still a bit worse than the current Brolin. Only the 6th-level powerhouse is the powerhouse whose true will, soul, body, and all three have reached the star level. And the people who reached this step, there were only 5 people in the entire ninja world since ancient times. Daetong Muhui, brothers of the 6 immortals, as well as Liudeo Spot and Liudeo Belt Soil. Master, don't be careless, although you are already the pinnacle of this world at the level of power, it does not mean that your absolute combat power can ignore anyone. The Black Dragon said in a deep voice, ninjutsu in this world is still very powerful. Especially some forbidden techniques, the power is very terrible. Brolin nodded. Indeed, the strength of a ninja is not only judged by the number of chakras, but powerful ninjutsu is also very important. The natural power of the first-level world is much weaker than the original universe's universe force. Feeling the majestic star-level force in his body, Brolin's body was oppressed by the natural forces that belonged to the ninja world. Fortunately, the world ring has a lot of universe crystals, otherwise, once the battle starts, the original force will be consumed and there will be no way to replenish it in this world. By the way, Black Dragon. Brolin was a little puzzled. I am an outsider, shouldn't the world will repel me? Why did I come to this world without anything unusual? Could it be that there is no self-consciousness like the original will of the original universe in this world? He remembers that in the original plot, the original universe's will is very repulsive to foreign objects, like the strange thing that is second only to the strongest treasure in the universe, because it comes from the origin continent, so even the original universe can't be brought into it. Hearing this, the Black Dragon immediately turned around Brolin. All worlds have will, but there are strong and weak points. Of course, this world also has it, but it is very weak. As for the so-called exclusion, it's just because the laws of each world are different, and they are incompatible with each other. But the master does not have to worry. As long as the world is shuttled through the world door opened by the world roulette, there will be no rejection by the world. The Black Dragon guarantees that the world roulette is the hub of the heavens. Use it to open the door of the world and enter any world without being rejected. Master, although the consciousness of this world is very weak, there is a creature in secret that is also exercising the accusation of monitoring the world. Brolin was taken aback, then reacted, and a figure appeared in his mind. 6 Deo Immortals. Brolin yelled. To be precise, it is his soul. Black Dragon believed in himself, but the master can rest assured that he came to this world through the shuttle system of the world. Even if it is the will of the world, it will only treat you as an aboriginal and will not find out any abnormality, let alone a small star-level soul. Moreover, his soul is very weak, because the chakra cultivated by the ninja in this world is too domineering and flawed, which causes great physical damage. Except for the ancestor of Daetong Muhui, even the other 6 levels, the strong can only survive for decades. Heilong said, it's just that their souls live longer. After all, the soul life of a star-level strong is an epoch, which is 10,000 years, the soul of a 6th level strong. Even if it can't exist for that long, it's probably almost the same. Brolin nodded. Indeed, the soul of the ninja in this world will still exist even after death, otherwise there will be no forbidden techniques such as reincarnating from the dirty soil. Master, this world is too weak, we can make a quick fight and plunder the resources here. Black Dragon said excitedly. From its point of view, Brolin's strength is already very strong compared to this world, not to mention that he has 3,000 blood dragon guards under his command, each of which is an elite star level 9th level powerhouse. More powerful than Takuo. This kind of strength can completely sweep the entire ninja world. In that case, wouldn't it be too boring? Brolin's mouth showed a faint smile. He is very confident. The dark gold battle uniform he wears is the B-level battle uniform that his grandfather gave him, which can effectively resist a blow from the universe-level powerhouse. In this world, no one can hurt him on a physical level. As for the soul, only the illusion art created by the eyes of the star-class Samsara can threaten him. Even Uchiha attack is monthly reading, and even Shisui's other gods, although they are very powerful ninjutsu, but because these two people only exist at the planet level, the level of will and soul is not enough, so it is difficult to cause Brolin harm. Now, I just need to avoid Nagato, and I will be fearless. Brolin smiled. There are still more than 6 months to reach Kanglan Star. During this period, just relax in this Naruto world. Chapter 3 Talent Conversion. Looking at Konoha village below, Brolin began to ponder. It is just the beginning of the plot. At this moment, with strong eyesight, he can clearly see that the protagonist Naruto is scribbling randomly on Hokage Rock. What Konoha village makes me want is nothing more than writing round eyes, white eyes, intercolumn cells, and forbidden scrolls. These things are not easy to get unless I expose my true power now. The easiest thing to get is the forbidden surgery scroll. Brolin knew that soon, Naruto would steal the scroll of forbidden art under the bewitching of Ms. Mizuki. However, all these 3 generations of Hokage are well aware of, and use this to sharpen Naruto. The most important point is that Brolin suspected that the scroll Naruto got was simply fake. It is estimated that there is only the shadow clone technique on it, which was deliberately intended for Naruto to learn by the 3 generations. Forget it, it's very early to arrive at Kanglan Star, so I will play with them first. Anyway, these things will be obtained by me sooner or later. Brolin sneered. In his opinion, everything in Naruto world is just a relaxing game. Of course, if the game is not fun, he doesn't mind a direct showdown and use the Blood Dragon Guard to sweep everything. After taking out a large number of nano-level surveillance robots from the World Ring, Brolin soared into the sky, found a small hill tens of kilometers away from Konoha village, and took out a portable mobile palace from the ring. Lying on the throne, Brolin watched the video from the surveillance robot on the front screen and waited quietly. Soon, the expected plot began. In the night, Naruto sneaked into the Hokage building and stole the seal scroll. Everything that follows is the same as the original. Mizuki wounds Irika, and Naruto learns to be a clone of multiple shadows and confronts Mizuki. Is it time for me to play? Brolin chuckled lightly, and his figure rushed up instantly. Konoha no Mori, Mizuki has a smug expression on his face. Not far away, Irika is injured, and Naruto looks at him with an angry face. Boy, hand over the scroll obediently, or you will be killed. Mizuki sneered. Don't think about it. Naruto roared. At this moment, he had already reacted, knowing that he had been deceived by Mizuki. In addition, Ilika was seriously injured because of him, so now he blames himself very much and is full of hostility towards Mizuki. Then don't blame me. Mizuki was indifferent when he heard the words, and holding kunao, he approached Naruto. In the Naruto building, the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi is staring at the scene in the crystal ball. His expression is also a little serious. Although he has done the arrangement, it is related to Naruto's safety. He is still a little nervous. As the son of the 4th generation, Julie, the 3rd generation, it can be said that the 3rd generation attaches great importance to Naruto. Suddenly, the 3 generations' eyes condensed, and their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, Konoha no Mori, Mizuki, Irika, and Naruto were all stunned. Just now, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. I'm sorry, the 3rd generation of Hokage. I know you can hear it. I will take away the strength of the 9-tailed man first. If you want him, you can use the real forbidden scroll and the cells between the pillars to exchange it. Brolin in the dark gold battlesuit smiled and finished speaking, and instantly came behind Naruto, knocking him out with a single blow. Inadvertently glanced at the shocked Mizuki, Brolin pondered slightly, and then said, "Bring you with you." He came immediately behind Mizuki and stunned them with the same technique. After putting the 2 of them into the world ring with their scrolls, he suddenly rose into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Brolin's speed is too fast, everything happens between the electric light and flint. At this moment, there was a rustle in the woods, and dozens of Konoha ninjas rushed out, but they all looked towards the sky one by one with shocked faces. They are all 3 generations arranged to ambush here in case of accidents. Each of them is a master of Zongren and above, and there are several people in Shangren. However, the young man in black fancy clothes was so fast, and he could even fly. For a while, everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to do. "Do you still chase?" a ninja said. "How to chase?" Another ninja frowned. The other ninja was so fast and flew away directly. There would be no traces on the ground, and it was completely impossible to track. "Take Ilika to the hospital, and the others will report to Master Naruto with me." "Yes." In the Hokage building, the 3 generations' complexion is pale. He miscalculated, and the mysterious strong man who did not know where he came from interrupted his plan completely. Yes, he confirmed that the young man is truly strong. The speed shown by the opponent alone has shocked the 3 generations. That is almost faster than the 4th generation of Thunder God, and there is no trace of ninjutsu at all. In other words, it is possible for the opponent to reach such a speed only by relying on the body, which is terrible. Naruto must be rescued. The 3rd generation's eyes are deep, with cold light flickering from time to time. Is the target for the forbidden technique scroll and the cell of the 1st generation? He seems to know a lot of things. Is it someone from other shinobu village? Brush. A figure appeared behind the 3rd generation. It was an Anbyo Shangren who belonged directly to Hokage. Arrange manpower to track down Naruto's whereabouts. In addition, to strengthen the defense of the village, the other party is likely to attack again. The 3rd generation of Hokage whispered. "Yes." Anbi Kaminhin left. The other party's goal is not Kyuubi. Naruto should be fine for the time being, but who is this young man who suddenly appeared, and when did such a young strong man appear in the ninja world? The 3 generations of old faces became more and more sad. On the top of the mountain tens of kilometers away from Konoha, Brolin flew down and came to the palace. With a thought, he took out the forbidden scroll from the world ring. As for Mizuki and Naruto, the 2 remained the same. In a coma. Brolin did not release their plans for the time being. Brush. Suddenly opened the scroll. Sure enough. Brolin sneered. This forbidden scroll is indeed not true, except for the multiple shadow clones on the first page, everything else is just blank. The 3 generations of Hokage are scheming. Even if it is to sharpen Naruto, it is impossible to really take out the forbidden scroll to take risks. Brolin secretly said, however, the real forbidden scroll will be mine sooner or later. "Master, do you want to start learning ninjutsu?" The black light flashed, and the black dragon appeared. "Not bad." Brolin nodded. Multi-shadow clone is also a very strong ninjutsu, Brolin will naturally not miss it. "Okay." Black Dragon screamed excitedly, "My fusion system has 3 functions in total, and I have only used the ability to shuttle through the world so far." It was a little eager to try. Brolin's eyes also glowed, a little excited. He naturally knows that there are 3 abilities in the Black Dragon fusion system. The first one he has already seen is to shuttle another world, while the other 2 are called Talent Transformation and Secret Enhancement. "I found the multiple shadow clones of ninjutsu, is it transformed into a talented secret?" The Black Dragon's voice was a little high. "Transformation." Brolin's eyes glowed. Boom. Ahead, the forbidden art scroll glowed, and a black flame suddenly appeared, illuminating the interior of the palace. The scroll burned automatically, turning into a dazzling black light, and then rushed into Brolin's body while the light flashed. Brolin let out a muffled hum, a strange feeling all over his body. That feeling was very mysterious, as if a strange pattern appeared in his body, to be imprinted in his soul will. His eyes began to glow, and a pattern actually appeared in front of his eyes, a complex pattern composed of endless golden silk threads, exuding strange fluctuations. The lines in the pattern seemed to contain extremely profound laws. This is the cultivation path that Luo Feng took in the original work, the flow of mystery patterns, and all mysteries and mysteries are condensed in the complex and complex rules and patterns. A pair of secret patterns is a complete secret technique. Time and space seemed to stop. Brolin felt that his own soul seemed to resonate with the mysterious golden pattern, the two constantly resonated, and gradually merged into one. A strange feeling filled his soul, making his will calm. A long time. The imprinting of the secret pattern map is completed, and the talent secret method has been successfully transformed. The sharp voice of the black dragon suddenly sounded. Brolin opened his eyes abruptly, and he found that the golden pattern of secret patterns was still visible, as if it existed in his mind and soul. Soon, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind, giving him a kind of insight. With a movement in his heart, he whispered, "Multiple shadow clones." Peng peng peng. The force's breath impacted the surroundings. Brolin was shocked, and he saw that there were 7 more clones that were exactly the same as him. Successful. Feeling the consumption of the original force in his body, Brolin smiled at the corner of his mouth. Only then did he gain enlightenment, and injected part of the force in his body into the depths of his soul. In the unknown golden secret pattern, the multiple shadow avatar technique was activated, and 7 avatars were added at once. In this way, the multi-shadow avatar art has become my talent secret. Brolin whispered, "It really seems to be an innate ability, a movement of thought, the secret in the depths of the soul." The pattern began to absorb the force and stimulate it on its own. This is the effect of talent transformation. The black dragon on the side was proud. Talent transformation can transform any ability and secret technique into a talent secret pattern. This secret pattern is like a seed, planted in the owners in the soul of the will. The master can activate the secret pattern at the first thought. As long as the energy is provided, the secret method will be activated. This is the most powerful point of the talent secret pattern. It ignores the original secret pattern use conditions, and does not require the master to fully understand and master. The mystery of the mystery itself. Listening to Heilong's words, Brolin's eyes brightened. This talent transformation ability is too terrifying. Any ninjutsu secret technique can be transformed into the form of a secret pattern by the system. And Brolin himself doesn't need to learn these ninjutsus at all, he only needs to inject the force in his body into the secret pattern map, stimulate it, and he can perfectly display the power of the secret technique. Master, this talent secret pattern can not only be used to activate secret techniques, it is also a seed in itself. Heilong said. What do you mean? Brolin was puzzled. Seeds can be sown, grown, and multiplied. Master, you try to see if you can condense that secret pattern into a single seed. Hearing that, Brolin closed his eyes, carefully understood the golden secret pattern in the depths of his soul, and tried to control it. Soon, he showed a hint of joy. Because the mystery pattern actually had a tendency to be mastered by him, it moved with his thoughts and trembled. The secret pattern map trembled, and the light became brighter, finally condensing a light spot. Chapter 4 Secret Strengthening. Brolin opened his eyes abruptly and looked at own palm. A golden light spot was condensed in his palm, emitting a soft light. This is the seed condensed by the secret pattern map, and the master can bestow it on the strong under his command. Heilong said excitedly, with this secret technique seed, the master's subordinates will also have the master's talent secret technique. Brolin was completely shocked, which was incredible. Looking at the golden light spot in his hand, he was excited. That is to say, I can use this kind of child to train countless powerful men with multiple shadow clone secrets. He shouted, his eyes radiant. Yes. Black Dragon called. Pang. A figure suddenly fell to the ground. It was Mizuki, and Brolin released him from the world ring. At the same time, his mind moved, and the other 7 clones instantly disappeared. Wake up! Brolin drank low, and the star classes were violently shocked. Mizuki screamed abruptly and woke up instantly, only feeling that his head was about to explode. Enduring the severe head pain, he looked around and immediately spotted Brolin on the throne in front of him, with cold sweat on his forehead slipping off. Mizuki has seen adults. He bit his head and said these words. He recognized Brolin was the powerful existence that suddenly appeared in the forest of Konoha and knocked himself out with just one move. At this moment, he looked at Brolin, and the other person stared at him fiercely, as if looking at the prey, which made him panic. If he didn't know that the power gap was too big, he really wanted to run away immediately. Surrender me and give you strength. Brolin raised his hand, and the golden secret technique seed instantly penetrated into Mizuki's body. He couldn't wait to verify the ability of this child. Mizuki was shocked, thinking that Brolin would attack him and wanted to resist in an instant, but at the next moment, he was stunned and looked forward with a stunned expression. Brolin looked at Mizuki, who was shocked in front of him, with a look of expectation on his face. After a while, multiple shadow clone art. With a trace of suspicion and disbelief, Mizuki was a little dazed and whispered, "Peng peng peng." 9 Mizuki suddenly appeared in an instant. Feeling the almost exhausted chakra in his body, waves of weakness continue to hit. Mizuki regained his senses, and the colors in his eyes became brighter. Brolin looked at him with a curve of his mouth. He knew that the seed of the secret technique had worked, and Mizuki had already possessed the talent secret technique of multiple shadow clones, because he didn't have the seal at all when he cast it, that is to say, his multiple shadow clones were talent secrets, not ninjutsu. Moreover, he felt that there was a faint connection between the secret pattern in his soul and the secret pattern in the other's soul. That is similar to the relationship between the subject and the clone. Brolin understood that the talent secret pattern in Mizuki's body came from him, and he could deprive the opponent of his ability at any time if he wanted to. Brolin knew this, and Mizuki, who had gradually realized it, also realized it. At this moment, his face was shocked, and his eyes were shocked. In the end, all the surprise turned into ecstasy, and Mizuki knelt to the ground abruptly. Mizuki swears his allegiance to his master. He was shocked. And was completely shocked by Brolin's methods. It is incredible to be able to give others ninjutsu, and these ninjutsu does not require Jian. Who is this young man in front of me? You are very acquainted, but as my servant, your strength is too bad. Brolin said solemnly. Mizuki is just a Zhongren, and his body energy level is only comparable to that of the cultivator on Earth in the original plot. It belongs to the apprentice level. From Brolin's point of view, it is simply the dust in the universe. Drink it. The light flashed, and a transparent test tube suddenly appeared in Brolin's hand, filled with some purple liquid, flashing light. Mizuki looked at the test tube with hesitation in his eyes. When he saw Brolin's eyes getting cold, he gritted his teeth in an instant, reached out to take the test tube, and took a sip of it. "Ah!" he yelled, pinching his throat with his hands. It felt like he had swallowed a ball of flame, and his body seemed to start to burn. However, with the severe pain, Mizuki clearly felt that his own body was becoming stronger. There was an inexplicable energy transforming his body, the cells in the body were strengthening, and the chakra was constantly increasing. Realizing this, he stopped yelling, but forced himself to endure it. Finally, a few minutes later, Mizuki, covered in sweat, knelt down on one knee, panting. "This is power." Stretching out his hands, feeling the huge chakra in his body, the corners of Mizuki's mouth gradually rose, and his eyes were full of incredible. "Ha ha 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 ha." He laughed wildly, and the soaring power made him almost crazy. He never thought that one day he could have such a powerful force. Noisy. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded, and suddenly Mizuki shivered in ecstasy. Damn Mizuki! He knelt to the ground instantly, his cold sweat was left behind. Now he is more and more in awe of Brolin. At this moment, Brolin looked like a god in his eyes. Aside from ninjutsu, your current physical fitness is comparable to that of a movie-level figure, and you can barely help me do things. Brolin said lightly. The purple solution just now is just a very common evolution potion in the original universe, which can help apprentice-level creatures to instantly ascension their life level to planet level 1. This kind of potion is not expensive, because the planet-level primitive universe is nothing more than a dusty existence. Brolin has many of the world rings. The light flickered, and a black box suddenly appeared in front of Mizuki. Here are 40 copies of the solution just now. Within 10 days, I hope you can recruit enough people. Brolin said coldly. Mizuki's body trembled when he heard this. 40 copies. After drinking the purple solution, he could feel that, apart from not having mastered some powerful ninjutsu, in other respects, his strength was almost the same as that of the major ninjutsu villages. At this moment, he can be called the phantom level, and his real combat power should be equivalent to that of the elite Shangren. But once he can master several powerful ninjutsu above A level, Mizuki is completely confident to face the shadow level powerhouse. Now, the liquid that was so miraculous, almost capable of creating a shadow level powerhouse, was suddenly taken out 40 parts, and the impact on Mizuki was really too great. Master, it's terrible. Mizuki picked up the box carefully, becoming more and more in awe of Brolin, and gradually recognized Brolin's master status in his heart. Mizuki felt that he was too lucky to be able to follow such a mysterious and powerful existence. Mizuki is very smart. He understands what Brolin meant. He needs to find 40 ninjas and ascension them to the same level of artifact as himself, so as to help Brolin do things. Subordinates must complete the task. Mizuki said excitedly. 40 powerhouses close to the shadow level, what a powerful force this is. I am afraid it is enough to conquer the ninja world. For Brolin, he didn't worry about Mizuki betraying him at all. On the one hand, the secret pattern in Mizuki's soul was connected to him, and he could find each other at any time. On the other hand, he believed that after seeing the strength he possessed, Mizuki would not run away stupidly, because he was an ambitious and smart man. Mizuki quickly left, and Brolin used multiple shadow clones again. In an instant, nearly 1,000 clones appeared in the palace. Even though the Great Hall was very wide, it was almost too crowded. This is Brolin's full use of this secret technique. You can only clone 1,000 or so at the same time, and the original force in the body is almost exhausted. Feeling the weakness of the body, Brolin whispered. The strength of each clone is not very strong, about the level of the planet level. And these clones are very fragile, unable to withstand strong shocks. The avatar technique of the original universe is not at the same level, it's just a divine power incarnation method similar to the immortal god. Brolin sighed. The clone of the original universe is a close independent existence from the deity, but shares the soul. As long as the soul is not killed, the clone or the deity falls alone, the other party can continue to survive. But multiple shadow clones do not have this characteristic. Once Brolin's deity falls, the clones will disappear together. Moreover, the strength of the shadow clone is very weak. Unlike the clone bred by the Golden Horn Behemoth's talent secret method, it can fully grow into an existence comparable to the deity. But the shadow clone also has an advantage, that is, the clone is killed by the soul, and it will not affect the deity. Because the soul of the shadow clone is not shared with the deity, but is completely separated out, which is why the strength of the shadow clone is so weak. It's a pity, it would be great if I could get a clone secret technique. Brolin shook his head and sighed. The clone technique has a very big advantage for the rise of the strong, almost a few more lives. However, this kind of secret technique is too difficult to think about. Almost all exist in the form of talent secret technique. Brolin has never heard of any strong man in the original universe who created the clone technique. A powerhouse at the god level of universe can create such a secret technique, but unfortunately, I can't get it for the time being. Brolin remembered the plot in Lord Snow Eagle. Master, it's impossible for you to want the clone technique. You forgot that the Black Dragon still has the third system ability. The Black Dragon rushed out, wagging its tail towards Brolin. Secret technique enhancement. Brolin's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, I can strengthen any secret technique and ascension them to the ultimate level, that is, the chaotic source level. Heilong said proudly. Chapter 5 The Ultimate Shadow Clone. Chaotic Origin Level. Brolin was completely shocked. The chaotic source level, that is the secret technique used by the chaotic source strong, how terrifying. Those secret techniques are stronger than any secret technique in the original universe. Even the secret technique that Luo Feng will obtain in the future cannot match the secret technique of breaking the East River. There was a look of ecstasy on his face. But Master, the secret technique strengthens this ability. I can only activate it 9 times in total. That is to say, I can only strengthen 9 secret techniques at most. At this point, the Black Dragon seemed a little embarrassed. That's pretty good too. Brolin said, regretful, but not very strong. If he can obtain 9 chaotic origin level secret arts, his future is absolutely limitless. But don't worry, Master, the enhanced secret techniques are definitely the top-notch, which can be called the ultimate secret technique of the chaotic origin Lord level. Heilong patted his chest and shouted, 9 Lord level secret techniques, even true ones. Lord Chaotic Source, he may not be able to create so many ultimate secret techniques. Brolin's eyes were instantly bright. Then, Master, do you want to strengthen the technique of multiple shadow clones? Heilong's voice was a little flattering, rubbing his hands. It can't wait to try its ability to strengthen the secret technique. Brolin's face showed a tangled look, and the number of enhancements was only 9 times, which was extremely precious. Although I really want to get the technique of avatar, but it is not only relying on the technique of strengthening this multiple shadow avatar. In the future, if you get a stronger secret technique than the multi-shadow clone, isn't it more valuable? Master, the technique of clone is very difficult to obtain. It is very lucky to get multiple shadow clones in the first world. The Master's luck is already very good. It can be said that it is very difficult to obtain clone technique in the following worlds. Heilong persuaded. Furthermore, the world that the Master will face in the future is much stronger than this world. It is very dangerous to not have a clone. Brolin was still thinking about it, tangled in his heart. In his opinion, multiple shadow clones are not a powerful secret technique. At least, they are much weaker than some of the original universe's talent clone secrets. He is really unwilling to use the strengthening opportunities for this secret technique. However, Heilong's words also have a certain truth, making him somewhat difficult to decide for a while. Constantly weighing the pros and cons, after a long time, he gritted his teeth abruptly and finally made up his mind. Strengthen. He struggled to squeeze 2 words from between his teeth. Although the 9 enhancement opportunities are precious, they are not life important. As Black Dragon said, this first adventure world is just a first level world. What I will face in the future may be as powerful as the original universe, or even more powerful. Strong world. If there is no clone technique to protect his own safety, his actions will be extremely difficult and he needs to be very cautious, which will undoubtedly greatly affect his own development. Moreover, the powerful clone technique is indeed difficult to obtain, at least, he currently does not know how to obtain it. Fight! Brolin roared in his heart. Master, rest assured, the multiple shadow clone may not be comparable to other clone techniques, but once it is strengthened to the chaotic source lord level, I can guarantee that it will never be weaker than any secret technique of the same level. Heilong believes. Secret technique, strengthen. The Black Dragon roared, glowing black light all over his body. Brolin's body shook, golden light emerged, and a complex and magnificent secret pattern appeared, which was the talent secret pattern of multiple shadow clones. At this moment, the black gloomy light emitted from the Black Dragon turned into a little black light, and it began to continuously blend into the golden secret pattern. And the secret pattern map is like swallowing a certain power in the black light, and the lines on it begin to gradually extend, spread, and become more magnificent. In a short period of time, the lines on the secret pattern map nearly doubled, becoming more complex and mysterious. For nearly an hour, the secret pattern image continued to swallow the black ons, and the scale of the entire pattern expanded countless times. The secret pattern was so complex that it was unimaginable, and the golden light was radiant and boundless. Finally, the mystery pattern was no longer devouring the black light, the golden light gradually stabilized, and slowly introverted, the entire talent pattern was many times larger than before. Strengthening success. Heilong's voice also had a trace of fatigue. Brolin closed his eyes tightly, he was digesting the information in his mind. After the expansion of the secret pattern of talent stopped, a new message appeared, which was the message of the new multi-shadow clone technique. 2. It's terrible. Brolin opened his eyes, his face shocked inexplicably. Is this the chaotic origin lord level clone technique? Immediately afterwards, he showed ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, this time, the heavens and myriad worlds I can move freely, without fear. The technique of multiple shadow clones. In an instant, thousands of figures appeared again. Brolin quickly took out a universe crystal to replenish the force that was instantly exhausted in his body. The strength of the clone is 2 levels lower than that of the deity. Although the will is both star level, the strength of the soul and body of the clone is only at the apprentice level. Looking around, Brolin whispered, feeling the original in the body. The strength recovered a little, and then he drank again, multiple shadow clones. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared again. The advantage is that you can create clones without limit. Moreover, clones and deities can be transformed into each other. At this moment, Brolin's star-class aura suddenly changed and began to weaken continuously, and beside him, among the more than 1,000 clones, the aura of one clone was constantly increasing. Soon, his deity was weakened to the apprentice level, no different from other clones, but the clone beside him had soaring aura, obviously reaching the star level. Brolin at this moment actually exchanged the deity with a clone. 10 seconds. As long as 10 seconds, any of my clones can be transformed into a master. Brolin was extremely excited. The most important thing is that even if the deity falls, my clone can still exist, and any clone can absorb energy and become a new deity. Brolin's eyes glowed. This is the shadow clone technique at the chaotic source level. It has characteristics similar to the Undead River secret technique of breaking the East River. As long as there is a clone, Brolin will not die. He can create endless clones, no matter how far away the deity is from the clones, they can quickly exchange positions within 10 seconds. Moreover, the deity and the clone are relatively independent. Once the deity falls, as long as there is one clone, that clone can become a new deity. The most important thing is that Brolin's deity and clone only share will, not soul. This means that if the soul attacks any single individual, Brolin cannot be killed. Unless the soul kills the deity and all clones at the same time, he can be killed. Luofeng's Undead River also has this effect. Even if Luofeng is killed by the soul, as long as there is blood refined by the Undead River, he can be reborn. At this moment, Brolin's shadow clone also has this effect of not being afraid of soul attacks. The difference is that Luofeng can only rely on a drop of blood, while he relies on a living clone, and he can create thousands of clones in an instant, without the blood of the dead river, but it is very difficult to refine. 2 secret techniques see you right now. This means that I not only have a real immortal body, but also have extremely terrifying mobility. Brolin was shocked. The enhanced shadow clone technique is too terrifying, the endless clone can be transformed into the deity within 10 seconds. This means that once Brolin successfully rises and becomes a strong man in the human race, his main battle deity can quickly reach the place where any clone is located. In the chaotic source space, why the 9th chaotic source Lord Shuiying Lord received so much attention from other lords, because the opponent can use the clone to make the main battle deity quickly reach everywhere, and can effectively guard each chaotic source world. At this moment, Brolin also possessed that incredible ability. If I step into the ranks of the Master of the Universe, and there are clones all over the universe, I can guard the entire human territory by myself. Brolin growled. At that time, he will have a very high status among the human race, and no one can ignore his role. Unfortunately, because it is not a shared soul, the soul and body of the clone are far inferior to the deity, and their combat power is limited. Moreover, once the deity falls, it is not so easy to restore the clone to the strength of the deity. Llewellyn had some regrets, but then he calmly said, however, it is precisely this way that I can ignore the soul attack. At this moment, he is full of confidence in Owen's future. With the three abilities of shuttle, talent conversion, and secret skill strengthening, Brolin felt that he already had powerful capital to rise. At least, he believes that Owen opportunity is more powerful than Luo Feng. The Owen clone technique is much stronger than Luo Feng's Undead River. At this moment, the original deity gave the world ring in his hand to Brolin, the current deity beside him. Unfortunately, when switching, the items on the deity's body cannot be transferred. Brolin said with some regrets, putting on the ring. Suddenly, as if he realized something, Brolin was shocked and his face became tense. Chapter 6 Transactions. Black Dragon, I remember that once the original universe becomes a true god, any clone will disappear when the original universe is restored. Brolin's face was ugly. Master, rest assured. Hearing this, the Black Dragon rushed out fiercely. The Master's clone art is not bestowed by the original universe, and the level has reached the Chaotic Source Lord level ultimate secret method. Even the highest rules cannot restrict the Master. Brolin's tense heart suddenly let go, and immediately, the smile on his face grew stronger. At this moment, I can be regarded as having the real capital to settle down in 10,000 realms. Originally, his goal was only to become immortal, then hug Luo Feng's thigh, detach from samsara, and enjoy eternal life. But at this moment, a powerful ambition filled his heart. Luo Feng. Brolin's eyes filled with blazing light. 10 days passed quickly, and Mizuki returned as scheduled. With him, there were 40 ninjas with different costumes, and each of them exuded a powerful aura no weaker than Mizuki. Obviously, Mizuki gave the life evolution agent to these people. Master, fortunately not insulting your life. In the palace, Mizuki knelt on the ground, looked at Brolin on the throne in awe, then turned his head and drank, hurry up and see the master. The other 40 ninjas were also shocked at the moment. They felt the breath that Brolin deliberately exudes. It was the breath of a higher level of life than them, and it frightened them. In front of the star-level powerhouse, the planet level is really nothing, just the breath can be crushed. Subordinates pay homage to the master. 40 people all bowed and bowed. The swelling mentality that had originally obtained the powerful power dissipated in an instant, and Mizuki did not lie to them. The mysterious master was indeed incredible. They are all ninjas who wander outside the ninja village, or some rebellious ninjas. They are not good people, they can even be said to be extremely evil, and their strength is not strong. Originally, the ambition that came out after gaining the power close to the shadow level, at this moment, in front of the absolute power, they wisely put away their own thoughts. You did a good job. Brolin said, since you found these people, then I will take orders from you for the time being. Now, I need you to do one thing. Hearing this, Mizuki immediately said, please let me know. Help me contact Konoha's Danzo and tell him I want to negotiate a deal with him. Danzo. Mizuki Urin, as a Konoha ninja, Mizuki still has some understanding of Danzo. The opponent is very mysterious, and as a disciple of the second generation of Hokage, Danzo is undoubtedly very strong. Master, the other party may not believe me. Mizuki said carefully. If it could be solved by force, he would find it easy. After all, at this moment, he has 40 phantom-level powerhouses, completely fearless of Konoha. But if you want to negotiate a deal with Danzo, the other party may not agree to it. Give this to him, and he will promise to see me. Brolin threw a bottle. This is... Mizuki was startled, looking at the bottle of liquid gleaming with pale green light in his hand. He felt a powerful breath of life. There is no doubt that this must also be a liquid with a magical effect. You must complete this matter in a low-key manner. I don't want anyone else to know about my transaction with Danzo. Brolin said coldly. Subordinates understand. And you? Brolin glanced at the other 40 people, suddenly stretched out his right hand, and the bright golden light burst from his fingertips, turning into small beams, rushing towards these people. Everyone was surprised. The golden light beam rushed into their bodies, making them too late to react. After a brief panic, everyone's expressions became stunned, followed by incredible surprises. Do things for me and give you strength. Brolin said lightly. As before, he also injected the talent mystery pattern seeds of multiple shadow clones into these people's bodies. Of course, that was not the enhanced chaotic origin lord level clone technique, but the previous version. Although the enhanced secret technique can also be granted, how could Brolin do that? This is just the beginning. Surrender to me, you will get more. Brolin said, before that, all you need to do is to obey Mizuki's orders and do things for me well. Subordinates must do their best. Everyone knelt down on the ground, expressions of excitement. They were completely shocked by Brolin's methods. Retreat, Brolin said solemnly. Soon, Mizuki left with everyone, trying to get in touch with Danzo. This game is getting more and more interesting. On the throne, Brolin had an evil smile on his mouth. However, I will only play with you for 6 months. After that, the world will be turned upside down. The Konoha forest in the dark is quiet and weird. A figure stood quietly in the shadow of a tree, almost blending with the dark night. This was an old man. Half of his body and his entire arm were covered with bandages, as if he was seriously injured, and he was the leader of the root organization, Konoha's Danzo. If you are familiar with him, you can definitely find at this moment that although Danzo still looks like an old man at this time, the wrinkles on his face have obviously disappeared, and the whole person no longer feels lifeless, but faintly emits a voice. Share vitality. He squinted his eyes slightly, motionless, and from time to time weird light flashed across his muddy eyes. He appeared here because he was waiting for someone who might give him a new life. Feeling the vitality in the body, while Tuanzang's heart is joyful, there is also a deep shock and jealousy. I have to say that Mizuki's ability is still very strong. Just a few days ago, relying on some of the arrangements previously made in Konoha, he successfully attracted the attention of the root organization after using the methods. After that, he seduced a shinobu of the root organization and defeated him. Controlling the opponent, Mizuki took out the bottle of green liquid Brolin gave him, and asked the Shangren to pass it to Danzo, claiming that there was a deal he wanted to discuss. Within the root organization, Danzo, who received the news, was naturally surprised, and he still had some understanding of Mizuki. The opponent is just a Konoha rebel, and only the level of Zongnan. But the most important thing is that the other party was arrested by a mysterious powerhouse together with Kyuubi Renzulai not long ago. At this moment, he suddenly appeared, wanting to negotiate a deal with him, which puzzled him. Moreover, the opponent already possesses the strength to defeat Shangnan, which is unbelievable. Danzo gave the bottle of green liquid full of life breath to his subordinates for analysis. The result moved him. That bottle of liquid is a kind of medicine containing huge active cytokines, which can stimulate the vitality of the human body. The researchers even told him that the bottle of medicine can restore a person's youth to a certain extent. Danzo, who got this result, left part of the liquid for testing, and he drank the rest decisively. Sure enough, Danzo, who drank the potion, felt the long-lost vitality. He was convinced that his body was almost back to the state it was 10 years ago. You know, since transplanting a large number of riding wheels, coupled with the increase in age, his body has begun to decline continuously, and his vitality continues to be consumed. This medicine means life to him. But the other party took out this medicine and claimed to make a deal with him. Danzo felt that he could not refuse. Soon, under the guidance of the root organization, Mizuki saw Danzo secretly. He was very direct, frankly confessing that the people behind him wanted to see Danzo and had a deal to discuss. Danzo naturally knew that the so-called person behind Mizuki was probably the mysterious powerhouse who captured him and Kyuwei Renzulai that day. He was surprised because he felt the powerful chakra in Mizuki's body, which was a huge chakra that belonged to the Shadow class powerhouse. There is no doubt that within such a short period of time, the opponent has directly reached the Shadow level from a Zongren, and it must be the handwork of the mysterious strong behind him. Being able to greatly ascension the strength of a ninja in a short time, and even come up with that kind of magical life potion, Danzo is extremely afraid of the strong behind Mizuki, and at the same time has a strong curiosity. He agreed and was willing to meet with each other. Regardless of the deal, Danzo must also go through the fight even if the other party has captured the nine-tailed Manzulai. At this moment, in the forest of Konoha in the night, Tuanzang stood quietly, but obviously his heart was not so peaceful. During this meeting, he did not tell anyone else, including the third generation of Hokage. He is a very selfish person. Although his love for Konoha is not less than that of the three generations, his way is completely different from that of the three generations. He is very suspicious, he doesn't believe anyone. He believes that Konoha can gain strength only under his leadership and the village can achieve true peace. For this, he only seeks two things. One is to eliminate any threats mercilessly, and the other is to continuously strengthen one's own strength. Obviously, if he can restore his youth and vitality, not only his strength will be greatly ascension, but also he will have more lifetime to lead Konoha to glory. Therefore, this time the temptation for him is strong enough. Chapter 7 Temptation. Shu's Hasha. The sound of stepping on the dead leaves came, and Tuanzang's turbid eyes condensed. In the dense forest ahead, a figure gradually appeared, drawing a long shadow in the moonlight. Mr. Danzo, I'm sorry to keep you waiting for a long time. A lazy voice sounded. Brolin approached and looked at Danzo with a smile on his mouth. It's not a good habit to be late. Tuanzang said, his voice hoarse like leaves rubbing. Looking at Brolin at this moment, his heart was a little surprised. He couldn't see through the temperament of the other party. There was no chakra breath at all, but there was another mysterious force radiating. As for Brolin's age, he is also not sure. After all, although the other party was young, he possessed a mysterious life potion. God knew if this was an old guy who regained his youth. Haha. Brolin smiled, not caring about Danzo's dissatisfaction. Let's not talk about the transaction. Your Excellency kidnapped Konoha for no reason, should I give an explanation? Danzo said with a sharp look in his eyes. The importance of Nine Tails to Konoha is self-evident. Danzo cannot allow anyone to make a move that threatens Konoha. I should have said before that if you want a human column power, you can exchange it with the forbidden technique scroll and the cells between the columns. Brolin said lightly. Your appetite is too big. Tuanzang said coldly. Seeing that the aura around Tuanzang became more and more dangerous, Brolin suddenly chuckled. Without discussing this in advance, I really want to know if Mr. Danzo is satisfied with the bottle of life medicine. Tuanzang's face immediately became serious, and he knew that the show was coming. What do you want to say? He said solemnly. Don't talk nonsense, let's get straight to the point. I want to exchange something with you with that kind of potion. Brolin said a little impatiently. What do you want? A pair of riding round eyes and a pair of white eyes. Brolin stared at Danzo, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I know you have these things in your hands. Tuanzang looked a little gloomy when he heard this. He did have both of these things, but he didn't know what the other party wanted these things for. Judging from the information obtained before, this mysterious figure is very strong, at least in terms of speed. Such a powerful person will certainly not ask for these two things for no reason. Whether it is writing round eyes or white eyes, it is a very powerful blood succession boundary, and the other party is so eager to get it, even if he does not hesitate to take out that precious potion, it is bound to be very big. He didn't want the other party to become stronger. That would not be a good thing for Konoha. Are you afraid that I will use the writing wheel eyes and white eyes to become stronger and threaten you, Konoha? Brolin suddenly said. Tuanzang is indifferent and non-committal. Then I can only say. You think too much. Brolin smiled, showing white teeth with a strange expression. Because Konoha is nothing at all in my eyes. Swipe. As Brolin's arrogant words ended, and the sound of breaking through the sky sounded, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the originally empty dense forest, standing behind Brolin, all exuding violent chakra fluctuations. Seeing this scene, Danzang's face changed slightly, but his heart was extremely shocked. Because the chakra breath emitted by these dozens of figures has reached the shadow level, among them, Mizuki is among them. Swipe. There was a sound in the dense forest again, and there were also more than 10 masked figures appeared behind Danzo, with the same chakra aura, all staring at the front with vigilant faces in confrontation, but a closer look reveals that their foreheads have faint cold sweat. These are all members of the Roots, each of them is Shangnan, and there are even a few elite Shangnan. But in the face of the dozens of figures exuding a frightening aura, they all looked ugly. Your Excellency, do you want to do it? Tuanzang said in a deep voice. He didn't expect the opponent's strength to be so strong. 40 strong people close to the shadow level, such strength can indeed shake Konoha hard. When is there a powerful person in the ninja world? Tuanzang roared in his heart. Do it? No, 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 Mr. Danzo has misunderstood. I just want to prove to you that I have no malice against Konoha. Brolin waved his hand, and then showed a cruel smile. After all, if I want to, Konoha can be destroyed in an instant. Hearing this, Tuanzang's eyes suddenly fell cold, and he said in a deep voice, Your Excellency is too arrogant. Konoha is the strongest forbearance village. If you want to defeat Konoha with these people, it's a wishful thinking. Of course, I don't have any doubts about Konoha's strength. Brolin smiled. These people under him are just chakras with shadow rank, but they don't have corresponding powerful ninjutsu, and they can only be called phantom rank. Perhaps in the face of the elite, Shinobu still has the upper hand. But if you face a real shadow-level powerhouse, you can only be crushed. Staring closely at Danzo's eyes, Brolin spoke again, but, if I tell you, these people were just a few ninja and Zongnan a dozen days ago. Impossible. Tuanzang drank coldly, but immediately, the corners of his eyes trembled slightly. He remembered that the Mizuki among these people was indeed just a weak existence only at the Zongren level more than 10 days ago. Does he really have the ability to ascension so many people to a shadow-level existence in a short period of time? Thinking of this, Danzo felt a cold sweat bursting out of his body. Originally, he thought that the other party was able to greatly ascension Mizuki's strength, and he would inevitably pay a huge price, but at this moment, it was obviously not the case. In the dark dense forest, there was a moment of silence, but the atmosphere became more and more tense. How about this? Brolin said suddenly. I can help Mr. Danzo to train 10 powerful film-level masters. I believe that with such a power, it should be of great help to you ascending to the throne of Naruto. Tuanzang was shocked when he heard the words, and immediately looked at Brolin. In order to show my sincerity, I will fulfill my promise first. Brolin said, and took out a bottle of purple transparent test tube. With a random flick of the wrist, the test tube flew out. The figure of a masked ninja next to Danzo flashed and caught him. This is a strengthening potion, which is more precious than the life potion before. Brolin said, this tube can create 10 powerful shadow-level players. Danzo took the test tube, his face deep. If you don't believe it, you can ask your subordinates to take a sip and try now. Brolin said lightly. Tuanzang hesitated when he heard the words, and then he looked at the masked ninja next to him. The other party knew it instantly, took the test tube without hesitation, opened the cork, and took a sip. The effect of the potion began to take effect in an instant, and a sharp pain began to spread throughout the member of the root. It has to be said that the members of the root organization are astonishingly strong in spirit and will. The strengthening medicine is undoubtedly rude to transform the body. It directly tears the strengthening cells, and ordinary people can't bear the kind of severe pain. When Mizuki and others strengthened at the beginning, they all rolled around in pain. But at this moment, the masked ninja just groaned and withstood the severe pain. As the effect of the medicine is exerted, the chakra breath he exudes becomes stronger and stronger. After the cells are stimulated and become stronger, they absorb the power in the strengthening medicine and continuously produce chakra energy. Soon, the breath of that ninja climbed to the limit, reaching the planet level, and the strength of the chakra was comparable to that of the movie-level powerhouse. Throughout the process, Danzo has been nervously waiting and watching. Seeing the transformation process of the other party, the shock in my heart has already reached the point where it can't be added. Feeling his own powerful power, the face of the masked ninja also showed incredible surprise. Sir, my chakra has indeed broken through the level of Shinobu. He handed the potentiation potion to Danzo, stood behind the opponent, and his voice trembled slightly. Danzang's expression was flat, but his eyes were shocked, and the test tube in his hand could not help being held tighter by him. How about it, is it satisfactory? Brolin looked at Danzo and smiled. May I tell you that the strength of the people behind me is strengthened in this way? Of course, at present, they are not really strong in the shadow level, lacking powerful blood succession limits and ninjutsu. That's why you want to exchange those things. Tuanzang said in a deep voice after a moment of silence. He immediately realized that the reason why Brolin wanted forbidden scrolls and writing round eyes and first-generation cells was probably because he wanted to truly make his men into shadow-level existence. Oh, that's it. Brolin chuckled lightly, and he expected Danzo to think so. In this way, I don't think I can trade with you even more. Tuanzang said coldly, his whole body aura became dangerous, otherwise your strength will swell to a very terrifying level. At that time, Konoha will really only I can leave it to you. If Danzo still had a plan to trade before, at this moment, he has only one kind of strong throbbing to stifle the danger in the bud. Chapter 8. Stupid. Brolin sneered. Tuanzang's reaction at the moment he was naturally prepared. Even without those few things, with the large amount of strengthening potions in my hand, I can cultivate thousands of such artifact-level powerhouses in a short period of time. With this power, I can still conquer the entire ninja if I wish. Boundary. Tuanzang was silent. After listening to Brolin's words, his eyes were faint and he didn't know what he was thinking. Indeed, if what the other party said is true, then it is indeed not too difficult to conquer the ninja world. According to what the other party said, it was obvious that the other party did not do this. Obviously, this person's purpose may not really be to unify the world. If this is the case, then Konoha and the other party will not be completely on opposite sides. But soon, he looked at Brolin, his turbid eyes had a sharp glow, and the whole person exuded a sharp aura. But I still feel that the danger is the same as you, it's better to control it. Cold words came from his mouth, like a snake hissing. Brolin's eyes narrowed slightly, and the other party seemed determined to do it, which made him a little curious. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his face became playful. Are you trying to show other gods to me? Brolin said, looking up and down Danzo with interest. Tuanzang's body suddenly shook, his face changed drastically, showing an expression of unbelievableness. How could he know other gods' techniques? Tuanzang yelled in his heart, feeling incredible. The other gods of Zishui are indeed very powerful. They can attack from the level of will and forcibly change the minds of others. Brolin said lightly, but his limitations are also very large. On the one hand, the cost of using this technique is very high. On the other hand, it can only be performed on people whose level of will is not higher than that of the caster. That is to say, with the level of will of Shishui contained in that eyeball, at best, it can only change the mind and will of shadow-level characters, and the impact on the existence of the level of will beyond the shadow level can be said to be minimal. Brolin was very confident. When he first came to this world, the Black Dragon had already analyzed and scanned the world, and obtained too many secrets. He knows many things, such as the advanced mystery of writing round eyes. Writing round eyes starts from Shanguyu, and can be continuously upgraded, eventually reaching the eternal kaleidoscope level. The most fundamental driving force is actually the advancement of the will and soul level. The advancement before kaleidoscope writing round eyes is still very simple. Under normal circumstances, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, relying on their will and soul power, can turn on single hook jade around Zongnan, double hook jade at upper ninja level, and 3-hook jade at elite upper ninja level. But it is more difficult to evolve into a kaleidoscope, at least it requires both will and soul to enter the planet level, that is, the shadow level. This is very difficult. Most elites of the Uchiha clan, Shangnan only pushes one of the three of the will, soul, and body into the shadow level. Before Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, there was nothing. An elite of the Uchiha clan, Kaminen, met this requirement. In the original plot, in fact, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are also not real movie class, their bodies have not reached the planet class, and they are not truly planet class powerhouses. But relying on the power of the kaleidoscope, they still have a combat power that surpasses the average shadow level. And the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes want to become the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, the planet level will soul is obviously not enough. To reach this step, the will soul must break through to a higher level, that is, the star level. In the original drama, the reason why Uchiha Madara can open the eternal kaleidoscope is precisely because of Uchiha Senna's pupil power, which is actually the power of the will and the soul, coupled with the extreme sorrowful stimulation, which makes the will and the soul change dramatically. A transition occurred, thus reaching the star level in one fell swoop. Suzuki Uchiha's experience is similar to that, both of which absorbed the spirit and soul power contained in the eyes of the writing wheel of the same origin, which led to the sublimation of the will and soul, thus opening the eternal kaleidoscope. As for the eternal kaleidoscope to advance to the samsara eye, in addition to the will and soul to reach the star level, the body must also reach the same level. In the original plot, the body of the Senshou Zujian reached this level. Afterwards, Madara also used the cells between the thousand hand pillars to advance his body and became a real star-level powerhouse in his later years, that is, the existence of the sixth Dao level, thus opening Samsara's eyes. At this moment, Danzo's desire to use the other gods of Zishui to deal with his existence of the sixth level is undoubtedly whimsical. Because Zishui did not open the eternal kaleidoscope before his death, obviously his will and soul had never broken through to the star level, and other gods could only change the will and thoughts that existed below the star level. Moreover, Brolin believed that even if Shishui opens the eternal kaleidoscope, it is impossible for other gods to control the sixth-level powerhouse. Because Shaolunyan is only the degenerate level of Samsara's eyes, and the ninjutsu contained in the limits of Shaolun's blood succession cannot surpass the power level of Samsara's eyes. If this is also possible, doesn't it mean that if the will soul reaches the sixth level of Uchiha Shisui, it can control the six Dao immortals, even Atsuki Kagaya, with the help of other gods? How can this be? Therefore, the other gods must have a limit of use. Brolin speculated that the existence of the shadow level is already the limit that the other gods can control. As for the original work, Itaki Uchiha wants to rely on other gods to control Suzuki Uchiha, who has reached the eternal kaleidoscope level. Brolin felt that either Uchiha Itaki overestimated the abilities of the other gods, or he underestimated the eternal kaleidoscope. After all, he himself has not reached the level of the eternal kaleidoscope, nor has he experienced the horror of the will and soul reaching the star level. Danzo remained silent on Brolin's comments on other gods. Having mastered the eyes of Shishui for so long, he naturally knew that the other gods' functions were limited. The other gods do control the shadow level at most, but I also don't believe that you have reached the super shadow level. Danzo said hoarsely, except for the legendary 6 immortals. No one can reach that level, even the first generation of Hokage. Will not work. The Transcendence Shadow rank mentioned by Danzo does not refer to those so-called Super Shadow rank powerhouses who can exert superb combat power through the help of powerful ninjutsu or blood succession limits. It refers to the further transition of the life level, reaching the point of qualitative change, truly surpassing the shadow level life. Such existence is the life of the 6th level, that is, the star level. As he said, this kind of life is not counted as the soil and spots after becoming the 10-tailed Manzuli. Throughout the ages, only Atsuki Teruya and Ryudeo Senjin brothers have achieved it, even when they were at their peak. Senju Junma and Uchiha Madara has never been so powerful. You are wrong. The strength of Chien Shaozujian has indeed not reached the level of the 6 Dao immortals, but his level of will has reached that level. Therefore, your other gods have no effect on strong people like the first generation of Hokage. As for me, I let you down. Brolin's expression was weird, the corners of his mouth became wider and wider. I am stronger than the first generation, because I have completely reached that level. With a low growl, Brolin completely let go of his strength, and the powerful star-class aura was like a torrent, crushing towards the Danzo ahead. Even in the original universe, the star-level powerhouses are not weak anymore, and a random strike is nuclear bomb-level power, enough to dominate some remote planets. Danzo, whose life level is only planet level, can naturally feel the horror of this breath, and the oppression from the life level makes him feel hard to breathe. His face changed wildly, and the ground under Tuanzang's feet cracked open in front of this terrifying force. The members of the root organization behind him were like a lone boat in the storm, constantly shaking and shaking. You must know that this is just Brolin showing his own aura. If the force completely erupts, the entire Konoha forest will be destroyed, and Konoha village will also be affected. Star-class powerhouses are enough to be called mobile nuclear bombs, and their internal forces are thousands of times stronger than planet-class ones. Moreover, the power contained in Brolin's body is the original universe's universe force, which belongs to the 3rd-level world, and is far more powerful than Chakra. Even if it also reached the 10 tails of the star level, in terms of power level, it might not be able to reach Brolin's strength at this moment. The 6 realms of this world exist. Although the life level can be comparable to the star level powerhouse, the power level is far behind. But if you really want to fight, the 6 Dao level powerhouses can still compete with the star level powerhouses by virtue of their powerful ninjutsu. At this moment, in order not to attract Konoha's attention, Brolin restrained all his own aura in one direction and pressed Danzo and others with all his strength. The reason for doing this is naturally to let Danzo know the difference between each other, so that the other party will give up using other gods. Although he knew that the other gods of Danzo would be difficult to shake his star-level will at this time, but he was not afraid of 10,000 but just in case. You must know that Brolin's clone technique is powerful, but the only weakness lies in the will. Because although his clone is not afraid of soul attack, all clones and deity share will. Once attacked by the level of will, all clones will be hit, which Brolin cannot bear. However, the attack at the level of will is very mysterious. At least, almost all the masters of the original universe, even the strongest, have never mastered the secret attack of will. This is also the reason why in the original plot, the human race was able to achieve such huge results after taking out the eyes of the ancient gods to release the impact of will when they faced off against the coalition camp. Because the battle at the level of will, almost no one is involved. But this world has such a magical method other gods. Chapter 9 Evolution. Konoha no Mori, Danzo, and others are still struggling to resist Brolin's terrible oppression. Danzo himself regretted it even more, and at the same time was shocked beyond the reach of it. He didn't expect that the opponent's strength was so strong. It was very likely that he could really reach the level of the legendary 6 Dao immortals. He regrets a bit, and he shouldn't have rushed to make a decision just now. At this moment, he doesn't know what to do. As for the idea of continuing to display other gods, he has already left behind. Even if he still has a whole card, he can forcefully turn on the other gods under Brolin's oppression, but with the strength shown by Brolin, the possibility of success is almost zero. Once the other gods are used, it will take 10 years to start again. Danzo obviously doesn't want to waste it here. Now Your Excellency, Danzo is willing to continue talking about our deal. Brolin's words suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Tuanzang's heart relaxed, and a wry smile appeared. Do I still have a choice? The other side also wants to continue the talks, indicating that the situation has not deteriorated to the point where both sides are desperately fighting. Feeling Brolin's power, Danzo had obviously given up his previous plan. At this moment, peace talks are the only ending. The strong pressure disappeared in an instant. Danzo only felt his whole body loose. Looking up at the mysterious man in front, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. After all, the person in front of him is probably strong enough to be comparable to the existence of the legendary 6 immortals. The content of the transaction remains the same. I will give you enough life potions to increase your lifespan of 20 years, plus the pot of strengthening potions in your hand. Brolin said lightly. And what you need to give me, in addition to a pair of riding round eyes and white eyes, but also the eyes that contain other gods. I accept the other conditions, Shishui's eyes can't give you. Hearing this, even Danzo, who was ready to compromise in his heart, still categorically refused. The power of the other gods is too amazing. Danzo cannot be handed over, let alone handed over to Brolin. If the other party uses the other gods to deal with himself, wouldn't it be that he will become the opponent's running dog? Then replace it with the intercolumn cells. This is the price you just wanted to control me. Brolin said coldly. He naturally knew that Danzo would not be able to surrender other gods, and the reason for saying so was to retreat for advancement, and the real goal was the interpillar cells. But I must get this terrifying secret technique like other gods. Brolin sneered in his heart. All he has done so far is just based on a game mentality. When he arrives at Kanglan Star, he will immediately end the game, sweeping the entire ninja realm in an instant, and all valuable things can't escape his palm. Now, everything is not in a hurry. Danzo was silent. Obviously, he heard the determination in Brolin's words. The deal, I promised. He started, but you must promise me that you will never harm Konoha. Hehe, what qualifications do you have to say to me? Brolin sneered at the corner of his mouth, his eyes fiercely fierce, and the majestic aura that belonged to the 9 princes of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire began to permeate his body. The weak can only beg for mercy and are not qualified to ask the strong to do things. Danzo's pupils shrank suddenly, feeling the strength of the other party, and a sorrow and weakness instantly filled his heart. The opponent is too strong. In terms of strength, even the original god of the ninja world, Qian Shaozuma, is probably not the opponent of the opponent. Regarding the power, the ghost-level powerhouse under the opponent can completely attack any power in the ninja world. Such existence is really not something he can threaten. However, I really don't have any hatred for Konoha. You can rest assured. Brolin said again, moreover, I have no interest in unifying the world. I hope what you said is true. Danzo said weakly. Brolin turned around and called Mizuki, and with a wave of his hand, he threw a bottle of green life potion to Danzo. "My subordinates will go back with you and get back what I need." Brolin said, "The deal is set. I hope you don't do some stupid things, otherwise, my anger will burn the entire Konoha." After speaking, Brolin's aura gradually weakened, and his deity at the moment was swapping with a distant clone. Then, goodbye. To celebrate the happy cooperation, please watch a firework. Brolin looked at Danzo with a strange smile. Under Danzang's startled gaze, Brolin soared into the sky and instantly came to an altitude of several thousand meters. Burst! A huge roar sounded, the force wave blasted in all directions in the sky, the explosion of firelight illuminated the sky, and the entire Konoha village was alarmed. Brolin blew himself up, which made Danzo almost couldn't believe own eyes. But soon, he calmed down, with a hint of horror in his eyes. Naturally, it is impossible for the other party to commit suicide in this way. The only possibility is that this is another mysterious method of the other party. This guy is terrible. Danzo's heart sank. On the top of the mountain tens of kilometers away from Konoha, Brolin sat high on the throne of the palace. Rubbing the world ring in his hand, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The deity and the clone exchange each other. It is much more convenient to fly back far and wide, and the price is only to abandon the clone, which is not a problem at all. Unfortunately, the items on the deity's body cannot be transferred together. This time, Brolin's deity went to meet Danzo. The B-level battle suit and the world ring were not taken with them, but were worn on the remaining clones. At this moment, that clone had already become the deity. Writing round eyes, white eyes, and intercolumn cells, these three things are immediately available. Brolin's eyes were extremely sharp. The shadow clone technique only gave me a strong ability to protect myself, but it didn't give me more powerful strength. And those three things can really make my strength further ascension. When I become stronger, I will be able to avoid the threats of Nagato, Moto, and Kurochu. At that time, this game will be more interesting. Before using the 3000 Blood Dragon Guards, Brolin was still a little afraid of some power in this world. For example, the Eyes of Samsara in Nagato, the supernatural power with dirt and the weird Kazuki. Especially Heiju, the other party can directly attack Ryudeo's spot in the late stage and put the other party to death. This alone should not be underestimated. After all, Ryudeobon's strength is likely to be stronger than Brolin now. With the ultimate shadow clone, his only weakness now is realm. After all, the clone and the deity share the same will, and once they are attacked by this realm, there is no point in having more clones. I didn't expect that even the ultimate secret technique of the chaotic source lord level would have weaknesses. Brolin sighed. But think about it, if even the weakness of the level of will is gone, then the ultimate shadow clone can be said to be a real secret technique of immortality. No existence can kill Brolin, then this is too heaven-defying. Even in the endless chaotic source space, there is no such secret technique. You know, even the existence of chaotic origin lord level is not completely impossible to kill. Sure enough, I was too greedy. Brolin sighed. Soon, Mizuki rushed back overnight and brought Brolin what he wanted from Danzo. In the empty palace, Brolin sat alone on the throne. In front of him, two transparent glass bottles filled with green solution were floating. One of them contains 4 eyeballs, while the other is a small piece of tissue similar to human skin. When you have everything in hand, the plan can be carried out. Brolin's eyes were hot. With a touch of the world ring in his hand, a set of equipment full of technological sense appeared in the Great Hall in an instant. Brolin lay down, and the robotic arm began to operate to perform the transplantation of his eyes. Soon, the operation was completed. Brolin got up and opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were no longer the same as before, but his pupils became scarlet, and there was a black gojade beside him. As expected. Brolin was a little surprised. He can feel that these eyes are much stronger than before, and now he sees things more sharply and clearly than before. Danzo is really careful enough. The writing round eyes given to me is only the level of a jade. Brolin sneered, unfortunately, he doesn't know. For me, writing round eyes is enough. Immediately afterwards, his expression condensed, his whole body gradually began to produce an inexplicable breath, and a sense of oppression began to spread. He is controlling his own star-level will and soul power, slowly guiding it to where his own eyes are. He wants to promote the evolution of Xiaolunyan. According to the information obtained by the Black Dragon scanning the world at the beginning, the evolution of writing round eyes relied on the mental energy stimulation of the eye owner. And mental energy is talking about will and soul power. As Brolin continued to urge his own will and soul, he stimulated his own eyes. Gradually, the writing wheel began to change. The Guyu in his eyes started to turn slowly. Chapter 10: The Eyes of Samsara. As Guyu turned faster and faster, a series of ghost images began to appear, and as his soul willpower continued to pour into his eyes, the ghost images became more and more solid. Finally, the speed of Guyu's rotation began to slow down, and the ghost images began to dissipate. When Guyu stopped turning completely, something incredible happened. 3 Guyu appeared in Brolin's eyes. In one fell swoop, Ascension has reached the level of 3 Guyu. Brolin whispered, and he felt the change in his eyes. Whether it is visual insight or sharpness, compared to the previous single Guyu level, it has made a huge leap. Not enough. Brolin whispered, and then continued to arouse the soul will power. Sang Guyu's writing wheel turned frantically again, and soon, an astonishing change appeared again. The 3 Guyu suddenly merged into one body in the rapid rotation, and turned into a strange pattern. At the same time, a burst of information suddenly appeared in Brolin's mind. Unexpectedly, my awakened kaleidoscope was actually. After digesting the message in his mind, Brolin was startled first, and then he smiled. Monthly reading: There are other gods. At this moment, Brolin's eyes have turned into a kaleidoscope. It can be clearly seen that his left eye is consistent with the kaleidoscope of Uchiha Itachi in the original work, while his right eye is just like Uchiha Shisui. I actually awakened 2 kinds of illusion art. Brolin was surprised. Kaleidoscope's abilities are divided into physical and illusion art. Amaterasu and Shinwei are attack methods at the physical level. Moon reading and other gods, obviously belong to illusion art, are attack methods at the will and soul level. Is it because I have merged the 2 souls, and the soul will is stronger than the physical body, so it is the illusion art that awakens? Brolin secretly guessed. Because the traversal led to the fusion of souls, Brolin found that the own will soul is indeed different from before, and the level seems to be stronger than the physical body. In general, he is very satisfied with the ability of kaleidoscope. Whether it is Moon Reader or other gods, it is very terrifying ability. Unfortunately, as I guessed, the limit of other gods is that they can only control the strong below the star level. Brolin sighed. After all, this kind of technique is associated with Xiaolunyan. And Xiaolunyan is a low-level version of Samsara's eye. Even Samsara's eyes are just star level. The skill of writing round eyes is the strongest, and it is impossible to exceed this level. At this moment, his awakened moon reading and other gods are bullying planet-level existence at best, and it is completely useless for star-level powerhouses. This has nothing to do with his strength. Even if he becomes an immortal and casts these 2 secret arts, he still cannot cause the effects of the secret arts on the star-level powerhouse. It is as if a piece of paper is in the hands of an adult or a child. It is impossible to cut a piece of glass. This is not a question of the level of strength at all, but the level of the tool itself is not enough. It's really tasteless. Brolin just felt a toothache. The effect of such a powerful heaven-defying technique is completely useless for his current level. After all, those below the star level are just ants for him, and there is no need to use Uedu and other gods at all. Do you really want to consume another strengthening opportunity? He secretly said in his heart, extremely tangled. For other gods' secret techniques, Brolin was naturally very greedy. After guessing that this secret technique was extremely restrictive, Brolin still took a lot of trouble to get around it. Naturally it couldn't be a boring move. He has his own plan. He wants to use the secret technique to strengthen the system again to ascension the other gods to chaotic source level in one fell swoop. Other gods at the chaotic source level, how powerful and terrifying they should be. Brolin thought with excitement. However, when he thought of the secret technique strengthening 9 times, he had already used it once, and he felt extremely painful. The other gods are heaven-defying, but he still hesitated, afraid of consuming enhancement opportunities like this at will. If in the future he gets a stronger secret technique, but he can't strengthen it, wouldn't it be a tragedy? Tangled, extremely tangled. Forget it, it's not urgent to strengthen things, let's first evolve the Shulanyun into Samsara's eyes. Brolin, who was indecisive, simply didn't think about it. Brolin made another effort to evolve the kaleidoscope to the level of Samsara's eyes in one fell swoop. This is very simple, after all, he himself is a star level, that is, a 6-level existence. My current level of life is a 6-level existence at the same level as Datong Mu Hui. My will, soul, and body have reached the star level. Once I completely inject the star level will and soul power into the eyes of the writing wheel, then, awaken it is not the eternal kaleidoscope, but the samsara eye that will become the ultimate form. In the original book, Uchiha Madara is an eternal kaleidoscope opened by the will and soul of star class when confronting Senjuju in the Valley of the End. After that, the physical body was raised to the star level by the cells between the pillars, and then it became a complete star level, that is, the 6-level existence, thus opening the eyes of samsara. Samsara eyes! Brolin yelled, expecting in his eyes. Boom! As the soul's willpower suddenly poured into his eyes, the kaleidoscope pattern began to tremble violently, and then became faint. The purple stripes began to appear gradually. In the end, the kaleidoscope dissipated, and purple lines covered his eyes. Samsara eyes, open! Brolin at this moment squinted his eyes slightly. He was experiencing the new information that appeared in his mind, and feeling the new and powerful power he had mastered. Soon, he opened his eyes abruptly, and quickly folded his hands together and let out a low voice. Shen Luo Tianzheng! Boom! A powerful and unmatched repulsive force burst out with Brolin as the center, devastating and sweeping away all obstacles. The strong palace made of universe alloy can't stop this force. The huge impact shattered the palace directly from the inside, and the fragments impacted in all directions. What? There was a scream. It was guarded outside the palace, and those artifact-class powerhouses who had submitted to Brolin were all caught off guard by the broken palace fragments. The force of the impact was so great that several people were unlucky and were directly interrupted by the fragments and died on the spot. The rest of the people were almost all wounded, all with horrified expressions. It was already early in the morning. And Brolin's figure was shrouded in faint sunlight in the ruins where the palace was located. Everyone looked at him, with endless fear in their eyes. They didn't know why this powerful master suddenly shot, and the methods are so terrifying. Very good. Brolin smiled across the corner of his mouth in the ruins. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the effect of Shen Luo Tianzheng. Samsara is worthy of being at the star level, and the secret technique he contains is also at the star level. Brolin used a ninjutsu such as Shen Luo Tianzheng, powerful enough to change the color of the star level powerhouse at the same level as him. And the secret techniques contained in the writing wheel eyes such as Uedu and other gods have almost no effect on the star level powerhouses. Because of the low level, no matter how strong the user is, it is invalid. The stronger will often create higher level secrets, and abandon the secrets they created when they were weak. It is as if the Lord of the Universe can only use the secret method of the Master of the Universe, instead of choosing to use the secret method of the Universe Venerable to fight against the strong at the same level. It is completely useless. Unfortunately, the secret technique of Samsara's eyes still can't surpass the star level. Once I reach the universe level, Samsara's eyes will be gone. After all, the world of Naruto is only a first-level world, and the secret technique here is simply impossible. Samsara's eyes on heaven-defying are nothing but the eyes of the natives of this world. For me at this stage, Samsara's eyes are still valuable. However, I don't like Jian when fighting. Brolin muttered to himself, and then drank it. Black dragon. Understand? The black light flickered, and the black dragon appeared. Although it is already an intelligent life, the black dragon does not have its own body, so there is usually no call from Brolin, he is hidden in Brolin's body. At this moment, it naturally understood Brolin's meaning. If you want to start ninjutsu without passing through the seal, there is naturally only one way, and that is to convert ninjutsu into a secret technique of talent. Talent conversion. The black dragon screamed, glowing black light all over his body, shining towards Brolin's body. Brolin's body suddenly shook, and a familiar feeling emerged. He closed his eyes, feeling the birth of golden talent secret patterns in the depths of his soul. Sure enough, even if the secret method is not recorded, but hidden in the soul bloodline, it can be found by the system and transformed into a talent secret pattern. Brolin exclaimed. At this moment, all kinds of ninjutsu in Samsara's eyes were extracted by the system, and they began to be converted into secret patterns, imprinted in Brolin's will and soul. Shenluo Tianzheng, Vian Tian Tianyan, Earth burst heavenly stars, Samsara's innate art, Susananhu, Izanaki, Izanamai, other gods, moon reading. There are 9 talent secret patterns in full, which means 9 powerful talent secret methods. Chapter 11. There are 4 kinds of eyes belonging to Samsara, and the original secret technique of writing round eyes has been retained, and there are also 5 kinds. Brolin whispered. However, for him at present, there are only 4 Samsara eye secret techniques and Susanoo no Hu that really have the effect of combat augmentation. The other 4 mysteries belong to the illusion art ninjutsu, which is of a lower level. It is not enough to face the star-level powerhouse and will be seen through by the opponent. However, it seems a bit strange. The secret technique seems to be incomplete. He was a little puzzled. It seemed that the power of Samsara's eyes was a bit incomplete. At least he didn't get the spirit technique of the round tomb edge and the outer golem in the original plot. Related to it are the 6 techniques of puppets. This made him a little puzzled, and that's all about the prison near the tomb. After all, Uchiha Madara started to use this trick after becoming a 10-tailed Manju. At this moment, he did not condense the jade for seeking Taoism. But the outer golem is indeed the secret technique of Samsara's eyes, and without this 10-tailed body, how could he become a human pillar? If he can't become a pillar of strength, he won't get the hell around the tomb that makes him so greedy. Brolin was a little depressed. But it doesn't matter. He was relieved soon. Samsara eyes can only work when I am star level. Even a powerful secret technique such as the edge of the tomb hell will be seen through when facing a powerhouse beyond the star rank. After all, the level of Samsara's eyes is there, which only belongs to the secret technique of the star stage. What's more, now I have a lot of strength, even in the face of Datong Muhui, I am not worth it. Besides, I have other ways to become stronger. His eyes looked at the pair of white eyes on the side. After all, in the original plot, the ultimate form of reincarnation eyes with white eyes is not weaker than Samsara's eyes. Soon, Brolin took out the surgical equipment that had been put into the world ring in advance, and then lay on the surgical equipment. Samsara's eye abilities have been transformed into a talent mystery pattern, and he can use those abilities without relying on these eyes. At this moment, he intends to change his eyes. The operation was very fast and smooth. The technology of the original universe was undoubtedly very powerful. During this process, everyone around the top of the mountain that was almost flattened, including Mizuki, watched Brolin's series of weird actions, but none dared to act. Brolin's strength has been deeply imprinted in their minds, and no one has the courage to resist. This stunned eyes, there really is something different. Brolin felt a slightly different visual effect at this moment. In the original plot, to evolve the white eyes into reincarnated eyes, it takes a lot of eyes and pupil power. Brolin said to himself. To put it bluntly, this is the same as the evolving of Shul Anyun into Samsara's eyes, both of which require strong will and soul power to promote the evolution of the eyes. With the previous experience of evolving the writing round eyes, Brolin quickly began to infuse will and soul power into his eyes. But soon, he discovered something was wrong. With the continuous injection of the will and soul of the star grade, it irritated the eyes, but the pair of eyes did not change at all. And there was no tendency to evolve to higher levels of reincarnation eyes. What's the matter? Brolin was puzzled. His thinking should be correct. Under the stimulation of star-level soul willpower, Byun will definitely evolve to a higher level just like Swanyan. But now, the reality is not like this. Could it be that? He thought of a possibility. In the original book, the reincarnated eye appears in the plot of the theater version. In the real Naruto story, it didn't appear. Even Daetong Myokagaya, who appeared in the end, only had white eyes. Could it be that the eyes of this world have no so-called final form? Brolin seemed to understand a little, and there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He knew that the idea of getting rebirth eyes might be lost. Forget it, reincarnated eyes and samsara eyes are nothing but star-level things, which are of little value to me. Brolin enlightened himself. Since the evolutionary reincarnation eye is hopeless, Brolin simply changed back to samsara's eye. After all, with the memory of the earthling Luolin, Brolin still has a special feeling for samsara. In the end, only the cells between the columns are left. Brolin looked at the skin tissue in the other glass bottle. The first generation of Naruto Senshou was known as the god of the ninja world, and his Mu-Dun was also a very powerful blood succession boundary, so Brolin would naturally not give up such a powerful force. Using surgical equipment, Brolin implanted the extracted intercolumn cells into his own body without hesitation. In the original plot, the intercolumn cells are very domineering. If implanted rashly, once it fails, the body will lignify and die miserably. The most important thing is that this probability is very high. However, as a star-level powerhouse, Brolin didn't believe that with his cell strength, he could not absorb the cells between the Qianchaozu. After all, Qianchaozujian's body is only star grade. Even if it fails, his cells will not be able to lignify Brolin's body. With the help of surgical equipment, the cells were successfully implanted in the body. Sure enough, my body can withstand the cells between the thousand hands pillars. Brolin secretly said. As a message from blood came to mind, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, his hands quickly formed a seal, and he shouted sharply. Mu-Dun, the tree world is here. The force within the body ran away instantly, rushing into the ground along Brolin's body, spreading in all directions. Immediately afterwards, there was a huge earthquake on the ground, as if an earthquake occurred on the top of the mountain, and the earth began to undulate like waves. Huge black shadows rushed up from the surface, piece after piece, covering the sky. Surprisingly, huge trees, bringing out an earthquake-like aura, broke out of the ground. In an instant, the entire mountain top was covered by countless huge trees, like a primitive jungle. Between the tree trunks, Mizuki and the others kept dodge the wildly growing branches, their expressions shocked. This kind of ninjutsu, which can change the landscape on a large scale, really frightened them. At this moment, Brolin was almost an omnipotent god in their eyes. Unfortunately, the secret art of the arrival of the tree realm and the other wood escapes are only close to the star level. It can only pose a certain threat to the star level powerhouses. Once I break through to the universe level, at most I will expand the tree world. The scope of influence cannot strengthen the destructive power of these giant trees. Mu-Dun is only close to the star level blood inheritance limit. Its level determines that it only has value for the star level Brolin. Once Brolin broke through to the universe level, Mu Dun's secret technique would become tasteless. Unless Brolin is willing to use the occult strengthening system to strengthen Mu Dun to chaotic source level. Obviously, Brolin could not do this. There are a total of 8 opportunities left for the secret technique enhancement, and every time you have to be cautious and cautious. There is still a long time before I break through to the universe level. Before that, whether it is Samsara I or Mu Dun, my strength has been greatly increased. Brolin secretly said. He is now much stronger than when he first entered this world. Now he can completely run the world on his own. The game has just started now. On the top of the mountain, Brolin looked at the huge trees all around, and instantly activated Shenluo Tianzheng to sweep out a flat space. Owner. When Mizuki and others appeared, they all knelt down in front of Brolin with an expression of awe. There is one thing you need to accomplish. Brolin said. Master, please. Mizuki and the others were all serious. No matter what method is used, I need you to collect all 9-tailed beasts for me as soon as possible. When everyone heard the words, their faces were shocked. You know, the prestige of the tail beasts can be said to be unknown in the ninja world, and their power is far beyond the ninja, and it is not something ordinary people can contend. What's more, almost most of the tail beasts are now sealed in the body of the people in the major ninja villages. If you want to take the tail beasts, it means to be an enemy of the various ninja villages. Even though their 30-odd people had reached the phantom level at this moment, they still felt horrified at the thought of fighting each and every powerful shinobu. After all, no matter how high a personal strength is, it cannot withstand the siege of thousands of ninjas in a ninja village. The war ninjutsu launched by thousands of ninjas is absolutely destroying the world. Why, there is a problem. Brolin said coldly. Subordinates, we must do our best. Mizuki and others gritted their teeth. Although your chakra level is comparable to the shadow level, after all, the ninjutsu you master is almost all below A level. Fighting against the real shadow level existence is probably not an opponent at all. Brolin sneered, however, since I need it. If you go to complete the task, it is naturally impossible for you to die in vain. After speaking, he raised his right hand, the brilliant golden light condensed on his fingertips, and then a series of golden light spots burst out, rushing into the bodies of Mizuki and others. The faces of everyone showed ecstasy, and the scene before them was really familiar. They closed their eyes and carefully realized the more information in their minds. I gave you strength, so don't let me down. Chapter 12 Konoha, here I am. Konoha in the morning is quiet and serene. Most ordinary people have not gotten up yet. After all, as the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world, the civilians of Konoha can still have a very happy life. There is almost no war that can spread to this village, and the enemies are blocked by the ninja. Konoha it is still very safe in itself. At this moment, the Hokage building. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Rizan sat in the office early, with a pipe in his mouth, and his aging face was full of sadness. During this period of time, he can be said to be very distressed. After more than 10 days, Naruto who was captured by the mysterious youth still has no news. Konoha's ninja was almost half dispatched and searched around, but there was no progress. Naruto was taken abducted, to some extent he has his responsibility. He also tried to use the fake seal scroll to hone Naruto with the help of Mizuki's ambition. As a Kyuubi person Zulai, Naruto's importance to Konoha is self-evident. Therefore, during this period, the two consultants and Danzang took the opportunity to attack him and grab his rights. Danzo seems to be a little restless recently. 3 generations sighed heavily. He knew that Danzo had always disagreed with the way he managed Konoha, and had always coveted Hokage's position. But there has always been a tacit understanding between the two. At least, the 3 generations believed that Danzo would never dare to do anything extraordinary as long as he was still alive. However, in recent days, according to Anbu's observations, the actions of the root tissues are somewhat unusual. Just last night, Danzo left Konoha for a while, not knowing where he went. I hope my worry is unnecessary. 3 generations muttered to themselves. What he didn't know was that the time when the root organization began to move abnormally was exactly the time when Mizuki began to contact Danzo. Konoha, what a good place. At an altitude of several hundred meters, Brolin carried his hands on his back and looked down at the building below, with a smile across his mouth. Konoha's ninja really paid a lot to enjoy peace in the chaotic ninja world. Slowly falling, he stood on top of the Hokage rock, and then looked at the location of the Hokage building. Sarutobi-san /. The loud shout resounded like thunder throughout Konoha, and the sound wave even shook the house. Almost everyone was awakened by this sound, and after the astonishment, their expressions changed. Who is so rude, dare to call 3 generations of adults? Unacceptable. I have to say that the 3 generations of Hokage still have a very lofty position in Konoha. Hearing someone disrespectful of the 3 generations at this moment is filled with righteous indignation. However, unlike these ordinary people, every ninja who heard the voice changed his face. They realized that a foreign enemy had invaded. Quick, hurry up. The direction of the sound seems to come from Hokage Rock. Soon, all the ninjas in the whole village started to move. In the Hokage building, the face of the 3rd generation changed slightly. He naturally heard the shout, and without hesitation, he flashed and rushed out. At this moment, the Hokage Rock is located. Hundreds of ninjas gathered here, looking badly one by one, looking at the young figure standing above the head of the original Naruto Senjutama. But they didn't make a move. Secretly, someone is transmitting the sound, belonging to the Anbu, let everyone restrain, don't take it lightly. Because he recognized Brolin, he knew that this was the mysterious figure who kidnapped the 9-tailed man Zulai that night, and his strength is unknown. Don't act rashly, wait until the 3 generations of adults arrive. Surround him first. Some ninjas were discussing secretly, and they started to act quietly. At this moment, there are still a large number of ninjas coming one after another. Brush. A figure appeared. Master Kai. The ninja on the side suddenly looked respectful. The person here is Metkai, who has the title of Konoha Blue Beast. Kay responded, and then looked at Brolin's figure. Brolin obviously noticed Kay's appearance, and looked at the other side as well. The eyes are facing each other. So strong. Metkai's pupils shrank slightly, his muscles tightened instantly, and he felt the pressure. If it is about physical skills, Metkai is undoubtedly the most powerful existence in the entire ninja world, and at the same time the person who has studied the physical skills most deeply. Especially after cultivating Beiman Dunjia, the familiarity and control of the human body can be said to have reached a very terrifying point. With extraordinary acumen, Metkai can clearly perceive that the opponent's physique has reached a very astonishing level, and the whole body exudes a terrifying blood chi. Is he also a ninja who cultivates physical skills? Metkai was shocked. Brolin stared at Kay, his mouth arched. He is a star-level powerhouse, and in terms of life level, he is equivalent to the world's 6th-level powerhouse. However, the energy in his body comes from the original universe of the 3rd-level world, which is much stronger than the chakra in this world. The 2 energies are not at the same level. This also caused his body to be much stronger than those of the same world as his realm. Even the 10 tails at the peak, at this moment, in terms of physical strength, I am afraid they are slightly inferior to Brolin. Swipe. A Daoist shadow appeared one after another. Asuma, Yurihong, Kimu Kakashi, and others arrived. In addition, there are secretly older generations of powerhouses who are watching, such as the pig-deer butterfly combination and the Hyagonesis, and other patriarchs are all alarmed. Because both the content that Brolin shouted just now, or the power contained in the voice, these people have to pay attention to it. Dare to call the names of the 3 generations directly, and the sound waves make the buildings tremble. Is this kind of existence the same? In order to prevent Brolin's sneak attack, 3 generations left most of Konoha's elite in the village. Konoha at this moment can almost be said to be the strongest force in the ninja world. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone, and it was the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi. 3 generations of adults, everyone shouted. "It's you!" When Sarutobi Hitachi saw Brolin, he couldn't help but drank low. The expression is complicated, with surprises and worries. The good news is that Konoha has been tracking the whereabouts of this person since this time, but he didn't expect the other person to appear at this moment. What worries him is that the other party has taken the 9-tailed Julie, and now he dares to appear in Konoha in an open manner. He must be confident. His eyes. 3 generations' hearts moved, a little strange. He saw Brolin's samsara eyes. It seems that the other's eyes were not like this before. Hehe, since the 3rd generation of Hokage still remembers me, shouldn't we forget our agreement? Brolin smiled. When the 3rd generation heard this, their brows suddenly frowned. He knew that the other party was referring to the use of forbidden surgery scrolls and primary cells in exchange for human pillar power. Your Excellency has taken my Konoha forcibly, and it is a bit too much to try to seize Konoha's things. The 3rd generation said in a deep voice. Hearing these words, the ninjas present immediately glared at Brolin. It is naturally impossible for the 3 generations to preach about the abduction of Ren's Huli, so most Konoha ninjas are still in a state of ignorance. At this moment, he heard that Brolin had taken Konoha's person, and in turn threatened 3 generations, suddenly furious. Among the crowd, only a few insiders had a gloomy face. "Do you really want to put me Konoha to put in one's eyes?" An old man walked out beside the 3rd generation, who was Elder Consultant Mito Minion. "Do you want to go to war with Konoha?" On the other side, Consultant Xiao Chun said with a bad look. When the two of them spoke, nearly 1,000 ninjas around began to commotion slightly. For them, Konoha is their home, and anyone who tries to hurt Konoha will be madly hit by them. In the distance, Danzo is standing on the roof of a building. He really came. Dan Zhang's face was very calm. Forbidden spell scroll can turn the phantom level powerhouse into a real shadow level. He will naturally not give up. "That's okay, let this guy help me remove the obstacles on the road." Danzo's eyes became gloomy, and he looked at the 2 consultants around the 3 generations. "Let these idiots continue to lead Konoha, it will only go completely destruction. If you don't break or stand, Konoha should experience nirvana once." On Hokage Rock, Brolin suddenly sneered when he heard the words of the 2 consultants. "Konoha, what is it?" he said, instantly angering everyone below. "What an arrogant guy! I will teach him severely." "Hokage-sama, give an order." "Yes, let's do it." Konoha ninjas were all angry. If it hadn't been for the 3rd generations that they hadn't given orders, they would have rushed forward. In the crowd, Kakashi Heiji pulled off his mask, revealing the writing wheel, trying to see the reality of the opponent. An elite like them, Shangren, didn't shout and scream like everyone else, but looked serious. Because they all felt a dangerous breath from Brolin's body. This is the ability that has been trained on the battlefield, and belongs to the intuition of the strong. The 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi was still motionless, his eyes fixed on Brolin, not knowing what he was thinking. "I can't see it at all." He was secretly surprised. With his strength and experience, he couldn't see the depth of the other party at all. There isn't a trace of chakra in the whole body, just like an ordinary person. Sarutobi Hitachi was a little unbelievable. But that dangerous intuition can't be wrong. In this case, there are generally only 2 possibilities. Either the opponent is not a ninja at all, or the opponent is stronger than him, and much stronger. The former is obviously impossible. Sarutobi Riska can be sure that the opponent is very strong and is a real powerhouse. This is based on the opponent's previous performance and his intuition that Sarutobi Riska is also a strong. Then, there is only one possibility. This guy is probably stronger than me. Chapter 13. As the third generation of Naruto, the strength of Sarutobi Risky is naturally needless to say. Even if he is old and weak, he still possesses real shadow-level strength. In the original plot, if the Ashimaru were not reincarnated through the dirty soil, with the help of part of the power of the first and second generations, it would be impossible to defeat the third generation, let alone kill it. At this moment, facing opponents who are likely to be stronger than themselves, the three generations of course cannot rashly take action, but are thinking about countermeasures. Your request is indeed difficult. Three generations said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, I can't agree. The opponent is already powerful. If he really gets the scroll of forbidden technique, he will undoubtedly become stronger. For such an existence that looks like an enemy but is not a friend, it is naturally impossible for the three generations to act to enhance the strength of the other party. If your excellency can change your mind and return the kidnapped kid to us at this moment, then I promise Konoha that this has never happened. The words of the three generations are clear, scrolls are impossible to give, and Konoha does not accept threats. But they don't want to tear their faces and go to war directly, so the best result is Brolin handed over Naruto, so that everyone will treat this matter as non-existent. Hello, me, hello, everyone. This attitude, on the one hand, shows Konoha's toughness, on the other hand, it also shows that the three generations do not want to be an enemy of Brolin. You are very strong, but Konoha pays a terrible price and it is not impossible to clean up you, so don't challenge our bottom line, just accept it when you see it. This is the subtext of the three generations. No one objected, on the one hand because of the influence of the three generations. On the other hand, it is because not only the three generations, but the secret masters and strong men such as Metkai and Kakashi, all have judgments in their hearts, and the opponent's strength is very strong, so they are unwilling to take easy moves. After all, at this moment in Konoha, once a war starts, it is likely to spread to the village. The noisy crowd gradually calmed down. No one was a fool. After seeing the reaction of the three generations and others, everyone calmed down. Obviously they realized that their opponents are not easy to provoke, otherwise their own strong will not react this way. Hat. Brolin sneered, then looked at the third generation of Hokage. Unexpectedly, after waiting for more than 10 days, the Lord Hokage actually gave me such a ridiculous answer. Immediately afterwards, his face became extremely cold, and he said, in a word, the Forbidden Technique scroll exchanges the strength of the human column, change it, or not. Your Excellency is really going to be aggressive. Three generations' expressions fell completely cold. It's really going to go to war, you won't have a good end. Naruto consultant Mito Manyunyan said coldly. At the scene, the atmosphere was cold to freezing in an instant. It seems that you still haven't figured out the situation. Brolin said quietly, his eyes cold. It's not that I am forcing you, but you, forcing me to kill. Susanoo can be. With Brolin's low drink, the huge star-level force in his body suddenly exploded, and the entire Hokage rock was shattered by this force. And the rocks pierced through the air for a while. The Konoha ninjas present were all shocked, only feeling a huge force rushing toward their faces, and their bodies began to retreat involuntarily. At this moment, a pitch-black skeleton emerged, completely formed by the force, and appeared behind Brolin. Immediately afterwards, the tendons and muscles began to twist, condensed, and attached to the skeleton, and then the dark skin quickly covered all parts. Soon, a huge energy giant with a height of tens of meters and a black cloak all over appeared. Powerful and unparalleled power emerged from the black giant, and black air waves swept in all directions, shattering the ground, spreading like a spider web. The scarlet eyes are like a lighthouse, projecting too dark and strange blood mixed with unknown aura. What is this? What a terrible breath! Everyone was shocked, and the black giant that suddenly appeared enveloped Brolin, and the energy aura exuded was too amazing. Even elite Shangren such as Metkai and Kakashi were shocked by this power, and their expressions were very solemn. In front of the crowd, 3 generations' faces changed drastically. How is it possible? This is the power of the Uchiha clan. The 3rd generation was completely shocked. Perhaps others did not know the origin of this black giant, but as a disciple of the 2nd generation of Hokage, he knew very well about some secrets. This kind of power, once used by Uchiha Madara, is said to belong to the higher level kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes of the Uchiha clan. This guy is the Uchiha clan. The 3 generations' expressions were extremely ugly in an instant. He thought a lot, and he even began to wonder if the opponent was really the Uchiha clan, then whether it was because of the Uchiha clan being destroyed. But this kind of breath is not chakra. Everyone was shocked. The aura on the black giant exuded evil waves, terrifying and powerful, but it was not chakra, but another powerful force. Is this surprised? Brolin sneered, it's not over yet. As his words finished, the black giant began to change again. A pair of jet black wings suddenly grew out, and the black cloak quickly changed to form a jet black armor. The giant's face also formed a heavenly dog mask. Its body was sharply raised, no longer the appearance of the upper body, but a complete form close to 100 meters. A jet black war knife appeared in the hands of the giant. This is the complete Susanoo. Brolin drank low, looking down below. At this time, he had already risen in the air, nearly 100 meters above the ground, and entered a diamond-shaped crystal on the center of the eyebrows of Susanoo's head. Very strong. Feeling the power contained in Susanoo, Brolin's eyes glowed. As expected in the original work, Madara Uchiha is called a tyrannical existence that can cut through the whole world. The mystery of this secret technique is that the Uchiha clan uses the kaleidoscope to write round eyes and converts their own powerful spiritual energy into physical energy, so that the clan can make up for their shortcomings in the physical attack level. As we all know, the writing round eyes of the Uchiha clan mainly strengthened the ninjutsu of mental energy illusion art, which is far inferior to families such as the Senju clan and the Kagaya clan in terms of physical attacks. And Susanoo is a powerful secret technique that can use mental energy to enhance the body's strength. Uchiha Itachi in the original story, after he opened the kaleidoscope, his will and soul have reached the strength of the planet level, which is also the shadow level, but his physical strength is far less than this level. Therefore, his illusion art is very strong, but his physical skills are much inferior. However, once he casts the Susanoo, the planet-level mental energy will be converted into chakra power, which merges into his body, causing his power to skyrocket, and finally forming an energy giant in the form of material. At this time, under the blessing of the will and soul power of the planet class, the giant formed by Susanoo will have the dual power of spirit and body, reaching the physical level of the planet class. Another example is Uchiha Madara. His soul and will is star level, but his body is still planet level. Compared with Senju Suzuma, who has a star level body, his physical attack level is a bit worse. However, relying on Susanoo, he transformed the star level soul willpower into the physical energy of a giant, so that he could carry out the ultimate physical confrontation between the Valley of the End and the Senjutsu. Converting the power of the will and soul into the power of the physical level, this is the mystery of Susanoo. My will, soul, and body are all at the star level, and there is no such thing as the Uchiha clan's weaker body than the spirit. Brolin said to himself, this Susanoo will combine my soul power with the original body in my body. The power is combined. The combined power is completely supplied to the black giant. At this moment, Brolin's black beard can be like a giant, and his power level is stronger than Brolin's deity. After all, the combination of the power of the soul and the body is not the result of 1 + 1. 10 times. The power level of the Susanoo energy body is 10 times that of the first level of the star level of my body. It has almost reached the 5th level of the star level. In the original universe, the power level of the star level first order is 100 times that of the planet level 9th order, while the star level second order is twice that of the star level first order. 256 times. At this moment, Suzuo can be 10 times as powerful as star level first tier power, between star level 4th tier and 5th tier power, close to the 5th tier power. Suzuno, it really surprised me. Brolin sighed. This kind of secret technique is really too powerful, and it can play a decisive role in the battle between the strong at the same level. It is also the first tier of the star level. After turning on the Suzuonangu, Brolin can completely sweep the powerhouse at the same level. Unfortunately, this secret technique is limited by the level of Samsara's eyes. Brolin secretly regretted. Once he breaks through to the universe level, he must be able to use mystery, and he will not be able to combine the soul and body of his universe level. Perhaps, we can really consider strengthening Susanoo. At this moment, above the ground, Konoha Ninja had already started to move frantically. The 4 purple flame arrays have already opened, besieging Brolin's Suzuonangu. From a distance, it looks like a purple rectangular glass cover, and Suzuonangu is undercut. Almost all Konoha's ninjas gathered, there were thousands of them. A large number of ninjas gathered together, ready to collectively release a large-scale attack ninjutsu. Chapter 14. Just now, Suzuno's terrifying power frightened Konoha, and he had to immediately use the most powerful force to face this unprecedented powerful enemy. The 4 Zeon arrays will definitely not be able to trap each other. The 3 generations had a heavy face, and said to everyone around them, "Wait a while, we will catch the moment when the other party is out of trouble, and use the mass ninjutsu attack to keep him away from Konoha." At this moment, the battlefield is almost in Konoha, and the aftermath of the battle will bring unimaginable disasters to the village. Feeling the energy fluctuations emitted by the black giant, the 3 generations only felt that the soul was throbbing. Many are as a car. Looking at the energy barrier condensed by the 4 purple flame array, Brolin sneered. Nearly 100 meters tall, the black body is completely black, exuding a monstrous evil aura. At this moment, he is moving with his thoughts. The jet black arm is holding the same gloomy war knife, just slashing randomly. Black the blade split the purple light wall of the 4 purple flame formations in 2. In the distance, 3 generations of discoloration. He expected that the 4 purple flame formations would not be able to trap the other party, but he did not expect that the other party would behave so casually, which made his heart instantly fall to the bottom. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Go!" After the words were over, thousands of ninjas instantly launched ninjutsu at the same time. Fire escape, water escape, wind escape, earth escape, a large number of group ninjutsu bombarded out, erupting amazing power. You know, thousands of ninjas release ninjutsu at the same time, also called war ninjutsu. Ninjutsu of this scale is extremely powerful, and ordinary shadow-level powerhouses have to retreat. In the original book, during the 4th Ninja War, Uchiha Madara in the reincarnated state definitely already possessed the power of the 6th level, but many ninjas released the war ninjutsu together and could still compete with each other. At this moment, thousands of Konoha ninjas joined forces, among them elites like Kakashi, Shangren. How powerful is the terrifying Chakra torrent, and rushed towards Brolin. This level may not be able to kill him, but it can definitely keep him away from Konoha. 3 generations looked nervous. What he was thinking at the moment was not to quickly defeat Brolin, but to shift the battlefield to minimize Konoha's losses. Water escape, fire escape, earth escape, and wind escape, 4 large-scale war ninjutsu rushed up from the ground, facing the bombardment of the 100-meter-high Black Susanoo. No amount of ants can shake the dragon. Brolin's expression remained unchanged. Suzuonangu raised the pitch-black sword in his hand, stepped forward, and slashed out. Boom! A huge roar accompanied by a powerful wave of air impacted in all directions. The black blade light slashed through the void. The 4 wars of ninjutsu was crushed by Suzuonohu, and the terrifying energy flow permeated, and Suzuonohu itself was only retreated. Step! How can it be? Below, everyone was stunned, followed by horror on their faces. Too strong. Everyone was a little desperate at the moment, and even the powerful war ninjutsu could not compete with each other. At this time, among Konoha ninjas, a green figure suddenly rose into the sky, bursting into the air with a blue light instantly. A hole, don't be too arrogant, a passionate youth will not admit defeat. With an angry expression on his face, Metkai opened the seventh door directly, and the huge chakra breath shook the sky. He was full of anger, and directly hit the center of the eyebrows of Suzuonengu. The terrifying power of the tiger's roar made everyone below excited, and hope ignited in their hearts. K. Below, Kakashi yelled and worried when seeing his friend approaching alone. The seventh door, Hirudo. Brolin looked at the impact of Metkai, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I am really underestimated. Boom! Hit! Everyone exclaimed, showing joy. The powerful Sun Tiger directly bombarded Susanoo's forehead, a loud noise erupted, and a terrifying wave of air blasted all around. However, Metkai did not have the slightest joy, and instead felt cold in his heart. How is it possible? Metkai was shocked, with incredible eyes. What a terrible defense, it didn't hurt me a day, tiger. Suzuo's eyebrows, where Brolin's diamond-shaped crystals were, a celestial tiger bombarded by Metkai was here, and there was no effect at all. If it was said that Suseo ninjutsu had shown amazing offensive power by breaking through the war ninjutsu with a single knife, then at this moment, the unscathed and uncompromised defense revealed an incomparable defense. Open the eighth door, otherwise, I don't even have the desire to shoot you. Brolin said coldly, staring at Metkai. This guy. Metkai heard this, his face extremely ugly. In the face of such a powerful, offensive and defensive adversary, he felt extremely difficult. Before quickly returning to the crowd, he looked up at the huge figure of Suzuonengu with a solemn expression. Konoha, is there only this level of strength? Brolin looked down recklessly, and the sword in Suzuo's hand swung high, and instantly cut it down in the horrified eyes of everyone. Boom! A huge black energy blade light of several tens of meters blasted out, as if to split the world and the earth. The light of the horror knife smashed all obstacles ahead. The entire Konoha was almost divided into two by this knife, countless buildings were destroyed, dust filled the sky, and huge cracks on the ground spread far away. Damn it! At this moment, all Konoha ninjas, including the third generation, have blood-red eyes. The stab just now destroyed a lot of Konoha's buildings. I don't know how many civilians died there under a single strike. Even some weaker ninjas were not spared from the shocking blow. Endless anger, mixed with fear, began to spread in everyone's hearts. All the people in the village, now immediately move the civilians in the village, especially to ensure the safety of the children. 3 generations shouted, the others are scattered, don't concentrate. 3 generations realized that in the face of the almost unmatched power of Suzuonengu, blind concentration can only cause huge casualties. The difference in power levels is too great to be able to contend at all. The 3 generations' expressions were ugly to the extreme. He regretted it and underestimated the opponent's strength too much. At this moment, the black Suzuo can be like a giant, and the pressure on him is too great. Feeling the majestic momentum, the 3 generations are almost desperate. After all, even in the original work, even Gakage almost wanted to give up resistance when facing Uchiha Madara's complete body. Because the strength gap is too big, there is no hope at all. Whether it is a powerful physical attack or a weird spiritual illusion art attack, Suzuo can perfectly resist. At this moment, Konoha's ninjas have performed all kinds of ninjutsu madly, but, in any case, they can't defeat the extremely powerful defense of Susanoo. It's so boring. Brolin smiled, Suzuonengu swung a knife again, and the horrible energy raged, the black knife light pierced the sky, and once again hit Konoha's ground with a huge crack of thousands of meters. There was nothing to stop him, and as Suzuonengu swung his saber, pieces of buildings were thrown into the air with a large number of ninjas. A hole! Stop it! In front of the crowd, Medkai roared, the breath of his body began to soar violently, a trace of bloody airflow began to gush out of his body, and the black pupils began to gradually disappear. Oh, are you going to open the 8th door? Brolin looked over. Very well, that's interesting. K, don't be impulsive. Kakashi drank from the side. He knew that the 8 doors Dungia, once Kai opened the dead door, he could explode with great power, but the cost was the complete loss of his life. He didn't want to lose this friend. We can try again, maybe there are other ways to beat the opponent. Kakashi persuaded, but unfortunately, he couldn't believe such words in his heart. As Konoha's elite ninja and a well-known copy ninja in the ninja world, Kakashi felt an unprecedented powerlessness at this moment, because the opponent was too strong. Kakashi, don't say any more. Kai's eyes looked at the distance, Nasu Sano, slashing with one knife after another, bringing up a large area of buildings and ninjas. No matter how passionate the youth is, there will be a day when it will burn out. To protect Konoha, I will go all out. Boom! Scarlet steam suddenly erupted, and Medkai completely opened the 8th door, the dead door. 8-gate Dungia array. With a loud shout, Kai rose into the sky, stepping on the air with his solace, and rushing towards Suzuonengu. Coming! Seeing Medkai, who was covered in bloody steam, rushed forward, even Brolin couldn't help but look serious. After all, Kai, who was fully open with 8 doors, almost killed Ryudao Madara, who had become the pillar of the 10-tailed man. With his strength at the moment, it can be said to be almost the same as that of Ryudaobon. Although he is not the 10-tailed human pillar and does not have the surprisingly defensive jade for seeking Taoism, but with the help of a stronger universe force than Chakra, Suzuonengu, defensive power, is not weaker than for seeking Taoism. It can even be said to be stronger. Let me see the power of the 8-door Dungia. Brolin laughed, and Susanaa's saber slashed towards Kai. Chapter 15. Xian Xiang. Medkai yelled and bombarded with a fist upward, and a huge shock wave swept towards the black saber. Boom! The invincible black blade was actually blocked by the air shock wave of Yuxiang at this moment, and Suzuonengu held the sword with both hands, but it was unable to press it down. Very good, that's interesting. Brolin's eyes glowed. Brush! Medkai's figure disappeared and instantly appeared on the side of Susanoo. Xian Xiang. Boom! The huge shock wave hits, and the powerful such as Susanoo is staggered, and the black energy armor on the side has cracks. Continue. Medkai's eyes lit up and he roared, his figure flashing continuously, and he shot 4 consecutive blows around Brolin. 4 consecutive terrifying shock waves erupted almost instantly at the same time, restraining Suzuonohu. 4 huge air pillars continued to squeeze, and Suzuonohu's whole body cracks were made up, making a terrible click sound. Just when Medkai wanted to continue to explode in the evening, a sharp pain stopped his figure instantly, and a large amount of cold sweat slipped from his forehead. The body, it's starting to not bear it. Medkai's heart sank. Below, everyone including the 3 generations is shocked. Except for a few people who know Beiman Dungia, most ninjas have seen this technique for the first time. Too strong. Someone shivered with excitement. Finally there is hope. Master K is too good. The fire of hope ignited in the hearts of everyone who had been almost desperate. K. The 3 generations' expressions were extremely heavy. He naturally knew that Medkai, who used the 8-door Dungia formation, could ascension to an astonishing level, but the price was unbearable. Paying such a huge price must be successful. Kakashi clenched his fists, eyes filled with pain. He hated his incompetence, he could only watch his comrades desperately, but he could not help. Everyone, go all out! 3 generations yelled, and immediately sealed, and psychically produced the golden cudgel and rushed towards Suzuonengu. The shuriken shadow clone technique. Countless shurikens formed a huge sword formation, whizzing towards Suseo Nohu. Superior. At least check the other party. Reduce the pressure on Master Kai. Everyone shot frantically, all kinds of ninjutsu came out, bombarding Brolin. Humph! Brolin sneered. Black Suzuo was shocked suddenly, and the 4 air pillars were blasted away, and the terrifying black blade light slashed, instantly breaking through the 3 generations of shuriken formations and swept away everyone's ninjutsu. What an annoying group of bugs! Brolin shouted, "Mu done, the tree world has come." Boom! As his words finished, the ground began to tremble, and huge trees drilled out from under the earth, like dragons dancing, driving the monstrous power, and crushing them toward Konoha. This is the first generation of Mu done. The 3 generations were shocked, and at the same time the figure kept flashing, avoiding the sharp branches coming from the piercing. What? Screams sounded from time to time, and Konoha Ninja couldn't dodge, was pierced by a sharp tree trunk, and died on the spot. Boom! A wooden thorn pierced the ground, and was stabling at Kakashi, who had just avoided a tree. At this moment, Kakashi was leaping in the air. When he reacted, the wood thorn had reached a distance of less than 10 centimeters in front of him, and it was too late for Jian. His pupils suddenly enlarged, and his heart fell to the bottom. Is it over? He was unwilling. At this moment, his earthy writing wheel eyes trembled suddenly, and the 3-gold jade crazily began to spin, and soon revealed a windmill-like pattern. At this moment, in front of his eyes, the space shook, and then a vortex visible to the naked eye appeared, pulling the thorny branches in and disappearing. At the critical moment, Kakashi turned on the mighty power. High in the sky, Metkai panted, his face looked ugly as he watched Brolin break free from Zixiang's oppression. Can't even Zixiang break the defense? He stared at Brolin, and whispered, "Damn it, if you can avoid the energy giant, just attack him directly." Brolin's mouth showed a cruel smile in his eyebrows. At this moment, the entire Konoha village has been transformed into a primitive jungle by the tree world he used to display. All the buildings have been destroyed, and thousands of ninjas have been washed away. On a tree trunk, 3 generations of binoculars are about to breathe fire. Seeing that the entire Konoha village was destroyed under the opponent's ninjutsu, his heart was bleeding. "Do you want to use that trick?" he muttered to himself, his face ugly, "but I'm really not sure." In the air, Brolin stared at Metkai with a playful look on his face. Xi Xiang's power is indeed very strong, but it is not enough to defeat me. You should have another trick called Yekai, I really want to see it. How does this guy know Yekai? Metkai showed an incredible expression upon hearing the words. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "K, shoot." Above the ground, Kakashi jumped up suddenly, and the writing wheel eyes, who had turned into a kaleidoscope, stared at where Brolin was. Shinwei. The aura of spatial fluctuations permeated, where the diamond-shaped crystal on the center of Suzuonengu's eyebrows was located, and a spatial vortex suddenly appeared, separating the energy shell of Suzuonengu, exposing the body of Brolin with a strange look inside. Good opportunity. Metkai was shocked for an instant, and his figure appeared in front of Brolin in a flash. Xiang Xiang! With a loud roar, Metkai almost exhausted all his strength, slamming his fist and bombarding Brolin's chest, bursting out a brilliant red light. Wow! Directly hit by Zixiang, Brolin spewed out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person was like a cannonball, turning into a stream of light and smashing towards the ground. Without Brolin's original force support, Suzuonengu disintegrated in an instant, and the terrifying black giant of 100 meters dissipated invisible. Boom! The rocks pierced through the air, huge smoke and dust rushed straight up, and a huge cave appeared on the ground. Hit! Very good! Both Metkai and Kakashi showed joy, and the blow just hit the opponent's body directly. For a time, the entire battlefield was noisy. Success! In the distance, 3 generations looked excited. In the primitive jungle, everyone who witnessed this scene showed surprise expressions. As the black giant dissipated, they only felt that the pressure in their hearts had suddenly been reduced too much. At this time, I want to hurt me with this level of attack. It's too early to be happy. A low voice came from the bottomless cave, making everyone's complexion change, showing incredible disbelief. Look! Boom! Brolin's figure rose into the sky from the cave, suspended in the air, looking at Metka in front of him. Really careless. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Brolin glanced at Kakashi below. Unexpectedly, Shinwei could break through Suzuonengu. There was a blazing light in his eyes. However, although the power of the blow just now is strong, it is far from being seriously injured. Is this guy really human? In the distance, Metka gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that after receiving a frontal blow to Zixiang, the opponent was only slightly injured, and the breath of the whole body was not weakened at all. This made him unbelievable. But, just now... Ow! Brolin's expression was grim, and he shouted, Shenluo Tianzheng. OM! An unimaginable huge repulsive force violently exploded centered on his body, and the air quavered under the action of this force. The star-level huge universe force vented crazily from his body. Right below, the ground was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a crater-like hole, which was constantly expanding. The invisible repulsive force expanded rapidly, driving the air to form a huge shock wave, radiating in all directions. It's over. The 3 generations of Hokage looked pale, and felt the unstoppable force oscillating in the air. He turned his head back in an instant and yelled at all Konoha ninjas. Everyone, run! However, the speed of the shock wave at this moment has already surpassed the speed of sound. Before his words could spread, the huge shock wave had already fallen and covered. Rumbling. The entire sea of trees was destroyed by the shock wave, including the Konoha ninjas, who are constantly tossing up and down in the torrent of shock waves with the short branches and remnants of the leaves. The 3 generations of Hokage inserted the golden cudgel made by the demonization of the ape into the ground, and resisted firmly. However, soon, as well as a large piece of land under his feet, they were rolled up by the shock wave and tossed into the distance. In the air, Metka gritted his teeth and shot out an evening elephant, resisting the shock wave in front of him with difficulty. And Kakashi below him unleashed his mighty power and sucked the shock wave into the different space. Above the ground, thick smoke billowed straight into the sky, not dissipating for a long time. There are ruins everywhere, and countless ninjas lie among the ruins, life and death unknown. The 3 generations of Hokage pushed a large rock at the top, covered in dust, and slowly got up with a golden hoop in both hands. Konoha, it's really over. A tear fell from his muddy eyes. Chapter 16, Yekai. Looking at the countless Konoha ninjas lying around, the 3 generations' hearts dripped with blood. He understood that no matter what the outcome of this battle, Konoha was over. The loss was so heavy, even if Konoha could repel a strong enemy, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold in the cruel world of forbearance. No matter whether it succeeds or not, I have to use that trick. His expression was dumb, he was determined to die. The smoke cleared, Brolin looked down coldly. No. Forgive me. In midair, Metka's eyes were cracking, and the bloody steam all over his body seemed to be burning. What? With a loud shout, the blood chi all over Metka skyrocketed, and the terrifying blood light was like the setting sun, almost illuminating half of the sky. Finally, are you coming? Brolin looked at Metka, who was almost violent at this moment, with a solemn expression. He knew that the opponent was about to make the final blow. Yekai. Brolin whispered, with anticipation and madness on his face. Being able to become the most powerful prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, standing out among countless brothers, Brolin relied not only on his resourcefulness and the master-level grandfather, but also the daring in his heart. Crazy. In order to really feel the thrill of fighting, I didn't even wear a battle suit. Don't let me down. Brolin yelled frantically. The force was overwhelming, and the black Suzuonangu appeared again, showing a full-body posture, a 100-meter-high body standing on top of the sky. Go to the underworld for atonement. Metka roared, madly accumulating power. The huge scarlet chakra surging constantly, gradually condensed a hideous red dragon head, roaring behind him. Yekai! Metka stomped the air under his feet, and his whole body shot out like an arrow. A terrifying wave of air bombarded the surrounding area. The scarlet dragon followed Metka's sprint and roared towards Brolin. As Ilong roared, huge sound waves shook the sky, the space was affected, and the light began to distort. Sure enough, Yekai has the power to distort space. Brolin's eyes changed slightly. Warn. Discover super energy fluctuations. Brolin's expression shrank, and the black dragon's scream suddenly echoed in his ears. According to system estimates, the opponent's power level has reached the 9th level of star rank. It is recommended that the master not resist hard, otherwise the deity is in danger of falling. Brolin changed color slightly. Yekai's power has reached the 9th star rank. You know, at this moment, his Suzuonangu power level is only close to the level of star grade 5th, that is to say, Yekai's power is more than 16 times that of Suzuonangu. This kind of power, without a battle suit, could completely wipe out his main battle deity. Well, let me experience the feeling of death. Brolin's eyes suddenly showed a crazy look. Die! Metkai kicked heavily on Suseo Nohu, like a sharp dagger pierced into the block of wood. The black Suzu energy body began to twist with the surrounding space, and instantly collapsed. Solution, the terrifying red dragon head swallowed Brolin. Brolin only felt an unimaginable force hit his chest heavily. Suzuonangu did not play any protective role under Yekai's ability to distort the space, and his body directly endured this. With an unimaginable blow, his soul trembled. And his consciousness instantly separated. Boom! The huge explosion shone dazzlingly in the air. The 100-meter-high Suzuonangu disintegrated in an instant, and the terrifying energy fluctuations hit the sky and the ground, and Brolin's figure dissipated in the earth-shattering firelight. The shock wave formed by the terrible big explosion baptized the landmark that was in ruins again. Above the ground, the alive people had to face the terrible shock again and struggle hard. When all the dust settled, the remaining people who survived looked around in shock, and then slowly gathered spontaneously. Is that guy dead? Someone trembled. No one spoke, the 3 generations and others were silent. It should be dead. Master Kai's blow is really terrible, I don't believe anyone can withstand that kind of damage and survive. Someone spoke with a certain tone. There was silence at the scene. In the sky, Metkai's red body floated down like fallen leaves, fell on a large rock, and instantly turned into a pile of ashes. Kakashi's eyes were red on the side. On the other side, the 3 generations and others were also sad. Is Konoha's hero. 3 generations said in a deep voice. The rest of the people are also silent. At this moment, everyone's mood is extremely complicated, and grief and melancholy are intertwined in everyone's hearts. Konoha has suffered an unprecedented calamity, and too many people have lost their lives. 3 generations said, with a sad tone, but the people who survived can't be immersed in the pain forever. Konoha is destroyed and we must rebuild. First, send someone to contact the civilians and the ninjas who were evacuated before, and in addition, immediately search and rescue the wounded in the battlefield. Everyone began to reduce the grief in their hearts. They understood that now is not the time to be sad. Konoha's catastrophe has passed, but the next crisis has just begun. Sarutobi, don't you think you should give an account of what happened today? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Everyone heard it and looked at it. At this moment, Danzo came with dozens of people with a gloomy expression. Danzo. The three generations' expressions suddenly sank. Danzo, what do you mean? Naruto consultant Mito Minion frowned. At this moment, most of the people gathered here are the powerhouses above the level of shinobu, such as Kakashi, Asuma, Yuri Hong, and 2 consultants, all of whom have survived the terrible impact before. What do you mean? Tuanzang sneered, his eyes swept around. Isn't it because of you that Konoha made it like this? He shouted in a low voice, if you didn't analyze the situation clearly and act rashly, how could the village be destroyed? In view of this, I think that Sarutobi you are not a qualified movie at all. Tuanzang Dailing Ran looked at the third generation of Hokage, with the surprise concealed under his eyes. He originally planned to use this conflict to force Hokage to step down, but what he didn't expect was that this conflict would eventually turn into a tragic battle, and Konoha was almost destroyed. However, the final result surprised him. He didn't expect Brolin to actually die in this battle. This was completely beyond his expectation. At this moment, Danzo's mood can be said to be very good. In his opinion, the destroyed village can be completely rebuilt. With the presence of 10 more film classes under his hand, Konoha can not only restore his vitality, but will also achieve greater brilliance under his leadership in the future. The most jealous person in his heart died here, and Konoha's forces belonging to the Hokage line also suffered heavy losses in this battle. At this moment, Danzo feels that he is the biggest winner. Seeing Danzo, whose face became younger, the 3 generations looked extremely ugly. Danzo, are you trying to take the position of Hokage? Turning to the side, Xiao Chun shouted in a low voice. Naruto should have been able to live there. Danzo sneered, I believe that Konoha can re-emerge in the ninja world under my leadership. Why are you? Minion Mito said in a cold voice, taunting, it depends on your root organization. Just rely on them. Tuanzang sneered coldly. Behind him, 10 masked members of the root organization stepped forward, and the breath of chakra began to flow all over. This is... 3 generations of pupils shrank slightly. All the others present also changed their expressions. Shadow-level chakra. Mito Minion gritted his teeth, he stared at Danzo, you have such strength, why didn't you see you make a move just now? Seeing that the village is destroyed and indifferent, but now running to seize power, Danzo, you are Konoha's sinner. Turning to sleep, Xiao Chun yelled. On the side, everyone looked complicated. These people in front of him are all the real highest level of Konoha, and they are members of the elder group. Even if they resented Danzang's behavior in their hearts, they couldn't express it directly. You don't believe you are stupid? Danzo sneered, is it possible for us to intervene in the battle at the level just now? If it weren't for me to keep my strength decisively, how could Konoha in the future gain a foothold in the shinobi world? The 3 generations and others were silent. In this battle, Konoha lost more than 70% of the strong, all of whom were above Zongren. The backbone of the village can be said to have suffered heavy losses. If other shinobu villages invade later, Konoha will be difficult to resist. However, the strength that Danzo suddenly showed at this moment has relieved the pressure in their hearts. 10 more movie-level powerhouses will make Konoha's peak combat power soar. In this way, the safety of the village can be completely protected. At this moment, both consultants have changed expressions. Obviously, Danzo's meaning is very simple. He becomes Hokage, and Konoha will have 10 more film-level powerhouses. If you don't agree to him, no one knows what Danzo will do. At this moment, the initiative is already in the hands of Danzo. As you said, today's disaster really originated from me. The 3 generations said in a low tone, I'm sorry Konoha, and Hokage shouldn't continue to hold the post. You want to be Hokage, you can. 3 generations looked at Danzo, and their conversation suddenly changed. But, I hope you can truly guard the village and everyone as you said. Humph, my feelings for Konoha are no less than you. Tuanzang said coldly. Everyone was silent. The situation was clear now. Danzo occupies an absolute advantage. Konoha's supreme power is about to be controlled by him, and no one can shake his position. At this moment, among the huge ruins, under an inconspicuous rubble, a simple ring was lying quietly, emitting a faint light. Chapter 17 Ghoul Banning. As time passed, the light became brighter, and the entire ring shook slightly. Suddenly, everyone only felt a powerful breath suddenly appear and gradually diffused. This is. 3 generations' complexion changed drastically, and they turned to look at a ruin in an instant. Impossible. How come? Everyone looked horrified, looking at the figure that suddenly appeared not far away. Their faces were full of weirdness. Even Danzo looked unbelievable, but soon, his brow furrowed, as if thinking of something, his face suddenly became ugly. I even forgot this guy's methods. He suddenly remembered the scene where the other party rushed to the sky and exploded brazenly after trading with him for the first time. You are not dead yet. The 3 generations' voices were extremely bitter. As they looked at the figure in front, a feeling of powerlessness spread all over the body. No, I did die. Brolin's figure was suspended in the air, with a smile on his face. Feeling the energy aura of his planet class 9th rank, Brolin couldn't help sighing. Since getting the ultimate shadow clone, in order to prevent the deity's fall, he has already separated a large number of clones. Not only does Naruto World have it, but also the original universe. At this moment, there is also Brolin's clone. The previous deity, without the protection of the battle suit, had already died in the hands of Metkai. At this moment, he was a clone that had been hidden in the World Ring before. The World Ring was made by a master-class powerhouse, and even Yekai could not destroy it. When the deity fell and the ring fell, the clone in the ring sensed that the deity was dead, and immediately began to absorb the energy of the universe crystal to restore its strength. After all, the realm of the ultimate shadow avatar is 2 realms lower than the realm. Brolin's deity is only at the star level, so his clone is only at the apprentice level. Only after the deity falls, the clone can absorb the external power, the strength of ascension becomes a new deity. But this process is not easy, because although the will of the clone is the same as the deity, both are at the star level, but the body and soul are only at the apprentice level, and it is more difficult to recover quickly. In such a short period of time, I only recovered to the top of the planet level. Brolin secretly said, if I become immortal, once the deity falls, the clone wants to recover from the domain master level to immortal, it will take time and resources. A terrifying number. He frowned when he thought of this. Brolin had only recovered to the 9th rank of the planet class at this moment, and although the aura of his body was still strong, it was not the same as before. You are not dead, but you are also seriously injured. Sandai noticed this and said coldly. When the rest of the people heard the words, the color of fear on their faces dissipated a lot, and many people even surged in murderous intentions, wanting to take the opportunity to really kill the culprit of Konoha. Kakashi stared at Brolin, and in the eyes of Scarlet Riding Wheel, the 3-hook jade turned crazily, seeming to open a kaleidoscope form at any time. Obviously, Metkai's death made him hate Brolin, and it was difficult to hide the killing intent in his heart. What you said is generally good. Brolin looked at the 3 generations and sneered. My strength has indeed fallen too much, but what about it? Killing you is still like crushing ants to death. Vientian Sky Attract. Brolin suddenly raised his hand, and suddenly a powerful gravitational force appeared. In the crowd, Kakashi's body trembled suddenly, his face changed drastically, and his body flew towards Brolin uncontrollably. Everyone was shocked, but it was too late to make a move. Shinwei. Kakashi instantly opened the kaleidoscope, trying to release ninjutsu towards Brolin. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Brolin stretched out his other hand, but released a powerful repulsive force, interrupting Kakashi's supernatural power. At this moment, Brolin left the Vientian Tianzheng with his left hand and Shenluo Tianzheng with his right hand. Kakashi was squeezed into the air by gravity and repulsion. The horrible gravitational and repulsive force, like a big mill, crushed his body, making a terrible sound of crunching, and the huge pain made Kakashi roar. Shui Dun, Water Dragon Bomb. 3 generations of Jian, heading towards Brolin's attack, the others also shot, wanting to save Kakashi. The corner of Brolin's mouth curled, facing everyone's ninjutsu attack, but he didn't respond, allowing the powerful ninjutsu to hit his body. What? The 3 generations and others changed their expressions, revealing an expression that could not be believed. As soon as all ninjutsu came into contact with Brolin's body, they began to transform into chakras, and then decomposed into the purest energy, which was absorbed by the opponent's body. Sure enough, Samsara's eyes can absorb almost all ninjutsu. Brolin secretly said. The Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. With a loud roar, the 3 generations made another move. Since pure ninjutsu is useless, let's use cold weapons. Go! Brolin sneered, and Shenluo Tianzheng suddenly launched and bombarded Kakashi, who was still in the air, at the shuriken thrown by the 3rd generation. Shenwei. At a critical juncture, Kakashi forcibly turned on the power and transferred the shuriken. After that, he completely lost consciousness in the severe pain and was caught by the 3 generations. Your Excellency, please stop. On the side, the silent Danzo suddenly spoke, and all of a sudden, including the 3 generations, looked at him. Brolin also looked at Danzo. In the name of Hokage, I agree to hand over the scroll of forbidden technique to you. Danzo said in a deep voice, I hope you can withdraw. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of the 3 generations and others changed. In the name of Hokage? Danzo, what qualifications do you have to say so? Mito Minion yelled coldly. The ownership of Hokage will be discussed later, but now, we must kill this guy while he is seriously injured. Zhuan Xiaochun said angrily. Yes, kill him. Many people said, emotional. Hat. Brolin sneered, looking around everyone. Enough, you idiots, are you really going to destroy Konoha? Danzo suddenly roared with a grim expression. He was really scared, afraid Brolin would be angered and wipe out Konoha completely. After all, he knew that the other party had definitely not used his true strength, at least, the dozens of phantom-level powerhouses hadn't appeared yet. Sarutobi, you have to think clearly, don't make mistakes again and again. Danzo looked at Sandai. The look of the 3 generations kept changing, and the complexion was extremely ugly. Finally, he sighed. Just do what you said. Everyone was silent when they heard this, and the 2 consultants still had to speak, but the 3rd generation waved their hands directly, indicating that they don't need to say any more. Danzo turned around and looked at Brolin. So, what do you like? I knew this, why did it in the first place? Brolin said coldly, looking at everyone. Soon, the Forbidden Art Scroll was sent over by the Anbi ninja. The 3rd generation of Hokage picked up the scroll and walked to Brolin. This is the Forbidden Technique scroll you want. 3 generations of Shen Sheng. After receiving the scroll, Brolin smiled, and at this moment, a low drink rang, his expression changed. The ghouls are all sealed. At this moment, the 3 generations of Hokage, who were less than 1 meter away from Brolin, looked extremely serious, and quickly sealed their hands. Soon, a cold and powerful breath suddenly appeared. This is... Brolin narrowed his eyes, staring closely behind the 3rd generation. I saw a huge phantom appearing in the air. It was a ghost with cyan fangs wearing a pale white gown and holding a knife in his mouth. This is what is called, Reaper. Brolin said inwardly. Brolin naturally understands that the ghouls are sealed off. In the original plot, the three generations used this forbidden technique before their deaths to sacrifice their own soul to the god of death and cut off the hands of the soul of Ashimaru. Brolin was quite curious about this technique. He wanted to know what the so-called god of death was. This technique is indeed weird, but its power is average. Brolin showed disdain. After all, in the original work, the three generations couldn't even take the soul of the Ashimaru, and only cut off one of their hands. In front of Brolin, Ashimaru was simply not worth mentioning. Even though my soul and physical body have not yet recovered to the star level, but compared to the Ashimaru is still much stronger, I want to kill me, wishful thinking. Brolin looked at the three generations with interest. Seeing Brolin's confident expression, Sanday's face was very ugly. He originally thought it was unrealistic to kill the opponent with this technique, but in any case, he had to give it a try. Three generations shouted and activated the ghoul seal. Behind him, the god of death suddenly stretched out a hand and slammed through the body of the third generation. Three generations showed a painful look on his face. After all, at this moment, his soul had been penetrated by the hands of the god of death. This kind of pain was much stronger than the physical pain. The Grim Reaper's arm kept moving, and continued to move towards Brolin's body, as if he wanted to grab his soul as well. Hey! What a god of death, making a mystery! Brolin yelled coldly, with a sharp light in his eyes. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Chapter 18. The huge repulsive force bombarded all directions, and the ground was sunken. What? Brolin was surprised. Shen Luo Tianzhen's powerful repulsive force unexpectedly failed to stop the Death God's arm, and even the three generations of Hokage were fixed by the Death God's arm, and was never bounced away by the repulsive force. Even if you are immune to physical attacks, as long as you are still ninjutsu, I don't believe that Samsara's eyes can't resist it. Brolin sneered. Samsara's eyes can absorb most of the ninjutsu, and it is Chakra's nemesis. Although this god of death was weird, after all, it was three generations of psychics, and the whole body still had the aura of Chakra. However, what caused Brolin's horror happened, and Death's arm ignored Samsara's eyes and stretched straight into his body. A feeling as if the soul was being held tightly came. Brolin couldn't help but his face changed slightly. He suddenly realized that he seemed to underestimate the ghoul seal. Be with me, always trapped in the belly of the god of death. Three generations yelled, violently exerting force. Brolin only felt a strong force coming. His own soul was about to be pulled out of the body. Seal me? Just rely on you. Brolin shouted. The soul instinctively resisted. For a moment, the Grim Reaper's arm, which was submerged in Brolin's body and gripped his soul, couldn't move a bit, which made him instantly relieved. Even the soul of Ashimaru can't be pulled out, what can this god of death do to me? Brolin sneered in his heart. Damn it! The three generations looked grim and tried their best to display the ghoul seal, and the death gods behind them began to roar low. In the 4 weeks, everyone was shocked by this scene, even Danzang was a little shocked at the moment. The development of the matter was really beyond his expectations. Father! In the crowd, Sarutobi Asma wanted to rush up, but was held back by Yurihong. What should we do? A ninja said. We must help 3 generations of adults. An Anbu ninja roared, then took out a kunao, and quickly rushed towards Brolin, who was immobilized by the god of death at this moment. After all, everyone already knows that ninjutsu is completely ineffective against the opponent, and now they can only use cold weapons to destroy the opponent's body. Everyone, including Danzang, didn't stop, and wanted to see if Brolin could avoid it. If you can really kill him, Sarutobi, you will die well. Danzang had a glimmer of expectation in his heart. At this moment, in the center of the field, Brolin and the third generation are standing opposite each other. The huge god of death is floating behind the third generation, but his right arm has passed through the third generation's body and directly submerged into Brolin's body. Die! The NB ninja appeared in front of Brolin at an astonishing speed while holding kunao in his hand, and wiped it hard towards his neck. Suddenly, his movement was stagnant for an instant, which immediately surprised the rest of the people. Illusion art, Tuanzang said in a low voice with a sullen face. At this moment, the pupils of the dark ninja's eyes had lost focus, and the whole body was trembling constantly, and the next moment fell down. Idiot, although I can't move my body, I can still move my eyes. Brolin sneered. Just now, he performed monthly reading and pulled the other party into the monthly reading space. And tortured for 3 full days. It can't go on like this. He screamed, and the power of the soul began to oscillate. As a star-level powerhouse, his will is undoubtedly very strong. And a strong will can more effectively exert the power of the soul. In the original work, Luo Feng once said that the soul is a soldier and the will is a general. A strong will can exert the strength of the soul to the fullest. Although his deity is only the soul strength of the planet class, but with the will of the star class, he can perfectly mobilize the power of the soul and exert a power far stronger than the ordinary planet class. Damn it! 3 generations drank low, and he felt the difficulty. The death god's arm was completely unable to pull out the opponent's soul, and he couldn't shake it. Then take the second place, at least hurt him badly. The 3 generations' eyes were crazy. Hey! Brolin was taken aback. He felt that death's arm was no longer aimed at his soul itself, but instead held his soul arm and began to pull forcefully. Want to use this trick? Brolin sneered, I'm not the trash of Yuan. The tug-of-war continued, and the 3 generations were almost crazy. He found that even trying to cut off the opponent's arm seemed impossible. On the side, Danzo waited a little bit to sit still. Some people began to move around, wanting to continue to attack Brolin. Just don't look at his eyes. An Anbu ninja rushed forward with a harsh look in his eyes. Enough! Brolin shouted angrily, and the power of his soul burst out suddenly. His soul arm actually exerted force in an instant, pulling the arm of the god of death in front of him. In addition, the souls of the 3 generations were originally worn on the arms of the god of death. Under this pull, the souls of the 3 generations were actually separated from the body. Lost the soul, the body of the 3 generations fell, the ghoul was sealed and lost the caster, and immediately dissipated. The huge death god phantom, together with the 3 generations of soul worn on the arm, gradually disappeared into the void. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The huge repulsive force instantly knocked the Anbi ninja into the air. Brolin looked around the people coldly, and made no secret of the killing intent in his eyes. Danzo and the others were in a cold sweat. They didn't expect that the 3 generations would still fail. They couldn't kill the opponent, even if they sacrificed their lives, they couldn't hurt the enemy in the end. Father! Sarutobi Asma looked sad, and stared at Brolin with blood-red eyes. If it hadn't been for Xi Rihong's hold, he would have rushed forward desperately. I'm very angry. Brolin spoke slowly, with cold light in his eyes. Everyone was creepy. They naturally knew why Brolin was angry. After all, they had promised to send out the scroll before, but they didn't expect that the 3 generations suddenly made a move, which posed a huge threat to him. Please calm down your anger. Danzo said quickly, everything about the talent is Sarafi's own opinion and has nothing to do with us. At this moment, he has already paid the price, and I hope you can raise your hands high. I saw that you acquiesced to 2 Shangnan to kill me. This is all a misunderstanding. Danzo trembled, if your excellency allows, we can make compensation. He was really scared, the opponent was really terrible, Konoha almost tried his best. But he still couldn't effectively kill the opponent. The only thing he wants to do now is to send this guy away as soon as possible. Compensation? Yes, let me think about it. Brolin's expression was constricted, no longer awe-inspiring to kill. Tuanzang suddenly felt relieved, as long as the other party didn't rush to kill him, everything was easy to say. Let's do it. Brolin said with a cruel smile, "You killed these two old guys, I don't care about what happened just now." Danzo was startled, his eyes followed Brolin's gaze. Naruto consultant Mito Minion and turning to bed, Zio-kun's expression changed drastically at this moment, staring at Brolin with an angry expression on his face. "You want to kill us?" Mito Minion gritted his teeth. "Of course, you two old guys made me very upset just now." Brolin sneered, then looked at Danzo, "You decide whether to kill or not." Danzo looked embarrassed, but his heart was full of laughter. He wanted to get rid of these two Naruto advisors a long time ago. At this moment, Sarutobi Hitachi was dead. Once these two old guys died, he would be able to completely control Konoha. "Danzo, are you crazy?" Turning to bed, Xiaochun yelled. "I'm sorry, I can only sacrifice you for Konoha." Danzo looked righteous and awe-inspiring. Behind him, two members of the root organization flashed. "Stop!" Kakashi yelled, and his figure appeared in front of the two consultants, blocking the attack of the two strong root organizations. In addition, Sarutobi Asuma and Yurihong also stood up and glared at Danzo. "Are you trying to betray Konoha?" Danzo narrowed his eyes. Kakashi and others are silent. "Kakashi, let's take the two consultants out of here for now," Yurihong whispered. Aside, Sarutobi Asuma glanced at Brolin unwillingly, and nodded in agreement. "Good." Kakashi agreed. "Want to go? Where do you want to go?" Tuanzang sneered. Behind him, the 10 members of the root organization that had been ascensioned into a real shadow-level existence instantly rushed out and killed Kakashi and others. Shinwei. Kakashi instantly released a kaleidoscope ninjutsu, including 2 consultants. 5 people shot at the same time, releasing the impact of ninjutsu. On the other side, 10 members of the root organization also launched ninjutsu. "Take advantage of it now!" Kakashi yelled, and Asuma and others suddenly rushed into the air and fled towards the distance. Chasing. Danzang looked ugly. Brolin on the side looked from the beginning to the end with great interest. At this moment, he couldn't help but look at Danzo. Feeling Brolin's sight, Danzo was a little nervous, and said, "You can rest assured, those two can't escape." Brolin smiled non-committal. He didn't care whether the 2 consultants were alive or dead. Everything was just a whim, a game. "Since I have all the things I want, then I'll leave." Brolin smiled and looked at the crowd, then his figure rose into the sky, and soon disappeared. Danzo and others were completely relieved. Looking at the surrounding ruins, Tuanzang looked a little ugly. Although he has successfully mastered Konoha's power, the situation in the village is not optimistic at this moment. He must act immediately to rebuild Konoha. Chapter 19 Catching the Tail Beast. Soon, the news that Konoha was attacked by a mysterious strong man spread throughout the ninja world, shocking everyone. What? The whole Konoha was completely turned into ruins, and even 3 generations of Hokage were killed in battle. In Wuren village, the 5th generation Shui Yingzeome suddenly stood up from her desk. Not only that, Konoha's backbone has suffered heavy losses, and more than 70% of the deaths of Zongnan and above. In front of him, a haze ninja was reporting. It is said that Kakashi, Yurihong and Sarutobi Asuma and the 2 Naruto consultants have defected because they are dissatisfied with Danzo leader Konoha. Yunren village. How could this happen? Who is the person who attacked Konoha? The 4th generation Raikage stared, drinking. It is said that there is only one attacker. Below, a ninja swallowed. One person destroyed Konoha. Raikage showed an incredible expression. Konoha was almost annihilated. The shock of this news was too strong, and the entire ninja world was shaking. But soon, an undercurrent began to surge, and ninjas from various countries began to take action. Take advantage of Konoha's vitality. My country of soil should settle accounts with them. 3 generations of Taing Onaki sneered. There have been many wars between Tonin village and Konoha in history, and it can be said that there is a great grudge. Not only them, but other big countries, and even some small countries, are all staring at Konoha at this moment, wanting to take the opportunity to make a fortune. The country of rain. In Akatsuki's secret base, all the members gathered together. Who the hell is it? Heavenly Daopain whispered in a heavy tone. He was extremely shocked at the moment. He had planned to destroy Konoha, but he didn't expect that someone would start before him. What's more, what he couldn't accept most was the methods the opponent used during the battle based on the information that came. How could anyone else have samsara eyes? Nagato was shocked, feeling unbelievable. Who is not clear about it, but the other party is really strong to do this step. The ghost shark on the side shook his head and sighed. Even he felt very admired by his own power to shake a big country ninja village. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at Pain Heavenly Dao with a strange expression. Because everyone knows at this moment, that mysterious person seems to have the same ability as Pain. Do you need to get in touch? Xie said, maybe we are the same person. No, the other party is very strong, don't expose our existence rashly. Heavenly Dao said. I'll go to Konoha. Suddenly, Uchiha Itaki, who had been silent, whispered. The rest of the people are silent, their faces are different. Kyuubi is said to be no longer in Konoha's hands. What's the point of going there? Deidara said nonchalantly. I have my reasons. Uchiha Itaka said coldly. In this case, then you go. Heavenly Dao said, now that the form of the ninja world has changed, our plan must be advanced. The others, according to the previous arrangement, go to other places to catch the tail beast. After everyone left, the masked soil was totally incredible in that one eye. How is it possible, besides Madara, how can anyone have samsara eyes? In the other direction, the half-body in the ground must also look shocked. Could it be that the Yu Chiba tribe awakened samsara's eyes? This is impossible. The country of wind, Sand Ninja Village. At this moment, many sand ninjas were constantly backing away, their eyes full of horror. In front of them, there were more than 30 people with different costumes, and each of them showed a cruel smile. Below them, hundreds of corpses of sand shinobu stood out. Vientiantianyan. Mizuki stretched out one hand, a powerful gravitational force broke out, and instantly sucked a sand ninja. Seeing the other person's horrified expression, Mizuki gave a cruel smile. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The huge repulsive force blasted the opponent out, smashed heavily on a rock wall, and looked dead. On the side, the rest of the people were also the same as Mizuki's actions, constantly killing sand shinobu one after another. Fight with them. At this moment, hundreds of Sharon's eyes turned red, and they rushed up without losing their lives. Behind them, the two elders from Sand Ninja Village, Granny Cho and his little brother Ebso, Temari and Kankuro, and a dozen Shangnan, are guarding Gaara at this moment. Gaara at this moment has passed out in a coma, covered in blood. The rest of the people were also heavily injured, and one of Kankuro's arm had disappeared. The mother-in-law of Kyande looked at the fierce battle going on ahead, her face was hard to see the extreme. Not long ago, that group of strong men suddenly appeared in the village of Sand Ninja, and attacked with a strong force. Not only did they kill many ninjas, but even the 4 generations of Feng Ying died under a sneak attack. Gaara was also beaten. Seriously injured. In that battle, Gaara was seriously injured and took the opportunity to break the seal. But the group of strong men was too terrible, the methods were extremely strange, and they could control an inexplicable force field. Even a Shao crane was defeated by them, and resealed in Gaara's body. At this moment, the entire Sand Ninja village suffered heavy casualties. We can't stop it. Ilao Zhang whispered aside. Never give Gaara to them. The mother-in-law of the 1000th generation said coldly. Everyone can see that the purpose of these mysterious powerhouses is to take away a human pillar. However, even if we desperately block, the final result will not change at all. Ilao Zhang said solemnly. We have to protect Gara when we die. Temari and Kankuro gritted their teeth on the side. Ahead, in the battlefield. This is the end of the game. Mizuki drank coldly, and everyone else looked serious. Shen Luo Tianzheng. More than 30 people were scattered on the battlefield, and they erupted at the same time. The terrifying repulsion was like a tsunami, and the entire desert was trembling, buzzing. Around them, hundreds of sand ninjas were squeezed in the middle by the repulsive force of more than 30 Shinra Tianzheng, their bodies deformed in an instant. Some weak ninjas suddenly turned into meatloaf, and their bodies were squashed by the repulsive force. It's really vulnerable. Mizuki sneered. That's it, I didn't expect the so-called 5 Great Ninja Village to be of such a level. The others also laughed. Soon, they fixed their sights on Cho and others not far away. Temari, Kankuro, you will take Gara for a while, as far as you can run. The mother-in-law Kyande said blankly, staring at Mizuki and the others. Mother-in-law. There were tears in Temari's eyes, and she naturally understood the plan of the mother-in-law of the 1000th generations. As long as you are alive, Sand Ninja Village will not perish. Ilao Zhang said solemnly. Understand. Kanjuro endured the grief, lifted Gara on his back with only one hand, and quickly moved away from Temari. Want to run? Mizuki sneered. The figure moved and rushed up. Stop. The 1000th generation mother-in-law and Ilao Zhang greeted them with an expression of death, and the other dozen Shangren also started desperately. A violent ninjutsu wave erupted, and in the distance Temari and Kankuro looked back, tears in their eyes. But soon, they endured their grief and continued to run away. Earth burst into the sky. At this moment, with a loud roar, Temari and Kankuro only felt their bodies lighten, a huge gravitational force appeared above their heads, and the ground under their feet had already begun to tremble. Soon, they found that the whole person had begun to leave the ground. It's over. The two of them were frightened, their hearts were cold, and a wave of despair emerged. The 3 figures, accompanied by countless rebels, gathered towards a black spot in the sky. Let you run away, how can I deal with the master? A ninja walked out and looked at the small moon made by the sky explosive star in the sky, with a sneer. On the other side, Mizuki and others also ended the battle. I've gotten the tail, next, which village should I go to? Chapter 20 Akatsuki's reaction. Underground, in a huge laboratory. Konoha was actually breached, even the old man died. The pale Osamu whispered, with a strange brilliance in his eyes. Yes, I watched that battle at the risk of my death. On the side, Master Yayadol looked respectful. That person's eyes. Ashimaru looked a little excited. If Yayadol's description is correct, the strong man who almost wiped out Konoha is likely to have the legendary fairy eye. You must get those eyes. Dashiwan's voice was a little fanatical. But, with all due respect, Master Ashimaru. Yayado Master said, that person is really too powerful. Our strength alone is not an opponent at all. Hey, I know it naturally. Dashimaru sneered, however, there are ways to deal with someone. Oh? I want to see, what can you do against me? Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded, which immediately changed the color of Dashiwan, and the Yado master on the side changed wildly. Boom! The walls collapsed, the rocks splashed, and a figure gradually appeared. Are you? Dashimaru squinted his eyes, and he noticed the cold sweating medicine master on the side, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Aren't you thinking about me? Brolin sneered and looked at Dashiwan. Dashimaru was shocked, and it really was that person. He looked into Brolin's eyes, those samsara eyes shocked him, and there was both fear and coveting in his heart. Unexpectedly, Your Excellency would find this place. Dashiwan sank his face, he felt that it would not be a good thing for the other party to find him. Looking up and down the Ashimaru for a while, Brolin showed a slight smile. I am here this time because I need you to do something for me. Hearing this, Da Shiwan was startled, but quickly showed a sneer. Brolin is very strong, but his Oshimaru is not a soft persimmon. At least, in the entire ninja world, in terms of life-saving ability, his Oshimaru is second, and no one dares to recognize the first. I'm not someone who can help. Da Shiwan said in a cold tone. On the side, Master Yeadu's face was a little pale. These two are both ruthless people. When the talks are unpleasant, they will probably do something, and he will probably be affected by that time. I believe you will help me. Brolin smiled, with a weirdness in his eyes. What? Dashimaru was startled, and suddenly he realized something. His face changed drastically, but soon he looked sluggish and blank. A long time. Master. Dashimaru looked at Brolin respectfully. Hearing these words, the Master Yeado couldn't believe own ears. He looked at Da Shiwan and saw that the other party was completely a slave. Don't be a god. Brolin sighed. Yes, just now, while Oshimaru was looking at On, he instantly activated the other god's technique, forcibly changed the opponent's will, and made the opponent recognize himself as the master. With the strength that he had recovered to the star level at this moment, and mobilizing the other gods, only the shadow level Oshimaru could not resist. After all, in the original work, only Uchiha Itaki in the form of a kaleidoscope can easily pull Osamaru into the illusion. Can you use it again after 10 years? Brolin secretly asked, reading other gods' messages in his mind. Soon, Brolin began to order Da Shiwan to do something for him. He took off his own samsara eye, gave it to Oshimaru, and transplanted a pair of white eyes instead. For him, the ninjutsu that casts Samsara's eyes only relies on the secret pattern of talent, and the presence or absence of Samsara's eyes has no effect at all. What he wants to study on Oshimaru is why his Samsara eyes do not have the ability to summon outgoing golems. Without the outgoing golem, I can't be a 10-tailed person, and I can't get a more powerful ninjutsu like the hell on the side of the tomb. Brolin had also guessed whether it was because Nagato had already summoned the golem first, so that he could not be summoned. After all, the golem is the body of the 10 tails, and there is only one 10-tail. In order to prove it, I have to go to the country of rain. Brolin's eyes flashed. Pain, it's time to learn. The country of rain. Almost all members of Akatsuki organization except Itaki Uchiha gathered here at this moment. Someone is collecting tail beasts just like us. Heavenly Daopain said in a harsh tone. Someone snatching the tail beast didn't shock him, but the methods the other party used made him uneasy. Samsara eyes. Nagato's heart was heavy. Judging from all the signs, the opponent attacked the major ninja villages, and it was the secret technique of Samsara's eyes. Could it be that the mysterious powerhouse who destroyed Konoha was taking action? At this moment, the members of Akatsuki's organization are discussing countermeasures. 1 tail from Sand Ninja Village, 4 tails, 5 tails from Iwanan Village, and the other 3 tails were all taken away by the opponent. We only got the 6 tails and 7 tails. The opponent's strength is very strong. What do they want to do? Do you want to shoot? Everyone in the Akatsuki organization was discussing it. Don't do it yet, first figure out the other party's purpose. Heavenly Deo said, now, there are only 2 tails and 8 tails of Yunan village, and Konoha's 9 tails. Konoha's 9 tails are said to have been taken away by the mysterious person. Then we will take the lead, capture Yunran village, and snatch Airway and Baiai. This time, a few more people. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire Yunran village is a bit solemn. According to the news, all major ninja villages have been attacked by mysterious characters, and all the strength of the human pillars has been lost. Raking looked very serious. Now, we are the only villages left. A whole, as long as they dare to come, I will beat them to death. Kirabi danced on the sidelines. Master Rakage, obviously the other party's target is the tail beast, we must take precautions. A Shangren said. I have ordered to go down and strengthen the defense of the village. Lei Ying nodded. In addition, I also contacted other shinobu villages. This time, the opponent is very strong, and all shinobu villages need to work together. On a small hill outside Yunrin village, Mizuki and more than 30 people stood there, observing the defense of Yunrin village. Boss, let's just go in, someone suggested. Mizuki frowned upon hearing this, and obviously did not agree with this proposal. During this period of time, the people pushed the various shinobu villages horizontally. On the one hand, it was because of their strong strength. On the other hand, Mizuki's plan also played a vital role. In addition, Mizuki was the first to follow Brolin. So everyone else centered on him and called him the boss. The strength of Yunrin village should not be underestimated. In addition, the strength of the two-tailed beasts, especially the eight-tailed beast, is second only to the nine-tailed beast among all the tailed beasts. It is very powerful. If we attack rashly, we are likely to pay a high price. Mizuki's eyes were cold, and he kept thinking about feasible plans in his mind. At this moment, a violent explosion sounded, and Mizuki and others were shocked, and saw a cloud of smoke rising into the sky in the distance. It's Yunrin village. Someone is attacking. Could it be that group of people? During this period of time, they have been collecting tail beasts, and currently 4 have been collected. However, they discovered that there is actually another force doing the same thing as them, and the other side also has 2 tail beasts in their hands. Go, and take a look. Mizuki said coldly. Everyone rushed towards Yunrin village, hiding their figures. Chapter 21 Ambush. Yunrin village at the moment. Xia looked at Deidara with a headache, and the horns and flying sections around him were also ugly. At first, they wanted to lie in ambush to see if they could wait until another wave of tail-collecting guys appeared, but they didn't expect all the plans to be destroyed by a bomb of Deidara. Haha, explode! Deidara laughed wildly, and threw a clay bomb at the surrounding Yunnan village ninja who was besieged. Is it necessary to lie in ambush? As long as we make a quick decision and take the 2 tails and 8 tails away as soon as possible. Deidara said. You ruined Payne's plan, he might teach you severely. Scorpion said. Humph! Deidara sneered. In the jungle not far away, Heavenly Deo Payne punched a tree trunk. Deidara, this guy. Forget it, this is the end of the matter, we can only make a quick fight. The ghost shark on the side said, and Uchiha wearing a mask flashed his figure and headed towards Yunnan village. A hole. With a loud shout, the 4th generation of Lei Ying appeared, the blue thunder light flickered all over his body, and with one punch he blasted towards Deidara, who was constantly throwing bombs and causing heavy casualties to Yun Ying. When Feijuan rushed out and blocked Raking's punch with the sickle in his hand. In the other direction, the 8-tailed Rabbi also rushed over, the red light gleaming all over his body, apparently having borrowed part of the 8-tailed power. It's a pity that Kirabi's attack was still blocked by the horns. At this moment, Scorpion and Deidara continuously used puppet dolls and clay bombs to cause heavy casualties to Yunying. You guys are looking for death. Rakage broke out completely, knocking the flying section away with one punch, and then attacked Deidara and Scorpion, who was forced to dodge. These guys. Lei Ying's face was ugly. The strength of the 4 Deidaras is undoubtedly the existence of shadow level, and the methods are all strange and unpredictable. Ordinary shadow level encounters them very difficult. Send someone to notify Hag Ying and Yan Ying, and ask them to support. Lei Ying ordered. At this moment, the opponent is very difficult to deal with, and no one knows what kind of means the opponent has. Before the major ninja villages were defeated by the opponents, taking away the strength of the human pillar, Lei Ying felt that Yun Ninja Village might be difficult to cope with. When Tu Ying and Shui Ying arrive, if the 3 of us join hands, there should be no big problem. Lei Ying thought to himself. He didn't doubt that Tukage and Water Cage would come to support him. After all, this group of people were almost public enemies of the ninja world. Moreover, the human pillars of Wuren village and Yan'an village have been taken away, and Shui Ying and Taiying must want to take them back. In view of the powerful strength of this group of people, a single shinobu village can't fight at all, and unity is the only way. At this moment, a figure appeared in the air, and immediately everyone's eyes were attracted away. In midair, Heavenly Dao looked down, his eyes cold and merciless. If you have a quick fight, you can only use that trick. He clasped his hands together, and his whole body began to exude a breath of terror. This guy. Below, Deidara changed color, Xiaodu and the others also changed their complexions, and immediately stepped on their feet and flew away from Yunren village. Super God Luo Tianzheng. An unimaginable huge repulsive force burst out, centering on Pain Heavenly Dao, radiating in all directions. The huge shock wave dented the ground, Yunren village was sinking, and countless buildings were in collapse. The shock wave swept through a large number of dilapidated buildings and the ninjas of Yunren village, whizzing towards the distance, bringing up large swaths of smoke and dust. After a long time, the dust in the sky began to sink slowly, and the surroundings became clearer. At this moment, among the ruins, only 4 generations of Reikage, Kiribi and a dozen elites from Yunren village were still standing, and the rest were buried under the ruins by this trick, without knowing their life or death. Seeing the horror around him, Lei Ying's eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. A hole! He roared, and the terrifying blue thunder light all over his body flickered, and instantly rose to the sky, punching Heavenly Dao. Dage, wait for me! Kiribi also roared, rushing towards Heavenly Dao Pain in the sky after Reikage. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Soon, the two sides began to fight. I have to say that the 4th generation of Reikage is indeed very strong, and with Kiribi's support on the side, even Heavenly Dao is at a disadvantage for a while. Yaiwei has succeeded. On the other side, Gyu and Datu and others appeared, and at the same time, other members of Akatsuki's organization, such as Deidara and others, also joined the battle group one after another. The divine power with soil exerted an amazing effect and quickly turned the situation around. The only a dozen elite Shangren in Yunren village have suffered casualties at this moment. In the end, Yao Qi Rabbi was captured, and only 4 generations of Reikage left the siege desperately, and the rest of Yunren died in battle. During this process, Mizuki and others were observing in secret. These guys are very strong, someone secretly said. Moreover, the yellow-haired guy has exactly the same eyes as his master, and even ninjutsu is exactly the same as the master gave us. Could it be that they are also under the master and perform the same tasks as us? No, Yao was caught by them. What should I do? Can't get out. On the side, Mizuki's expression kept changing. He was also considering whether or not to snatch the tail beast from this group of people. The master never said that he ordered other people to catch the tail beast. These guys are likely to belong to other forces. He secretly said in his heart, and gritted his teeth at the same time. Shoot! Suddenly, more than 30 people were all in a flash. It's a pity that they didn't notice at all. In the hidden corner, a yin and yang face with nepenthes on its head, half of the body sank into the ground, staring at them, with a sneer from the corner of their mouth. In the ruins, Xiao's members are all together. Those guys showed up. Heavenly Dao whispered. Waiting for them. There was a cold light in the eyes of the ghost shark on the side. Leave the tail beast, go around you and not die. With a roar, Mizuki and more than 30 people appeared, surrounding Xiao and the others. In the middle of the field, Pen had 6 paths, with Soil, Xiaodu, Feiduan, Scorpion, Deidara and Ghost Scorpion were motionless, with an indifferent expression. Do you not understand what we are saying? Someone from the Mizuki side drank sharply. It's all set up. Ju drilled out of the ground and said to Heavenly Dao Pain. Hearing these words, Mizuki's face suddenly changed slightly. The situation seemed a bit wrong, and the other party seemed to be prepared. "I'll leave this sentence to you," Gyu said with a wicked smile. "Formation, open." Heavenly Dao Pain sipped. The ground immediately began to vibrate inexplicably, and the dazzling light penetrated from under the ground, faintly forming a strange pattern. "What's the matter?" Mizuki and the others were all startled, feeling the vibration of the ground, feeling a little uneasy in their hearts. At this moment, if you look down from the sky, you can see that on the ground where Mizuki and others are located, a huge samsara eye suddenly appears, circle after circle like the ripples of the lake. Everyone in Akatsuki was standing in the center of the huge samsara eyes at this moment. "Tai!" Heavenly Dao sipped, her eyes cold. "Ah!" Suddenly, Mizuki and others screamed. "I saw thin black rods piercing up from below the ground, piercing their bodies. Either the leg was stabbed, or the body and arms, there were too many thin rods." At this moment, Mizuki had never escaped. "Damn it, Shenluo Tianzheng!" Someone shouted angrily, his eyes flushed, and wanted to use Shenluo Tianzheng to destroy the thin stick. However, at the next moment, he was horrified to find that the chakra in his body seemed to be half restrained, unable to be mobilized at all, and ninjutsu could not be used. "It's these black rods." Mizuki's face was ugly, and the black rods that pierced their bodies had the ability to restrain chakra. "Boss, what to do?" Someone looked frightened, looked at Mizuki, panicked. Although these people have received the powerful power bestowed by Brolin, they were only small characters such as Xiaoren or Zhongren before. They encountered a little difficulty at this moment, and they began to show their true colors and began to panic. "Don't panic!" Mizuki shouted coldly. Although he was also pale, he was better than the others, thinking about the countermeasures in his mind. "I didn't expect it, I would be subdued so easily." Gyu smiled coldly. "We dare to snatch what we want, it's really looking for death." Feijuan said indifferently. "Let me blow them up." Deidara excitedly took out a handful of clay bombs. Chapter 22 Cooperation. Pain stretched out his hand to stop the mad Deidara, and said indifferently, "I can't imagine that there are so many powerful men in the ninja world. They will get your tails out, and at the same time tell me your motives for hunting the tail beasts and why you can use the technique of Shenluo Tianzheng." He was extremely surprised at the moment. These people obviously didn't have samsara eyes, but they seemed to be able to perform samsara eyes. "If you don't cooperate, you will die." On the side, the monster smiled, but in his heart he had the same doubts as Nagato. The expressions of Mizuki and others kept changing. At this moment, they completely fell into the hands of the other party, and their lives were under the control of the other party. "Boss, what should I do?" someone asked, looking at Mizuki in horror. "Or, give them the tail." At this moment, the looming killing intent in the eyes of Akatsuki's members frightened these little characters who were originally just infamous. They were really afraid of the other side's killer. The black rods interspersed in their bodies blocked their chakras tightly in their bodies. At this moment, they were completely indistinguishable from ordinary people and lost their power. Without strong strength, their mentality has returned to the ranks of the week before. At this moment, facing the murderous Xiao organization, their hearts are full of fear. "Can't get the tail out." Mizuki gritted his teeth, his face grim. "It is the master's order to catch the tail beast, do you want to betray the master?" The faces of everyone changed slightly, and when they thought of the mysterious and powerful master, their inner feelings of awe emerged. If you don't hand over the tail beast, the murderous aura in the eyes of the guys in front of them is not fake, but if they betray their master, their fate may not be much better. Suddenly, these people were caught in a dilemma, and their faces were extremely ugly. "Oh, so there is a so-called master behind you?" Pain Heavenly Dao said. "Let me guess, could it be the mysterious figure who destroyed Konoha?" Dai Tu sneered. During this time, Mizuki and others naturally also learned the news of Konoha's attack, and they knew that the person who shot must be their master. "Well, I don't have much patience," Heavenly Deo said solemnly, "and I don't need so many people to answer my questions." Dead. On the side, the flying figure rushed out, and the sickle slashed out, bringing up a bloody flower, and a head was thrown into the distance. The expressions of Mizuki and others changed suddenly, and their expressions of fear were hard to conceal. The strength is very strong, but the mentality is still weak. The ghost on the side looked disdainful and gave everyone a comment. "Next one," Heavenly Deo said. Feijuan waved his sickle and cut off another person's head. I don't want to die," someone yelled, with a frightened look, as if they were about to collapse. Even Mizuki was in fear at the moment. After all, these people were originally non-influenced existences, either rebelling against Shinobu, or Ascension who wandered outside of Shinobu village and whose mental quality could not keep up with their physical strength. If it is a real powerhouse in the major ninja villages, facing death will not be moved at all. I said, "We collect tail beasts on the orders of our master." Someone yelled, "Master! That's the one who attacked Konoha before. Why do you know how to use Shenluo Tianzheng?" Heavenly Deo shouted coldly. "That is the ability that the master bestows on us, and the master has the same eyes as you." Grant. Nagato was completely shocked. It was enough to have Samsara's eyes. The other party was able to let his people master the technique of Samsara's eyes, which was incredible. "Who is this guy?" The dirt on the side also showed incredible light in his eyes. At this moment, there was a whistling sound in the air, and a figure flew quickly, appearing above the crowd in an instant. "Master!" Mizuki and others exclaimed suddenly. Nagato and others were also surprised, and looked up. "So strong!" Gyu's face changed slightly. "This sudden arrival is so fast, not only can they fly, but the aura around them is very strong, faintly exuding a powerful wave of power that is different from chakra. Waste is always waste." Brolin, who stood in the air, glanced at Mizuki and the others, and spoke lightly. Hearing that, Mizuki and the others all looked ashamed, but at the same time they looked scared. After all, they just gave in to the Xia organization and revealed a lot of information. "Who is your excellency?" Heavenly Deo said, her voice heavy. He was a little strange. The black man in front of him should be the owner of Mizuki and others, but doesn't the other party have Samsara eyes? Why are they seeing a pair of white eyes at this moment? "It doesn't matter who I am. What is important is that I can help you achieve your wish." A weird smile crossed the corner of Brolin's mouth. "Nagato, if you want to rebuild the order of this world, I can help you." "What?" Pain Heavenly Deo had incredible eyes. "He actually knows me." At this moment, Nagato of the corpse of the controller Yahiko was shocked. "Why, surprised?" Brolin sneered, "I know more than you think. The disciple of Jiraiya, who has lost a close friend and disappointed in the whole world, is nothing but a poor person. You guy." Heavenly Dao's eyes stared at Brolin. "Don't look at me like this, we are actually the same kind of people." Brolin said with an indifferent expression, "You are disappointed in this world, and I don't care about this world at all. What do you want to do?" Heavenly Deo said coldly. "I said, I want to help you rebuild the order of this world." Brolin said, "I believe you have seen my strength. Together, you and I are enough to subvert the world. Why help me?" Heavenly Deo stared at Brolin. "Of course, I can't help you in vain." Brolin smiled, "My request is that you and I join forces to reawaken Ten Tails. And I, become a ten-tailed Manzuli." In Brolin's words, the expressions of everyone present changed. Dai Tu and Heiju's expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't believe that Brolin knew about the existence of Toku. "You know, even Nagato summoned the body of Ten Tails, that is, the outgoing golem, but Nagato didn't know the existence of 10 tails. 10 tails. In the entire Akatsuki organization, no one knows what Toku is, except for Dato and Hiju. Does it mean Pluto? Nagato said inwardly, Pluto, what the hell is it? Originally, when they collected the tail beast, they also wanted to use the golem to absorb the power of the tail beast, so as to summon the so-called Pluto, and use the power of the Pluto to smooth the world and rebuild order. For Pluto, Nagato didn't know what it was. Only that it was powerful enough to deal with any enemy. Well, it's the body of the outgoing golem you summoned. Brolin said, in short, if the 9-tailed beasts are integrated into the golem, the 10-tailed beasts will be resurrected, and I will also become the 10-tailed human column force, has a stronger power. You mean, you help me rebuild this world, and the reward is the so-called 10-tailed power. Heavenly Deo narrowed his eyes. Good. Do you think I will believe you? Heavenly Deo said coldly. Those are not important. What's important is that now the 9-tailed beasts are in our hands, and don't you also want to incorporate all the tailed beasts into the golem? Now, our goals are the same. Brolin said. The scene fell silent for a while. Nagato was thinking about it. Indeed, the other party said it was right. He really wanted to inject the tail beast into the golem. From this point of view, the goals of the two sides were the same and there was no conflict. On the side, Soil and Black also looked strange. They are naturally also happy to see the resurrection of 10 tails, whether it is to realize the Moon Eye project or resurrect Kaguya, 10 tails are indispensable. 10-tailed person Zulai. Heiju sneered in his heart, no matter who absorbs the 10-tailed person, it can be used as a carrier for the mother's return. I don't care at all. Even if the second pair of Samsara eyes did appear, even if it was not Madara that became the 10-tailed person in the end, Heiju didn't care. What he cares about is the 10-tailed man Zulai. Because we can resurrect with the help of 10-tailed human pillar power, as for who the human pillar power is, it doesn't matter. The strongest people present and the deepest hidden people are all silent. As for the others, they completely obeyed Pain's orders. Well, we can work together temporarily, at least, we didn't conflict until the tail beast was sealed in the golem. Heavenly Deo said. Yes, the most important thing is to seal the tail beast in the golem first. Brolin looked at Mizuki and the others, can you let them go? The tail beast still needs them to provide it. Naturally. Heavenly Deo-Jaian shouted, solve. Immediately, the formation under everyone's feet dissipated, and the black rod also dissipated. This is 9-tailed human Zhu Li, and you, bring all the human Zhu Li you caught. Brolin waved his hand and threw the unconscious Naruto out of the world ring. Mizuki and others were sent by Renzhuli who sent them to imprison them. Go to the golem now, it's not too late to merge the tail beast. Brolin said calmly. Chapter 23, 10-tailed human column force. Akatsuki did not refuse, anyway, the tail beasts had been collected, so the plan could naturally continue. There was a complex color in the soiled eyes, and everything now deviated from Madara's original plan. Forget it, as long as this ugly world can be ended, why bother to follow Madara's plan, said with the dirt secretly, besides, the resurrection of Togo is already in the plan, and it will be fine to act by chance. Heiju's eyes were filled with unspeakable joy. Finally, 10 tails were about to be resurrected, and the time to resurrect his mother was not far away. Rain Country, Akatsuki's secret base. In the cave, a huge outgoing golem stood, and its terrifying appearance revealed a cold atmosphere. Is this the 10-tailed body, the body of the sacred tree? Looking at the golem, Brolin showed a splendid color. Behind him, Mizuki and others looked curious. The tail beasts have been collected and we can start. Looking at the 9 pillars in the cave, Heavenly Deo Pain's voice was a little excited. Swallow. With the help of Heavenly Dao's body, Nagato used Samsara's eyes and began to pull the tail beast away from the body of Renzhuli and inject it into the body of the 10 tails. As the tail beast pulled away, the vitality of everyone's pillar power instantly dried up, and it was about to die. Even Naruto, the protagonist in the original plot, is on the verge of death after the 9 tails are pulled away. This time, the members of the Xiao organization made a shot together, and even Brolin and his more than 30 people also helped, so the extraction speed of the tail beast was surprisingly fast. Successful. Heavenly Dao drank low. Boom. An extremely powerful chakra burst out of the golem, shaking the entire cave. Oh! The golem seemed to come back to life, making a huge roar. His body was constantly moving, and his shape was changing. No, leave here first. Everyone changed color. The cave is about to collapse, the body of the golem is huge, and at this moment it seems to have begun to change its shape, exploding with an astonishing breath. Everyone rushed out, and then, the body of the golem emerged, and the huge body of nearly 100 meters stood on the ground, constantly roaring. This is... At this moment, Heavenly Dao's eyes changed, and he seemed to have some enlightenment. With the eyes of Samsara, after 10 tails recovered, he had some kind of connection with him. Is Renzhuli? Heavenly Dao muttered to herself, looking inexplicable. Brolin on the side noticed this scene and suddenly sneered. This game should end early. Far away from the country of rain, the hiding place where Nagato is. 10-tailed man Zhu Li? Of course, such a powerful force must be in his own hands to be relieved. Nagato's thin body was fixed with a black rod back and whispered. On the side, Xiaonan looked at him worriedly. Not good. Suddenly, Nagato's expression changed and he suddenly raised his head. An immense force burst open suddenly, piercing the top of Nagato's hiding place, and the sun began to shed. Who? Xiaonan looked at the sky already exposed at this moment. A full 8 people wearing blood-colored battle clothes and carrying jet-black spears stood quietly in the void, looking at Nagato and Xiaonan with indifference. These guys. Nagato and Xiaonan's expressions changed, and they felt the terrifying aura exuded by each other. None of the star ranks are weak, the master actually asked us 8 to come together. One of the green-haired coquettish women said coldly, I can do it alone. Don't say more, carry out the master's order. Another man yelled, and then rushed towards Xiaonan and Nagato. Although he was curious about appearing in this strange world, the Blood Dragon Guard had a slave chip in his body, and he absolutely obeyed Brolin's orders. The master only needs those eyes, and these 2 people live and die. The cold words echoed around, causing Nagato and Xiaonan's expressions to change drastically. Want to take the eyes of Samsara? Nagato looked ugly. The strength of these 8 people was too strong, and the mere aura made him feel horrified. Xiaonan wanted to make a move, but hesitated. Although she has hundreds of billions of detonation charms, it is a means to die with the enemy, and at the moment Nagato is nearby. If it is activated, not only she will die, but Nagato will also be affected. But other means can't compete with the other party at all. At the moment she hesitated, the powerful woman of the Blood Dragon Guard captured her in a sneer. After all, the strength gap between the 2 sides is too great. Xiaonan's strength is around the shadow level. Facing the 9th level of the star level, the strength is comparable to the Blood Dragon Guard of the night, and it is really impossible to resist. Let her go, or I will ruin these eyes. Nagato yelled when he saw Xiaonan, who was subdued by a trick and showed hopelessness. Do you think you have this ability? A cold voice appeared in Nagato's ear, and his pupils suddenly shrank. It's over. Nagato showed a tragic expression, and immediately plunged into permanent darkness. Have you taken a shot? Brolin sneered, noting that Heavenly Dao Pain's eyes were a little loose. Obviously, Nagato was in trouble at the moment and had no energy to manipulate the 6 puppets. 8 elite Blood Dragon Guards, each of them can easily kill several star-level 9th-tier powerhouses, even if Liu Daobon faces this lineup, I am afraid he will lose out. He sneered in his heart. Boss. Everyone in Xiao organization on the side noticed the anomaly. At this moment, the puppet that lost Nagato's control directly fell to the ground, making the ghost shark and the others surprised. What did you do? Deidara glared at Brolin, holding the clay bomb. It's nothing, just interested in his eyes and want to study it. Brolin didn't care. What? Everyone was taken aback, they didn't understand Brolin's meaning. Only the dirt and absolute look on one side was abnormal. This guy actually knows where Nagato's real body is. The dirt on his face changed slightly. I found Madara's Samsara's eyes? So, this guy will really become the 10-tailed man Zulai. There was excitement in Ju's eyes, but also worry. Once 10-tailed Renzhuli was born, Heiju only needed to fuse himself with the opponent's body to awaken Kagaya's will, and thus resurrect Kagaya with the help of Renzulai's body. Now, Heiju is a bit distressed. Because if according to the original plan, he can easily attack the trust-owned spot. But now, it is a bit difficult to sneak attack on this guy. I have to make a plan. Heiju said secretly. At this moment, the outer Dao Golem has been completely resurrected and turned into 10 tails. Without Nagato's use of Samsara's eyes for manipulation, 10-tailed tails were in a state of loss of control at this moment, constantly roaring, destroying everything around them. What a terrible monster! Everyone in Akatsuki's organization dodges, and at the same time is shocked by the power of 10 tails. Brolin looked at 10 tails coldly. In a little while, you will belong to me. Suddenly, there was a roar from the sky, and everyone looked up, suddenly shocked. I saw 8 figures flying quickly, causing a terrible sonic boom. The flying speed of the star-class powerhouse has already far surpassed the speed of sound, so fast, it came to everyone in a flash. Master! A man came to Brolin and respectfully offered Samsara's eyes in a transparent bottle. Including Tai Tu and Heiju, everyone in the Xiao organization was a little shocked at this moment. Looking at the 8 blood dragon guards in blood-colored battle suits in front of them, they felt a breath of horror. Where did these guys come from? Heiju yelled wildly in his heart, these guys' aura is not weaker than the original Yui, no, even stronger. He felt that he was going crazy. Whenever such a powerful person suddenly appeared in the ninja world, his aura could be comparable to his mother Kagayaji, and there were 8 as soon as he appeared. What made him even more unacceptable was that such a strong man even called Brolin his master. Who the hell is this guy? The rest of the people, including Dai Tu, also fell into sluggishness. The aura of the 8 people who suddenly appeared was too strong, and it completely shook them all for a while. Mizuki and the others were even more unbelievable. They didn't expect Brolin to have other subordinates besides them, and they were much stronger than them. After all, when Metkai's 8 gates were fully opened and Yekai was displayed, it only reached the level of star level 9th level power. In other words, the aura of the 8 blood dragon guards at this moment is comparable to Yekai's power. This is terrible. Nagato's eyes. Brolin squinted slightly. No, or rather, Uchiha Madara's eyes. His face changed drastically at the moment of bringing the soil, revealing an unbelievable look. Humph, since my Samsara eyes seem to have some kind of defect, then just use these eyes to help me become a 10-tailed man. Brolin sneered. Chapter 24 Strengthen Again. His own upgraded Samsara eyes did not have the ability to summon golems, nor did they possess some of the skills of Nagato. According to his own speculation, it should have something to do with beings who are not in this world himself. Therefore, when he handed his own Samsara eyes to Ashimura for research, he had already made plans, that is, to transplant himself with Uchiha's Samsara eyes, and use the eyes of Madara to absorb the 10 tails and become human pillar power. I will absorb the 10 tails and don't want to be disturbed. Brolin quickly changed Samsara's eyes, staring at the 10 tails who were mad at the moment. Kill them. Brolin glanced at Dai Tu and the others, his eyes were cold, especially him. This soul body must be destroyed. Brolin was referring to Heiju. The opponent was a wisp of wool of Kaguya. In fact, it was something similar to a clone, except that it had no body, but existed in the state of wool and soul. Master, where are they? A blood dragon guard looked at Mizuki and the others. In his eyes, Mizuki and his party were not considered Brolin's true subordinates, just like Akatsuki's organization. When Brolin heard the words, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kill. Escape. Heiju's expression instantly changed wildly, abandoning Baiju's body, turning into a weird black state, sinking into the ground and starting to escape. In his state, ordinary methods can't hurt him at all, and the only way to deal with him is to seal. However, the original universe where Brolin is in, how in-depth the study of the soul, killing the soul is not difficult for the Blood Dragon Guard. Heiju was also guessing that the other party had a way to deal with him, and then he fled frantically. After all, these people are too mysterious, and they can't guess what the cards are. The other members of the Xia organization, including the Soil, also changed their faces, their bodies flashed in an instant, and they moved away from Brolin. Facing the 8 blood dragon guards with terrifying aura, they did not have the slightest chance of luck. As for Mizuki and the others, they fled towards the distance with a look of horror. They heard the determination in Brolin's words. Obviously, they had no use value. Understood, Master. When the 8 blood dragon guards heard Brolin's words, they suddenly revealed their murderous intent, and chased and killed the few who fled in a hurry. This game should end early. Ignoring the others, Brolin stretched out his hands as if embracing the void. Be a part of me, Tentails. Boom. A huge suction burst out from Brolin's body, and went to the 10-tailed package, who was mad in the distance, and quickly pulled the other party over. As soon as 10-tailed body first touched Brolin's body, it began to transform into a majestic energy, which continuously merged into his body. Soon, the huge 10-tail disappeared into Brolin's body. At this moment, his body began to change, and a mysterious shell enveloped him. Pop! It was like the sound of an eggshell cracking, a piece of crystal feathers floating in the void, and a noble figure like a god appeared in the air. Is this the 6 ways mode? Brolin stretched out his hands. At this moment, there was a black scepter in his right hand. And behind him, there are 9 pitch-black jade forsaking Taoism in suspension. Brolin at this moment is different from the 6 patterns with soil, but almost exactly the same as the 6 patterns, except that on his forehead, there is a blood-colored 9-hook jade samsara eye that is the same as that of Daitong Mu Kaguya. I remember in the original work, Madara seemed to say that the 10-tailed man's eye only opened the eye of the moon when he was close to the moon. Why, as soon as I absorbed the 9 tails, I opened the eye of the moon. Brolin was a little confused. No matter it. Soon, surprise appeared in his eyes. Now my strength is advancing by leaps and bounds again. At this moment, the power of 10 tails has been integrated into his body, and all chakra energy has been transformed into universe force. I can feel that this scepter and the jade forsaking Taoism are completely condensed by the force of the universe. Brolin yelled. Compared with the original book, his quest for Taoism is undoubtedly stronger, and the universe force is much stronger than chakra. Brush. Behind him, the 9 Taoist jade fused together, instantly forming a huge black curtain, wrapping Brolin to form a sphere. Among them, Brolin looked at the shield formed by Chu Deyu, with a satisfied look on his face. With this intensity, even Yekai cannot break it. He could feel that the defensive power of the jade forsaking Taoism was completely immune to any attack below the universe level. I am afraid that it is not an easy task for the universe-level powerhouse to break this defense. And this scepter, like Chu Deyu, has the ability to decompose the universe force. In the original book, Chu Deyu can decompose chakra, ignoring any ninjutsu attacks. And now, Brolin's original force seeks Dayu, and it can also decompose the universe force. Unfortunately, I can only decompose the force below the universe level. He couldn't help sighing. After all, the life level of the 6th level is only comparable to that of the star level powerhouse. It is limited by its own level, and the level of this world is not high, so Brolin now relies on the power obtained by Samsara's eyes, only in him. Only when facing the star level powerhouse can it have terrifying power. The current Brolin can completely regard the star level powerhouse as an ant. He who possesses a jade for seeking the truth can ignore any star level attack, and his blow, no star level can resist. Round tomb side prison. He whispered. An inexplicable fluctuation appeared, and his expression could not help but change. 4 shadows. Brolin squinted his eyes, relying on Samsara's eyes. He could see that there were 4 more clones around On, and these 4 clones seemed to be in a strange state. Have the same powerful body power as the deity. Brolin whispered, the disadvantage is that each summoning can only exist for about 10 minutes, after which it must be returned to the body, and it can be summoned again after 30 minutes. And it can only be a pure physical attack, not a secret technique. Even so, Brolin still smiled. Although the shadow of the hell around the tomb is limited, he still can't ignore its horror. If I only summon 1 shadow at a time, a total of 4 shadows can always exist. In this way, if there is another me who is as powerful as a flesh body, how terrible is this? Brolin, at this moment, it can be said that there is no opponent at the universe level. Called the strongest star class in the original universe. There are so many powerful secret techniques that are worth strengthening. Susanoo can be. Round tomb side prison. Don't God. 8 doors dungeon. The ghouls are all sealed. Reincarnated from the dirty soil. Yes, Brolin, who has already obtained the secret technique in the Forbidden Spell Scroll and the complete 6 secret techniques at this moment, is already considering which kinds of secret techniques should be strengthened. But at present, these 6 kinds make him very excited. Susanoo can superimpose the power of the soul on the body, forming a giant Susanoo with 10 times the power of the body. The hell around the tomb can form 4 powerful shadow clones whose bodies are not weaker than the deity, and they are invisible and invisible. Don't be a god, change the mind of others from the level of will. 8-door dungeon, full opening of all 8 doors can greatly ascension combat power. The ghouls are all sealed, the extremely powerful soul attack secret technique. Reincarnated from the filthy soil, a terrifying secret technique that can enslave the dead strong. Once these 6 secret methods were strengthened to the level of the Chaotic Source Lord's ultimate secret method, Brolin couldn't imagine how terrifying they were. Damn it, which one should I strengthen? He fell into distress. Every kind of secret technique possesses extremely strong abilities and huge potential. Once it becomes a Chaotic Source level secret technique, it will inevitably have very amazing effects. However, it is obviously impossible to strengthen all of these 6 secret arts. There are only 9 opportunities in total, 1 has been used up, and there are 8 times left. Brolin is obviously reluctant to bear it. Ultimate Shadow Clone has greatly increased my survivability. Ascension, what I lack now is a powerful attack method. The 3 secret techniques of 8 doors dungeon, Susanoo, and the edge of the tomb hell are my first choice. Brolin thought, obviously, I can't bear to strengthen all these 3 secret techniques. Which one should I choose? Just when Brolin was extremely distressed, the figure of the black dragon suddenly appeared. Master, I think you may have misunderstood something. Hey? What do you mean? Brolin was taken aback for a moment. Master, in fact, you don't have to worry about choosing between Susanoo and the tomb edge hell. The black dragon shook its tail. It was possessed by the mysterious system, and it could be perfectly integrated into Brolin's body. All thoughts are very clear. Because these 2 secret techniques belong to the ability of Samsara's eyes, as long as you choose to strengthen Samsara's eyes, Master, these two techniques will ascension to the chaotic source level with Samsara's eyes. What? Brolin was shocked. Chapter 25 Chaotic Origin Level Samsara Eyes. In fact, although the third ability of the system is called Secret Skill Strengthening, it can not only strengthen the secret skill, but also the bloodline. The Black Dragon's voice was apologetic, as if he was apologizing for not explaining clearly to Brolin the ability of the system before. For example, Master, you can completely strengthen the bloodline of Samsara's eyes to reach the level of chaotic source life. In this way, the talent secret technique carried by Samsara's eyes at the chaotic source level is naturally at the chaotic source level. How can this be? Brolin looked surprised. If this is the case, I can only pay the price of strengthening once, and get a series of secret arts that chaotic source grade Samsara's eyes have. Brolin's words trembled. Samsara's eyes carry a lot of secrets of talent, such as Shenluo Tianzheng, Vientian Tianyan, Earth Blasting Heavenly Stars, Round Tomb Edge Hell, Suzuo Nohu, Other Gods, Moon Reading, Izanagi, and Izanami. With so many techniques reaching the chaotic source level, Brolin felt it was simply unimaginable. Master, do you want to strengthen Samsara's eyes? Black Dragon roared. Strengthen! Brolin shouted almost frantically. Yes, Master. Boom! The familiar feeling appeared again, and the whole body of the Black Dragon began to flicker with a powerful black gloom. A little black light escaped from its body, floated towards Brolin's eyes, and disappeared into the eyes. As the endless black light continued to sink into his eyes, Brolin felt that the various talent secret patterns that belonged to Samsara's eyes, imprinted in the depths of the soul's will, began to change. The originally complicated mystery pattern began to expand continuously, the golden patterns continued to spread, and the complexity of the pattern was geometrically multiplied by ascension. At this moment, Brolin stood in mid-air, and his whole body was shrouded in the black light released by the Black Dragon. On the side, 8 blood dragon guards flew from a distance, all of them not looking pretty. Let the black shadow run away, a blood dragon guard said solemnly. The guy wearing the mask also had weird methods and failed to kill him. The other person also gritted his teeth. Except for the soil and the black end, everyone in the Akatsuki organization has been killed by them. In the face of realm, the blood dragon guards, Deidara, and ghosts, who have reached the top of the star rank, are still not enough to see. As for Mizuki and others, they were even more unbearable. Although Brolin forced the ascension to the planet level and mastered some Samsara Eye secrets, they still had to die in fear in the face of the Blood Dragon Guard. Only with the help of divine might, Heiji relied on weird means to escape in the pursuit of the Blood Dragon Guard. What to do? The master will blame us. A Blood Dragon Guard man's face was horrified. The masked man is fine, but Brolin himself said that the Black Shadow must be killed. At this moment, they failed to complete the task, and they were afraid that Brolin would condemn them. There is no way, I can only decide after the master wakes up. Master, it seems to be changing. The breath of life is changing. Seeing the mysterious changes in Brolin's body, the 8 blood dragon guards all showed awe-inspiring expressions. After a long time, the black light flooding into Brolin's body gradually diminished. Strengthening completed. The Black Dragon's voice was a little sluggish. Obviously, the enhancement of the secret technique needs to consume it, or a lot of energy from the system. The black light flashed, and the Black Dragon disappeared and got into Brolin's body. Brolin closed his eyes tightly and seemed to be feeling something. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth became wider and wider. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, exuding a powerful breath. The chaotic source level Samsara's eyes are really too strong, ha ha ha. Brolin had crazy joy in his eyes. The strengthened Samsara eyes really surprised him so much that it made him a little gaffe. The chaotic origin level Samsara's eyes have no more restrictions on the secret techniques contained in them. Originally, secret techniques such as the Shinra Heavenly Expedition and the Tomb Edge Hell were limited by the level of the Naruto world and the life level of the Samsara Eye itself. As a result, once Brolin broke through the star level, these secret techniques would not be able to perform as they should. The power of it. But now, with the ascension of Samsara's eyes, these restrictions no longer have. These secret techniques will be ascension along with Brolin's strength ascension. For example, whether Brolin is breakthrough to universe level or domain master level, or even immortal, Susanoo can form a dark giant whose power level is far stronger than his own power. And the shadow formed by the Hell of the Wheel Tomb, even if Brolin becomes the Lord of the Universe, he will also have the power of the Lord of the Universe, the God body level of Yuyu. This time strengthening, I lost the 4 secret arts, Samsara is born, other gods, Izanagi, and Izanami. Brolin said, but there was no regret or disappointment on his face. However, I have gained even more power. 6 ways mode. Brolin yelled, Tianjindeo. At this moment, his body began to glow, and the level of will began to show signs of breakthrough. Soon, his will, from the star level to the universe level. Human Deo. With another loud roar, Brolin's level of will began to decline and gradually return to the star level, but his soul began to undergo transformation, even breaking through to the universe level. Sura! Brolin shouted again. With the decline of his soul power, his body began to exude a more terrifying aura. The universe force in his body actually broke through the star level and entered the universe level realm. This is the 6 ways mode. Brolin's eyes were extremely pleasantly surprised. Tien Shen Deo, Human Deo, Shura Deo, respectively, can ascension my will, soul, and body into the same life level. What a terrible mystery is this! The will, soul, and body are the source of all life. The 6 modes can make these 3 life levels jump in an instant. If one day, once I reach the level of the Master of the Universe, with the help of the gods, I can support the will of the strongest in Yuya universe at the level of the Master of the Universe. Human Deo and Shura Deo, it is even more possible for me to hold the soul and divine body of Yuya Joe's strongest level. At that time, I was called the strongest Master of the Universe, even the strongest ones could hardly threaten me. Brolin laughed wildly, it's more than that. The underworld. Boom! A powerful realm force field overwhelmed the sky, centering on Brolin, impacting in all directions. Around, the 8 blood dragon guards who were stunned by Brolin's series of actions were instantly enveloped by an invisible realm, and they suddenly felt as if they were trapped in a mire and began to struggle. The underworld realm has more than just restraint power. Brolin's eyes glowed. At this moment, the 8 blood dragon guards all showed horrified expressions, constantly struggling and resisting in the underworld realm released by Brolin. It's a force attack, a blood dragon guard exclaimed. No, there is still a soul attack. It's a will shock. I can't concentrate my will anymore, I can't defend effectively. Master, spare your life. The blood dragon guards were extremely embarrassed at this moment, their expressions frightened, and they begged Brolin for mercy. In the underworld realm, they received an invisible attack, and the source of the attack could not be found at all. Humph! Brolin snorted coldly. Although he was in the process of strengthening the secret method, he could still perceive the surroundings. He naturally knew that Heijo had escaped, so he planned to punish the 8 blood dragon guards. The underworld realm, the ubiquitous impact of will, and the attack of the soul force. Brolin exclaimed immediately, moreover, the intensity of these attacks matches my strength. Under the attack of the Trinity, I cannot resist the existence of realm at all. Next is the Hungry Ghost's Road. Brolin switched 6 forms again. The underworld realm immediately dissipated, and the 8 blood dragon guards breathed out a breath, and their gazes at Brolin became even more in awe. Ultimate Shadow Clone Technique. With a loud shout, Brolin launched the clone technique, and thousands of clones appeared around him instantly. Now, My limit is to create about 1,200 clones at once, and each clone's life level is 2 realms lower than mine, only about the first level of apprentice level. At this moment, Brolin, after making the clone with all his strength, the power of the soul and the body of the deity were greatly consumed, and the aura of the whole body was obviously weakened. But there was an excited expression on his face. "You, come here." He looked at a blood dragon guard man. "Yes, master." The other side came to Brolin with a look of fear. At this moment, a huge illusory and terrifying grimace appeared behind Brolin, the huge fang's blood mouth suddenly opened, and the blood dragon guard was swallowed in a sudden. The horrible chewing sound made the rest of the blood dragon guards feel terrified. Gudong! The scary face swallowed the blood dragon guard, and then began to fade, turning into a stream of pure energy, converging towards Brolin's body. And Brolin's breath, with the infusion of this pure power, the constant ascension, and finally, restored to its peak. This is the power of hungry ghosts. There was a terrible light in his eyes. No matter how hard the body or soul is hit, as long as it can swallow enough energy, it can quickly recover. Swallowed a star grade 9th tier soul and body, the soul power and original power obtained can completely restore my previous damage. Chapter 26 Plot Repair. Unfortunately, it is not so easy to swallow a living creature like this. Brolin sighed slightly. The reason why the hungry ghosts were able to swallow a blood dragon guard so easily was mainly because the other party was Brolin's servant and had never resisted from beginning to end. The 3,000 blood dragon guards all have enslavement chips in their minds, and they completely recognize Brolin as the master. Even if they are allowed to die, there will be no resistance. With my current strength, I can forcibly swallow life around the planet level. The powerhouse at the same level, hungry ghosts can't swallow the opponent at all, and will be easily broken away. Putting away more than 1,000 clones with the world ring, Brolin whispered. There is the last 6 modes, the animal way. There was a trace of enthusiasm in his eyes. Among the 6 modes, this animal mode was the most exciting and valued for him. Instantly switched to the animal path mode, and instantly Brolin began to emit a strange wave of fluctuations. Faintly, the surrounding time and space seemed to be restrained by some kind of power, and there seemed to be sacrificial sounds and words of worship of gods and demons by all beings from heaven and earth. Enslave sentient beings at the level of will, and treat them as animals, for me to drive. This is the animal way. Brolin's expression was a little crazy. Different from the soul enslavement art of the original universe, the secret art of enslavement of the animal way is realm at the level of will. Once enslaved, it is like being driven by other gods and being single-mindedly driven by the caster. The most terrifying thing about this technique is that it is difficult to detect and see through. The soul is enslaved and can be discerned through the essence of the soul, but the enslavement of the will realm cannot be recognized at all. In the primitive universe, the primal universe, Chaos City Lord once said that he could use time and space to judge whether a human race was enslaved by a foreign soul. However, if someone is enslaved by Brolin's secret art of animal deo, even the Lord of Chaos would never want to see. After all, the enslavement of realm of will is far more sophisticated than the enslavement of soul. At least, the original universe has never heard of anyone who can enslave others in the realm of will. Tianjindeo, humanity, and Shura, respectively, can combine my will, soul, and body into the same life level. The underworld road gives me the bondage and blow of the trinity of will, soul, and force, realm. Hungry ghosts can let me swallow everything and instantly recover from my injury. Beast Deo can even enslave those existences whose life level is lower than mine at the level of will. With these 6 modes, I, Brolin, is destined to become the supreme existence of the heavens and all realms. There was enthusiasm in Brolin's eyes. At this moment, he is full of pride in his heart. This trip to Naruto world is really worth it. He stood in mid-air, looking down at the ground below, with an indescribable look in his eyes. The game ends here. In this world, I have enough things. Brolin smiled contentedly. The whole story of Hokage has been almost destroyed by him. Whether it is the protagonist or the supporting role, it is already dead. At this moment, the blackness of the soil was also fleeing, and the Moon Eye project could not be implemented. Uchiha Madara was completely cold, and Kaguya could not reappear in the world. In that case, this world is worthless, it's time to leave. Putting the remaining 7 blood dragon guards into the world ring, just when Brolin planned to summon the Black Dragon and summon the World Gate to return to the original universe, his eyes moved and he noticed an unusual sight. This is the breath of a tail beast. Brolin was slightly stunned. The 9 big tail beasts have merged into 10 tails. How can it still have such a breath? This seems to be 9 tails. Brolin was a little surprised. Could it be Naruto? At this moment, violent chakra fluctuations suddenly erupted at the location where the golem was originally located, and the red flames shot straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a figure shining with red light suddenly rose from the ruins on the ground. Not dead. Brolin was surprised. That figure is amazingly Naruto. After being pulled out of the 9 tails, he did not die. Moreover, it seems to have entered the fairy mode. What's going on? Brolin was puzzled. At this moment, Naruto's physical state is actually the same as that in the plot, and the state of the final confrontation with Daetong Myohuya is similar. The breath of the whole body has reached the star level. In the original work, Naruto was also drawn out of the tail beast. It was the 4th generation of Hokage who gave the other half of the 9-tailed power to Naruto and saved him. Could it be that the same thing happened? Just when Brolin was puzzled, Naruto in the fairy mode suddenly exploded with a powerful aura. Xian Fa, super large jade spiral pill. Naruto yelled, and the huge Xianxia spiral pill in his hand rushed towards Brolin at an extremely fast speed. Impossible. Brolin completely changed color, feeling a little weird. You know, Naruto at this moment hasn't come from a teacher at all, it's impossible to know Helix pill. Behind him, the 9 Taoist jade pieces merged instantly and turned into a black curtain, wrapping Brolin and blocking Naruto's powerful blow. Black Dragon, what the hell is going on? Brolin looked ugly in the black curtain. Master, in this case, the plot correction power should be at work. The Black Dragon appeared and said in a shrill voice. Plot correction? Brolin whispered, thinking. At this moment, outside the curtain, Naruto continued to use various methods, bombarding Brolin's jade shell. Master, this world is a story world. All the tracks and the fate of all lives are already doomed. Once the world's trajectory is changed by external forces, then the world will itself repair it and do its best to restore everything to its original trajectory. It's like, this kid was pulled from the 9 tails and should have died, but he is the destiny of this world, so once he dies, the world will end. So, he can't die, the world will find a way to save him, and also let him have the power that originally belonged to him in advance. Then you mean, I can't kill him? Brolin said solemnly. Of course it can, but once the Son of Destiny dies and the plot is completely destroyed, this world will lose its meaning and will be destroyed. So, the will of this world will definitely do everything possible to prevent the Master from killing important plot characters. World will. Brolin whispered, then sneered, it's a mere adventure world, don't want to limit me. Boy! Have you played enough? The black shell of Chudayu was suddenly removed. Brolin looked at Naruto who was constantly attacking with cold eyes. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The huge repulsive force immediately blasted Naruto out, slamming heavily into the ruins. After all, even though Naruto at this moment has been ascended to the star level by ascension, there is still a big gap in strength compared with Brolin, who has become a pillar of 10-tailed man at this moment. This BD. Naruto rushed out from below the ground and stared at Brolin viciously. He was on the verge of death, but his soul saw an old man who claimed to be the 6th Dao immortal in a mysterious space. It was the old man, who gave him great power and rescued him from death. Naruto, you must kill this guy from another world, otherwise the entire ninja world will be destroyed. The 6 immortals showed Brolin's actions after he came to the world of ninja, all the pictures showed before Naruto's eyes. When Konoha was destroyed and 3 generations died in battle, Naruto's eyes were red. This is the reason why Naruto attacked Brolin frantically as soon as he woke up. At this moment, among the ruins, the powerful star-class power began to erupt, and Naruto roared at Brolin again and rushed away. Looking for death. Brolin's eyes were cold, and Suzuonengu was turned on in an instant, and the huge black giant rose to the sky. The black sword pierced the sky and severely chopped off Naruto, who was coming from the impact, and the space seemed to be crushed by pressure. My Suzuonengu, the power level has reached the 9th star rank, and he can definitely kill this kid. Brolin's mouth sneered. After Samsara saw ascension, Suzuonohu became stronger. At this moment, his body was still at the 1st level of star rank, but when Suzunohu was turned on, the power level of the dark giant reached star rank 9th order. You know, the original Suzuonengu can probably ascension his power level 10 times. However, the power level of the 9th level of the star level is 256 times that of the 1st level of the star. Obviously, Susanoo's power bonus has a terrible ascension. At this moment, the black body Suzuo fully swung the dark sword in his hand, exuding an extremely terrifying and powerful aura. Under the terrifying pressure of the black saber, the air began to erupt with violent explosions. Below, Naruto, who was facing the impact of Brolin, changed his face drastically and felt the threat of death. His strength at the moment is probably about the 2nd tier of the star level, compared to the 9th tier of the star level Suzuonengu, not a little bit worse. This knife will kill me. Naruto was terrified. But it was too late to evade, the black sword was too fast, and it was about to fall on his head in an instant. At this time, a blue figure appeared instantaneously, grabbing Naruto, and then his figure flashed, disappearing under Susanoo's dark sword. Boom! Suzuonengu cut through the air with a single knife, and the terrifying black blade pierced the earth, bombarding a huge crack that spanned several tens of kilometers. Uchiha! Sasuke! Brolin's eyes were surprised. Chapter 27. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke, dressed in the costumes of the Uchiha clan, grabbed Naruto with one hand and landed on the ruins. His eyes. Brolin's eyes condensed, only to see Uchiha Sasuke at this moment. One of his eyes has turned into a samsara eye. Is this the power of plot correction? Brolin whispered, his eyes sharp, or, it is the damn world will that is against me. Master, I'm sure that world will has discovered our existence and intends to use these plot characters to deal with us. The Black Dragon's voice echoed in Brolin's mind. Didn't you say that if there is a system, these world wills won't find me at all? Brolin was a little annoyed. That's when you, the master, didn't completely destroy the plot. The Black Dragon's voice was a little helpless. Now, the plot of this world has changed drastically, and if it continues to deviate from the original plot, the whole world will no longer exist. At this time, if the will of the world still cannot be discovered, it would be too unrealistic. Brolin was speechless, and then coldly snorted, forget it, even if the will of the world discovers me, it would be too whimsical to rely on these 2-star level ghosts to deal with me. Not far away, Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side. Sasuke, why are you here? Naruto escaped from the sword of Susanoo, full of gratitude to Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha did not answer Naruto, but looked at Brolin in the distance with hatred. It has to be said that the world will in this world is almost unscrupulous in order to deal with Brolin. Some time ago, Uchiha Itachi heard that Konoha was almost destroyed by Brolin, and went to Konoha. In order to enable Sasuke to have the power to protect himself, he started the brothers' war drama in advance. In the end, before Uchiha Itachi died, the will of the world took the opportunity to forcibly enter the body of Uchiha Itachi, falsely claiming that it was Brolin who instigated self to initiate the Uchiha annihilation case many years ago, and with the help of Uchiha Itachi hand, sharply Ascension took Sasuke's power. Sasuke Uchiha, who thought he knew the truth about the genocide, naturally couldn't wait to come, wanting to avenge Brolin. Hey! Brolin sneered, and World Will wanted to rely on these two little guys to deal with him, which made him disdain. Sasuke, this guy is too strong, we may not be able to fight together. Naruto had a look of fear on his face, looking at Brolin in the distance. He could feel that Sasuke seemed to have received extremely powerful strength, not weaker than him. However, the moment he thought of the previous opponent's Suzuo no Who's knife, he had no idea. Don't worry, we are not the only enemy of this guy. Sasuke Uchiha said coldly, and then cast his eyes to the side and back. After listening to Sasuke's words, Naruto was taken aback for a moment, and then followed his gaze to the side and back. I saw a hill not far away. At this moment, there was a row of black coffins, which made Naruto's eyes widen. And the reason why Brolin hadn't shot the two at this moment was because he noticed this scene, and there was a different color in his eyes. At this time, bang bang bang! The neatly arranged, dozens of coffin lids fell down at the same time, and then, a group of figures stepped out of the coffin. Reincarnated from the dirty soil. Brolin's tone was surprised. At this moment, the figure in the coffin completely walked out. There were more than a dozen figures, all of them reincarnated from the dirty soil, and the body was covered with broken lines. The shadows of the 5 great nations in Uchiha Madara. Brolin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the figures. At this moment, the figure that came out of the coffin was exactly like the 3 generations of Reikage, the shadow-level powerhouses of the major ninja villages that had been killed in battle. Among them, the 4 shadow-level existences of Konoha were also listed. It's this guy, sure enough, he has become stronger. The resurrected 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi walked out of the coffin, and stared at Brolin's figure. Well, I didn't expect to have a day to fight side by side after death, Madara. Among the crowd, the first generation Naruto Senjutsu looked around, and then looked at a red figure not far away. Hey! Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. He looked at Brolin in the distance with a slightly ugly face. Everyone, the meaning of this battle must have been very clear. A cold word echoed in the minds of a dozen powerful people after the rebirth of the dirty soil. This is a battle for the survival of the ninja world. I hope everyone can go all out. After all, this powerhouse from other world is extremely terrifying. More than a dozen famous experts in ninja history frowned and looked at Brolin suspended in the sky in the distance. And Brolin's eyes were staring in this direction. Ashimaru has been enslaved by me, and it is impossible to fight against me. Then, it should be him, the current immortal reincarnating surgeon. Brolin's eyes were cold. Pharmacist Pocket, where is your master Yuan? Brolin shouted. A powerful existence, you don't even know the name of the district. Suddenly, the eyes of a strong person who reincarnated from dirty soil instantly became hollow, and his mouth made a cold voice. Humph! Brolin sneered. Master Ashimaru has already been punished by the 6 Dao Immortals, and I, on the order of the 6 Dao Immortals, came to kill the invaders in Otherworld. Yakushido's words sounded. 6 Dao Immortals. Brolin whispered after hearing the words, I think the will of the world, with the help of the soul of Daitong Muyi, is doing a ghost. Another world invader. This guy. Among the people who reincarnated from the dirty soil, Uchiha Madara's face was calm. Regarding Brolin's identity from another world, the 6 immortals have passed on to each resurrected powerhouse, and at this moment, feeling the breath that Brolin exudes from the whole body is not the same as that of Chakra, no one doubts it. Uchiha Madara was shocked at the moment. On the one hand, he did not expect that the legendary 6 Dao Immortals were still alive. On the other hand, he found that the plans he had made with Tato during his lifetime had been messed up at the moment. The Akatsuki organization was destroyed, and even Heiju and Yi too were almost killed. This guy actually used my eyes to become the 10-tailed man Zhu Li. Uchiha Madara looked at Brolin in the distance with a very cold expression. The 6 ways of the immortals have long passed all the images of Brolin's arrival in the ninja world to everyone, including Uchiha Madara. These resurrected powerhouses already know what Brolin has done so far. You guys, I have received the power from the 6 immortals, and now I, using the reincarnation of the filthy earth, can make you 100% of the peak combat power of the past. You can go all out and must kill the people of this other world. Defend the ninja world. Yao Shidu's words sounded. Everyone, let us join forces. The first generation of Hokage Senjuzuma looked serious, staring at Brolin. He has devoted his entire life to maintaining the peace of the ninja world, and he has a strong view of the overall situation. Obviously Brolin's existence has threatened the safety of the ninja world. At this moment, there is a killing intent in the heart of the Senjuzuma. Humph, don't get me wrong, the reason why I did this is not for this hopeless world. Uchiha Madara sneered. Reincarnated from the dirty soil, solve it. In an instant, Uchiha Madara released the shackles of the reincarnation of the dirty soil, making Yakushido unable to control him. Reincarnated from the dirty soil, solve it. Not far away, the first and second generations made the same moves. The Madara and the pillars can be unlocked. On the one hand, they have an understanding of the reincarnation of the dirty soil, and their strength is very powerful, while the second generation of Hokage is because it is the creator of the reincarnation of the dirty soil, so it can naturally untie the shackles. They are all truly powerful, and they are not used to being manipulated by others. The current first and second generations are much stronger than when they were reincarnated by Ashimaru in the original work, and they already have the power to lift the seal. Although the secret pharmacist was surprised that the reincarnation of the dirty soil was lifted, he didn't say much. At this moment, he was affected by the will of the world, and his ultimate goal was only to kill Brolin. Unfortunately, Lord Ashimaru destroyed those samsara eyes before he died. Otherwise, our chances of winning will be even greater. Yakushi sighed secretly. On the other side, other powerful people such as the 3 generations of Reikage, although they were shocked by the 3 people's ability to relieve the filthy reincarnation, they did not say much that at this moment their common enemy is Brolin. After all, even though they are dead, their village and partners coexist and die with the entire ninja world. Therefore, they must do their best to deal with Brolin, who threatened another world in the ninja world. Go ahead. Chapter 28. Among the crowd, the 4th generation of Naruto Feng Shui first moved. Although he saw the figure of Naruto in the distance and felt the closeness from blood, he knew that it was not time to recognize each other. The skill of Flying Thunder made him almost the fastest among everyone, and soon he rushed to Brolin's body. Immediately afterwards, the other 3 Hokage also caught up instantly and besieged Brolin. 4 Red Sun formations, get up! The 4 Hokage immediately launched the 4 Red Sun formations as soon as they played, and the powerful red energy barrier instantly rose up, covering Brolin completely. When he was in the formation, Brolin scanned the surroundings and looked at the 4 Red Sun formations in the original work that could trap the 10 tails, but there was a slight expression of disdain at the corners of his mouth. He is amidst the diamond-shaped crystals with black beards and eyebrows, hundreds of meters above the ground, condescendingly looking down at everyone. Small bugs. In Brolin's sneer, the power of the full body and energy exploded violently, the force of the universe shook, the black sword power smashed down, and the energy fluctuations of the star-class 9th tier spread out. Boom! The energy barrier of the 4 red suns shook violently, and seemed to be facing a situation of disintegration at any time, which made the 4 major Hokage faces slightly changed, including the original Hokage Senjuzuma. At this moment, among the people, in terms of real combat power, only Kishaozuma and Uchiha Madara have reached the star level. Although the others can display their peak combat power in the past, they still have no star level combat power, at most. It is the level of the 9th level of the planet level. After all, not everyone is the son of destiny like Naruto and Sasuke, and the reincarnation of the heirs of the 6 ways of immortals, and the will of the world cannot arbitrarily strengthen everyone's strength. The star level is already the strongest existence that this world can conceive. It is impossible to create a star-level powerhouse on a large scale, and the will of the world cannot do it. Swinging the knife again, the 4 red sun formations were completely shattered, and Brolin controlled Suonangu to stride out. Superior. The 3 generations of Reikage and others made their moves, all attacking with all their strength, without reservation. All of a sudden, all kinds of powerful ninjutsu came out, and the terrifying chakra torrent was about to break through the space and bombarded towards Brolin's Suonangu. I don't know what to say. Brolin sneered, facing the shadows of the past. He showed a strong disdain, and Suonangu swung his knife, breaking the offensive combined by the powerful forces with just one blow. Kill. The 3 generations of the strongest Reikage among the crowd rose up into the sky, and the attack known as the strongest spear launched outrageously, bombarding Brolin with a consistent hand. The aura is amazing, but compared to Kai after opening 8 doors, it's still not a little bit worse. Brolin looked indifferent. In his sneer, the 9 Taoist jade behind him shook, and then they slammed out and shot towards the 3rd generation of Reikage. Do you want to stop me with a few broken balls? The 3rd generation of Lei Ying suddenly sneered when he saw this. He was confident in his own strength. And the power of thunder and lightning in his body increased sharply again. In his opinion, he could completely break through the defense of the Black Giant with one blow. However, the end result was that the 3 generations of Reiking were shocked. His most powerful attack method was inferior to the Black Spheres. Not only that, even his body was bombarded by those spheres. Broken. Impossible. An even more shocking thing happened. At this moment, his body reincarnated from the dirty soil did not show the slightest sign of recovery after it was shattered. What's the matter? The rest of the people were also surprised. Be careful, everyone. Although we are in a state of rebirth in the dirty soil, that guy has become a 10-tailed man with a power similar to that of the 6 immortals. He seems to be able to cause irreversible kills to us. The 2nd generation of Hokage Qianchaojian looked solemnly, staring closely at the scepter in Brolin's hand and the 9 Taoist jade that flew back to him again. Xianfa, Ming Shenman. The 1st generation of Hokage had a serious face, and his hands quickly formed seals. Soon, huge wooden gateposts fell from the sky, slamming down towards Brolin. This kind of secret technique is extremely terrifying. In the original work, the 10 tails of the 10 tails are blocked, and the 10 tails can only be reduced in size to escape. It can be said that the power is amazing. However, Brolin still had a calm expression at the moment. After all, his strength had far surpassed 10 tails, and there was a big gap between the two. Shen Luo Tianzheng. A huge repulsive force erupted from the body of the Black Suonangu, and flew the fallen Myojin gates into the sky. This scene suddenly made Senju face a little ugly. This guy, it's not easy to deal with. At this time. Hey, the alien who steals Uchiha's power. Uchiha Madara's words came. At this moment, he had already turned on the full-body Sanakai. A huge blue energy giant stepped over 100 meters and shook the earth. Shake. Boom. Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo, and suddenly a huge blue energy blade drove the gust of wind, and cut it towards Brolin's Black Susanoo. Interesting. Brolin smiled, and Suonangu under him also slashed out. This is a big collision between the entire body Suonangu. Boom. The black and blue energy giant knives crashed together, driving a powerful shock wave, flattening the surrounding area, and even the surrounding ground of 1 square kilometer began to sink. Mabra, your Suzuo is still alive. Brolin laughed. With the collision of this knife, he has the upper hand with stronger strength. At this moment, the black Suzuno's sword firmly suppressed Uchiha Madara, kneeling on one knee that was oppressed by the opponent, and could only support it with difficulty. This guy. Among the blue crystals, Uchiha Madara's expression was ugly, and there was shame in his eyes. In his opinion, Brolin used his eyes to become the power of the ten-tailed man, seizing the mighty power that should have belonged to him. Dare to take away the power that originally belonged to me, it's unforgivable. Uchiha Madara's face showed a crazy color. Under his control, the blue must be able to gradually stand up. Hey! Brolin's eyes chilled, and once again forcefully suppressed Uchiha Madara's counterattack. The strengths of Senjujima and Uchiha Madara at this moment are probably around the third tier of the star level, which is even stronger than Naruto and Sasuke, but facing his powerful combat power of the 9th level of the star level at this moment, they are still not enough to see. World will, are these your only means? Brolin suddenly looked at the sky and sneered, it's really disappointing. Done, really thousands of hands. With a loud shout, the earth rumbling, like an earthquake. With the rapid formation of the seal between the Kyunchaozu, the unique lines of the fairy pattern appeared on his face. The next moment, a majestic thousand-handed Buddha rises from below the ground. It is even bigger than Suzuonengu, and it has brought a terrible power. Something interesting. Brolin glanced sideways. The power of these thousands of hands in the original work was amazing, and he really wanted to see it. Kill. Thousands of hands whispered, with a rare intent to kill on his face. Thousand-handed Buddha moved with him, and thousands of wooden arms fell like a meteor shower, turning into raindrops and attacking Brolin's black Suzuo. At this moment, Brolin was suppressing Uchiha Madara, and could only use the energy shell of Susanoo to forcibly take this majestic blow between Senjuzuzu. However, his expression was calm, and he was obviously extremely confident in Suzuo's strong defense. Boom! A series of explosions sounded, and thousands of huge wooden fists slammed on the black Susanoo. Even Susanoo, who had reached the 9th rank of star at this moment, felt the hugeness. Under pressure, on the black body surface, a series of fine cracks began to emerge. However, in the end, Brolin still resisted the terrible attack of thousands of hands. Although Suzuo was covered with cracks, he did not break. After all, the defense of star grade 9th tier is not so easy to break. At this time, Uchiha Madara took the opportunity to get rid of Brolin's suppression, and the blue giant jumped back into the distance. Hardly resisted thousands of hands, didn't you get hurt? At this moment, Kyunchaozu's heart sank. The mighty star-level force flowed out of Brolin's body, quickly repairing the fine cracks on Suzuonengu. You have so many people, do you only have so much patience? Brolin stood at the center of his eyebrows, and looked at everyone, showing a look of contempt. Boy, don't be too proud. Uchiha Madara yelled, forbearance, the sky is shaking. The next moment, a huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers fell from the sky, shattered the clouds, and crashed towards Brolin's location. Chapter 29 Infinite Monthly Reading. Don't use this method. Brolin sneered, and Suzuonengu waved a dark sword, and a terrifying arc-shaped black energy blade rose up into the sky, almost cutting the world. In an instant, the huge meteorite was split into pieces, turned into countless pieces and fell down. Done, the tree world has come. At this moment, Senjuzuma and Uchiha Madara drank at the same time. Suddenly, countless huge trees crazily emerged from below the ground and swept towards Brolin. It turned out to have such an idea. Brolin looked coldly at Suzuonohu, who was already wrapped in huge branches and struggling. Just done, do you think you can trap me? Brolin sneered. Of course done can't hold you down, but we only need to restrain you for a short time. Senchaozuma's face was serious. It's our turn to shoot. At this moment, the figure of the 4th generation of Hokage Wave Feng Shui appeared instantly, and in his arms, he was holding Naruto and Sasuke. The next moment, the two goalkeepers of Bo Feng Shui threw forcefully, Naruto and Sasuke's figures from left to right, flying towards Brolin quickly, each stretched out a palm, and you can see that there are sun and moon on them. Imprint. This is... You want to seal me like Kagaiji? Brolin was taken aback, and then couldn't help but sneer. It must be successful. At this moment, both Naruto and Sasuke shouted in their hearts. The reason why the two of them have not shown up just now is because the 6 ways of immortals are teaching them the method of sealing. At this moment, using the opportunity created by Senjujima and Uchiha Madara together, they must succeed in one strike. After a brief confrontation, everyone on the scene became clear that even if everyone worked together, it was impossible to defeat the extremely powerful Brolin. The only hope is to seal the other party, so this time the perfect cooperation. At this moment, the Blackbeard was struggling constantly, and the sword in his hand kept cutting through large tracts of trees. Senjujima and Uchiha Madara continued their efforts to release Mudun, and the terrifying sea of trees drowned everything here. Success! Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded. Above the center of the tree world, Naruto and Sasuke pressed Brolin's Blackbeard and Sasuke energy skins respectively, and both of them showed joy. 6 Deo, the earth bursts into the sky. Boom! Brolin felt as if he had turned into a huge source of gravity, slowly floating up to the sky, while the ground under him was constantly roaring and rolling, and huge pieces of land were suspended in the void, converging towards him. When Brolin's figure, together with Susanoo, was concealed in the huge sphere that was constantly piled up, his eyes only exuded a cold light, and the corners of his mouth showed a faint arc. The terrifying scene caused by the explosion of the sky and the stars lasted for a full hour. In the end, a huge star close to the size of the moon was suspended in the sky, continuously slowly ascending. And below, a huge Tiankang with dozens of square kilometers was formed. In the sinkhole, everyone who reincarnated from the filthy soil, Naruto and Sasuke, all looked at all this with shock. Is this the way the 6 ways of immortals sealed the 10 tails? Uchiha Madara muttered to himself. There was joy in his eyes, but there was also a hint of anxiety. This powerful and unspeakable character of another world was eventually sealed. In this way, his plan might get back on track without a huge obstacle. However, at this moment, he is missing the most crucial thing in the plan. Damn it, my Samsara eyes are sealed with this guy. Without Samsara's eyes, the plan he and Tato made before would be completely useless. When everyone was shocked and Uchiha Madara was annoyed, the huge sphere in the sky shook suddenly, and then it shook violently, and countless broken stones began to fall. What happened? Is that guy? Everyone was surprised, their faces changed. Couldn't such a terrible sealing method work? Boom! A huge shattering sound resounded across the sky. In the sky, the huge star with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers suddenly shattered, turned into countless broken stones, and shot in the void. It's that guy. Naruto raised his head with an incredible face. Thousands of meters high in the sky, Brolin looked down coldly, and the black figure of the beard was under the sunlight, like a demon god looking down on the world. This guy is really too strong. On the side, a helpless wry smile appeared between the 1,000 hands. Others, including Uchiha Madara, looked up with shock at this moment. The earth-blasting sky star jointly displayed by Naruto, Fang and Sasuke is astonishingly powerful. With such a powerful opponent, why can't I feel a sense of enthusiasm? Uchiha Madara muttered to himself, his expression very unnatural. For a long time, in his eyes, in the entire ninja world, only Senjujitsuma was regarded by him as the only opponent. At this moment, he has the power to open Samsara's eyes in his later years, and he asks himself that his strength has already surpassed the Qian Shaozujian. Once upon a time, he felt lonely because his own was strong, and excited to find a strong enough opponent. However, at this moment, facing Brolin, who was truly powerful enough to be called terrifying, he did not have the excitement of encountering an opponent, but a faint fear. This makes him feel ashamed. I'm Uchiha Madara, I won't lose to anyone. With a loud roar, he looked savage and rose up into the sky, operating his complete body Susanoo towards Brolin in the sky. Looking for death. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who was constantly rushing with an angry face, Brolin sneered, with killing intent flashing in his eyes. Mara, since I took your Samsara Eye, then let me help you continue your Moon Eye plan. Brolin suddenly said, looking at Uchiha Madara with a playful look. What? Uchiha Madara's figure stagnated in the air, showing a look of surprise. Brolin looked up. It was still daytime, and the moon had not yet appeared. It seems that we need to make some moons. He whispered to himself, and then folded his hands together. Earth burst into the sky. A black gravitational ball the size of a basketball appeared between his hands. Then, Brolin threw it sharply, and the black gravitational ball flew into the air. Blast! With a soft drink, the gravitational ball exploded in an instant, turning into dozens of smaller black gravitational balls, and scattered in all directions. Rumble! A huge roar resounded throughout the world. Dozens of black gravitational balls burst into earth-shaking gravitational force. The earth was constantly being pulled. Numerous huge rocks rose in suspension, converging towards the gravitational balls, and slowly formed one by one. Huge star. Senjujima, Uchiha Madara, and others watched this scene with shocked faces. In an instant, dozens of huge small moons appeared in the sky. These dozens of small moons kept ascending, and soon the entire ninja world could see these moons. This guy. Is it too? Uchiha Madara's face changed suddenly, revealing an incredible look. Moon Eye, come out! Brolin yelled. At this moment, he looked at the sky, and the blood on his forehead that was exactly the same as Kagaiji, Samsara's eyes burst into bright light. Soon, in that sky, on the surface of dozens of small moons, the image of Samsara's eyes appeared. No, this guy wants to start unlimited monthly reading. Uchiha Madara completely changed color. The whole world, sink into my infinite monthly reading. Brolin laughed loudly, with an evil expression on his face. Invisible fluctuations erupted from the dozens of small moons that turned into moon eyes, sweeping the entire ninja world. But all the creatures that were swept by this invisible wave, their eyes turned into Samsara's eyes in an instant, and they were immersed in the illusion art of unlimited moon reading. At this moment, among the crowd, only Senjujima, Uchiha Madara, Naruto, and Sasuke are still holding on, resisting the illusion of infinite moon reading. Even the second generation of Naruto Senjima has fallen into the moon reading the space. As for other powerful people who reincarnated from the dirty soil, they all turned into flying ash and dissipated. This was because the entire ninja world was swept away by the invisible fluctuations of infinite moon reading, and the practitioner Yaedo master who reincarnated from the dirty soil was not spared. Once he enters the illusion, he cannot maintain the rebirth of the dirty soil, resulting in the return of souls except for the first two generations and Uchiha Madara, the three who have already been released from the dirty soil. Chapter 30 The Six Dao Immortals. It's terrible illusion, I can't hold it anymore. Senjujima's face was heavy, and Naruto and Sasuke clenched their teeth beside him. Impossible, unlimited monthly reading should be ineffective for people with samsara eyes. Uchiha gritted his teeth. He is in a peculiar state at the moment. Although he does not have samsara eyes, he is not a living being. In the dirty state, he still has some of the power of samsara eyes. In theory, he should not be affected by the unlimited moon reading. Sky, Brolin looked at the remaining four struggling with a sneer. The infinite moon reading that I displayed is not a spell possessed by ordinary samsara's eyes, but the ultimate secret spell activated by samsara's eyes that have been strengthened to the chaotic source level. The so-called unlimited monthly reading is nothing more than the illusion art of a large-scale display of monthly reading. Therefore, in the original work, after Uchiha Madara opened the moon eye, he failed to control everyone. For example, Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo can resist the illusion art of Moon Eye. This is because the monthly reading at that time can only be regarded as a very strong illusion art, not enough heaven-defying, it can still be cracked. However, the moon reading that Brolin displayed at this moment is the ultimate illusion art that has been strengthened by the eyes of chaotic source-level samsara. As long as it is swept by the invisible fluctuations emanating from the moon's eye, unless it is the level of will that exceeds Brolin, it will definitely be unstoppable. The current Brolin's level of will is the star level, that is to say, unless he reaches the level of universe level, any power at the star level will sink in his monthly reading and cannot resist. At this moment, the four of Kyunshaozujian, only at the star level, can persist to the present, either relying on the ability of Samsara's eyes, or relying on the fairy mode to temporarily resist Monread's illusion art attack. Ah! Uchiha Madara roared. Can't hold on. Senshaozuma also drank low. Soon, the eyes of the last four people completely turned into the state of Samsara's eyes, and they fell into the illusion art of unlimited moon reading. In the sky, Brolin looked at all this with cold eyes, and the corners of his mouth gradually drew a curve. Ended. He could feel that at this moment, all the lives of the entire ninja world were caught in an infinite monthly reading. The invisible fluctuations of those dozens of moon eyes swept the entire world, and the illusion art attack covered the entire land. Damn its world wool, how dare you calculate me! There was a chill in Brolin's eyes. He stretched out his right hand and covered his palms towards Naruto and Sasuke. Watch me kill these two sons of destiny and completely destroy this world. His face was full of cruelty. At this moment, Brolin frowned, his hand stopped, and he felt a mysterious force suddenly appear. The next moment, with a glimpse of his gaze, he saw ripples of space appeared in the air, and a figure slowly emerged in it. You are 6 immortals. Brolin was a little surprised. At this moment, in midair, the 6 immortal Datong Muyi had an angry face, and stepped out of the ripples of time and space behind him. The creatures from Otherworld, as the price of your recklessness in this world, accept judgment. A deep voice came from the mouth of the 6 immortals, and a terrifying aura burst out. Even Brolin was taken aback. What's the situation? His expression was stunned, and the appearance of the 6 immortals was still in his expectation, but the strength of the opponent at the moment made him somewhat unexpected. Warning, Master, the opponent's strength has reached the universe level. The Black Dragon's cry suddenly sounded. What? Brolin was startled. Universe level? Didn't you mean that this world can only breed strong people at the star level at most? He shouted in a low voice. Master, the guy you see now is no longer the original 6 Dao immortal. He has merged with the will of the world, that is to say, what you are facing at this moment is the will of the world itself. At the moment, the will of the world has completely merged with this guy, making the power ascension the strongest. Black Dragon screamed. Brolin's face changed slightly, and the 6 immortals slowly raised the black scepter in his hand, and the terrifying power emerged. The opponent already has the power bonus of the will of the world at this moment, and his strength has soared to the universe level, and he is about to make an all-out effort to kill Brolin. Want to kill me? How easy is it? He roared. Just let me see how strong the power I just gained. Sura Road is on. Susanoo can be. Brolin instantly opened the Shura Dao in the newly acquired 6 Dao mode, and strengthened his body to the universe level. At the same time, Susanoo was turned on, a huge dark giant at a height of 100 meters appeared, and the aura of horror diverged wantonly. Standing at the diamond-shaped crystal where the black giant's eyebrows were located, Brolin controlled the black giant and slashed at the 6 immortals with a single blow. In Shura Dao mode, my body has also reached the universe level, plus Susanoo can be combined with my star-level soul power. At this moment, my Susanoo can be like a giant, and my power level has reached the 9th level of the universe level. Pinnacle. Brolin sneered, his face calm. Before Samsara's eyes were strengthened, Susanoo, whose power level was about 10 times that of Brolin's body, but Suzunohu, who was strengthened at this moment, had a stronger increase. Shuradeo changed him from star level first level ascension to universe level first level, and Suonangu added again, and ascension reached the 9th level of universe level. You know, the power level of the 9th level of the universe is 256 times stronger than the first level of the universe. In other words, the increase of Suzunohu has been strengthened from 10 times to more than 250 times. Even if you get the bonus of the will of the world and break through to the universe level, you will still be vulnerable to the peak of my universe level. Brolin laughed wildly. Black Suzuonangu held a huge black saber, and whizzed towards the 6 immortals, spurring huge energy fluctuations. The ground under his feet was constantly cracking, and the void began to tremble. Boom! The huge black energy war knife violently collided with the black scepter in the hands of the 6 immortals, and the two smashed together, bursting out strong energy fluctuations, driving a gale and whizzing into the sky. The ground was completely shattered, the mountains were completely turned into fly ash. And the full collision of the universe-level powerhouses caused the scene to be completely natural disaster level. Ha ha ha! Brolin laughed wildly, dead. As he continued to exert force, Suzuonangu gradually pressed the sword down, and the face of the 6 immortals became more and more ugly, and he unexpectedly fell into a disadvantage. Alien! He growled in a low voice, with an unwilling look in his eyes. What's wrong? Very angry. Brolin sneered, I will make you even more angry. Die! With a loud roar, behind Brolin, the 9 Taoist jade tremors all turned into 9 sharp black daggers, piercing towards the bottom of the ground at high speed. The target of these 9 daggers was on the ground, Naruto and Sasuke, who were caught in the infinite moon reading. No! Seeing this scene, the 6 immortals let out a low growl, with a look of horror on their faces. Behind him, he also flew out Chudayu, trying to block the 9 daggers. It's too late. Brolin smiled, showing his white teeth. 9 daggers pierced through the bodies of Naruto and Sasuke in an instant, and the two spit out a big mouth of blood, and the intense pain awakened them from the illusion. As soon as the two got out of the illusion, they felt the coming of death. Seeking the power of destruction contained in the jade of Taoism took away the vitality in their bodies in an instant, causing their pupils to become distracted. If it weren't for his special body, if someone else was hit by the jade for seeking the truth, he would only collapse instantly, and the body would not be left behind. At this moment, the 2 Destiny Sons of Naruto world died in Brolin's hands after all. Ah! The 6 immortals began to go mad, and roared up to the sky, looking terrifying. In the surroundings, horrible changes occurred between the heavens and the earth. The sky began to become blood red, endless black clouds began to gather, the earth was shaking, and an extremely depressing breath was gradually spreading. Brolin sneered when he saw it. He knew that the current scene was a sign of the destruction of this world. The reason why he killed Naruto and Sasuke was because he knew that once the destined son of this world dies, the story of the world will be completely destroyed, and the world will lose its meaning and will be destroyed. But if you dare to calculate me, then you have to pay the price. Brolin had a chill on his face. Originally, he became the 10-tailed Manzuli and was ready to leave, but the world will use Naruto and others to deal with him. He, Brolin, the 9th Prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, is not a soft-hearted person. Chapter 31 The End of Naruto. At this moment, there was a scene of silence between the heavens and the earth, and the breath of death was surging everywhere, which foretells that the world is about to be destroyed. At this moment, the 6 immortals no longer snarled frantically, but stared at Brolin viciously. His state is similar to Hungjun, who is in harmony in the prehistoric world. He has become the spokesperson of this world and the carrier of the will of the world. Brolin's actions have brought this world into destruction, and the will of the world at this moment is surging with crazy hatred. However, facing Brolin at this moment, even the will of the world was invincible. On the one hand, the level of this world is not high, at most it can only breed star level, that is, the powerhouse of the 6th level. Coupled with the imminent destruction, the power that the world can mobilize is greatly reduced, so that the 6 immortals at this moment can only display the combat power of universe level 7 or so, not Brolin's opponent. Alien, let's fall together. 6 Deo, the earth bursts into the sky. The 6 Deo immortals shot frantically. He has realized that he is not Brolin's opponent. At this moment, he used Samsara's eye secret technique to temporarily trap the opponent, drag him into the torrent of world destruction, and bury him together. Boom! The black gravitational ball was condensed by the 6 immortals, and directly bombarded Brolin's chest, causing his body to be slightly stagnant. Immediately afterwards, countless huge stones were pulled up from the ground by strong gravity and squeezed towards Brolin. Use Samsara's eye technique to deal with me. Brolin sneered, Shen Luo Tianzheng. A huge repulsive force burst out from his body, against the black gravitational ball, and at the same time prevented the huge stones that were constantly uplifted on the ground from approaching. Universe Level 6 Immortals, the earth-blasting stars displayed are much stronger than those previously performed by Naruto and Sasuke, even though Brolin has reached the peak of the universe level with the help of Shuradeo and Susanoo Ascension at this moment. It's also a little strenuous. However, it's just hard work. In the end, with greater strength, Brolin got rid of the shackles of supergravitation. Disappear! He yelled, and Suzuo's dark war knife smashed down, completely smashing the black gravitational ball, and then severely smashed the body of the 6 immortals. The opponent's body suddenly flew out, bringing up a large amount of blood, and there was despair in his eyes. At this time, the world began to change color, endless black clouds covered it, and blood-colored lightning shuttled through it. The space is beginning to vibrate. Brolin's face changed slightly as he hit the 6 immortals with a knife, and looked at the ground that was constantly rolling under his feet like boiling water. Master, this world is about to be destroyed, let's go quickly, otherwise, if we get involved, we will be in big trouble. Black Dragon screamed. Brolin's expression was calm, but he didn't worry that he would fall. After all, there is already a clone of him in the spaceship of the original universe. Even if the deity falls into this world, his clone can still survive and become a new deity. However, letting the deity fall with this world for nothing, Brolin would not do such a foolish thing. Brolin yelled, "Go!" The black dragon immediately summoned the door of the world, and Brolin disappeared as soon as his figure flashed. In the distance, the 6 immortals watched this scene, but they were already powerless to stop it. Naruto world, the end is coming. Konoha, everyone was in horror, watching the village that had just been built once again destroyed in the violent tremors of the ground. The corners of Danzang's eyes kept shaking. In the sky, blood-colored lightning lurked in the dark clouds, exuding a terrifying aura. What exactly is going on? Not only Konoha, but the entire ninja world was in panic. The aura of doom filled the whole land, and a desperate mood gradually appeared in everyone's heart. In a dense forest, Kakashi and others who had escaped from Danzo's chase were all shocked, looking at the unpredictable sky and the constantly shaking earth, with panic in their hearts. Is Devil going to be born, or the world is about to end? Rying, who had escaped from Akatsuki's hands, had an ugly face and stood alone on the top of a mountain. I feel the aura of destruction. Iwanan village, Tsuchina Onaki's eyes were horrified. No, I'm not reconciled. In the corner of the ninja world, Heiju, who had escaped from the hands of the Blood Dragon Guard, lurked, seeming to realize something, and let out a panic cry, I haven't resurrected my mother yet, no. Also hiding in the soil of the divine power space, at this moment, I also noticed something wrong, because the divine power space around him was constantly disintegrating. What's the matter? The face under the dirt mask was terrified. At this moment, between the world of Ninja World, a sense of horror of annihilation fluctuated, the space began to collapse inch by inch, the ground began to collapse, and the mountains turned into fly ash. The terrifying scene continued, and in the end, with a crisp sound like a broken porcelain, the entire ninja world disintegrated in an instant, completely dissipated, and everything returned to nothingness. Primitive universe, the silver spacecraft heading to Kanglan star. Brolin sat high on the throne in the spaceship, playing with the wine glass in his hand, with a playful look in his eyes. The Naruto world, it should have been shattered. This first adventure world, the surprise for me is really too big. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, the original plan should be changed. Originally, in this trip to Kanglan star, on the one hand, Brolin was heading for the realm treasure of the Thunder Lord, on the other hand, he planned to make friends with Luo Feng. After all, the opponent is the protagonist of the original universe, and the 8th chaotic origin lord in the future. The achievements can be said to be among the highest in the entire universe. However, Brolin at this moment has decided to change his original intention. Luo Feng, according to the original path of fate, I am just an ant in your eyes. Brolin's eyes were extremely cold. Even before entering the Naruto world, I intend to please you and curry favor with you. But now, everything is different. His expression suddenly became extremely cold. With this system of 10,000 realms, in this life, I will override everything. I will step on your body and step onto the top of the 10,000 realms. Knowing the original plot, Brolin's heart has always been hostile to Luo Feng, but the opponent is the darling of fate. The good fortune of his life is unparalleled, and he is destined to become the supreme existence. Therefore, Brolin could only endure it, wanting to go to Kanglan star to hug each other's thighs. But now, Brolin also truly has the qualifications to become a supreme being. He already has the capital to compete with Luo Feng, so naturally he no longer conceals his dislike of Luo Feng. As for holding the other party's thigh, of course there is no such thing. He, Brolin, wants to compete fairly with Luo Feng. With the system, he has the confidence to thoroughly defeat the Son of Destiny and wash away the shame in the original path of destiny. The first world of adventure is over, now the most important thing is to start the next world of adventure. Brolin whispered. Naruto world has given Brolin too many surprises. At this moment, he can't wait to open the next world. However, according to the rules, only when Brolin breaks through to the universe level can he open the second world of adventure, which makes him distressed. It is not difficult for me to break through to the universe level, but it is not so easy to do it in a short time. In the 6-way mode, the human world can ascension Brolin's soul to the level of the universe level, which is of great help to him in understanding the laws of the universe level. You know, there are 2 ways to advance the life levels of the heavens and the world. One is the rule route, and the other is the divine power route. Chapter 32 Universe Genius Battle. The so-called line of divine power is Luo Feng's method of breaking through the true God in the original work. With the breakthrough of the life gene level, the body is advanced ascension, thereby driving the soul will ascension. The rule of law route is through the perception of the law, first the ascension soul level, and then drive the will and body to advance. The difference between the two is nothing more than the body or soul who makes breakthrough first, and who drives the upgrade. In fact, from Brolin's point of view, the line of divine power, to a certain extent, is also a line of law. Because the Lord of the universe is already the life of the divine body, and the soul and divine power are completely integrated, it can be said that the divine body is the soul. The breakthrough at the genetic level of the body means the breakthrough of the soul. Brolin felt that, in fact, the advancement of life in the heavens and all realms followed the rule of law, and the soul played a leading role. This was confirmed when Shuiying broke through the chaotic source lord. Dongbo Shuiying became the lord of chaotic origin, taking the ultimate path of the soul. When his soul reached the ultimate realm, he not only broke through to the chaotic source level, but also directly reached the chaotic source lord level. It can be seen from this that in the advancement of the life level, the soul of the will, the soul, and the body, the soul is the dominant one. In the original universe, the star-level powerhouses who want to break through to the universe level can only perceive the original law of the universe. As their understanding of the law deepens, their souls will undergo qualitative changes, thus breaking through to the universe level. And the transformation of the soul will drive the will and the body to advance together, thus completely entering the universe level. Brolin, who has opened the human realm, although the strength of his soul will directly enter the universe level in a short time, the body of will not advance together. However, the soul of the universe level has the advantage of innate for understanding the original law of the universe level. It's like elementary school students can't understand advanced mathematics, but college students can. Brolin, who has opened up the world, can comprehend the laws of the universe at an extremely fast speed, and can reach the universe without the breakthrough of bottleneck. Human Deo mode is where I truly look down upon the heavens. Brolin sighed. With the soul of the universe, the original law of the universe level, there is no secret in front of me. It only takes time to insight, and I can make the soul truly in this realm, without relying on the human world mode. However, the original law of the universe level is indeed more mysterious. Even if I keep in the human world mode, with the current insight speed, it will take several years to break through to the universe level. Brolin sighed secretly, but it was a pity that his clone was too weak. Only at the apprentice level, even if the 6 modes were turned on, the soul level could only be ascension to the planet level. This also means that he must always rely on the deity for cultivation. Black Dragon, prepare 130 small spaceships for me. Brolin said. Okay, Master. The Black Dragon appeared. As an intelligent being, it could enter the spaceship system without any hindrance. I have 130 life planets under my command, and now, there are thousands of clones in my world ring. Brolin thought, take these planets as divergence points, and throw a large number of my clones across the universe. Come, my viability will be guaranteed. Even if the deity died in battle, as long as one clone survived, Brolin would not completely fall. There is still some distance from Kanglan Star. In the next few hours, my deity will understand the universe-level source law in the human world mode, and strive for an early breakthrough. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Brolin's face changed, and a deep smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No, I almost made a big mistake. His lips twitched. I can't rush to breakthrough universe level. I forgot about it. Universe Genius Battle. Yes, Brolin suddenly remembered that in the near future, a grand event sweeping the entire original universe of humanity, and a whole 1081 universe country, the Universe Genius War, will be held. Only the star level can participate in this event. Once you perform well, you have the opportunity to enter the core layer of the virtual universe company. Brolin had a glimmer of longing in his eyes. In the original plot, Luo Feng was able to rise rapidly because he showed his edge in the Universe Genius Battle, defeating many other talented star-level powerhouses of the entire mankind, and directly joined the secret realm of Teishu, becoming the core layer of the virtual universe company. A member of the... With my current strength, the star level is completely ants in front of me, even the universe level I can easily kill. Brolin is extremely confident. With his strength, even if the first day of the original plot is Baran, he is not to put in one's eyes at all. In the original plot, although Bolin, the god of death, is far more powerful than Luo Feng and others, and his perception of the law of space is claimed to have surpassed most of the realm masters, it is not as exaggerated as he imagined to talk about the real combat power. Bolan's so-called law of space surpassed most of the realm masters, but in fact it was nothing remarkable. Because most of the realm masters did not become realm masters by comprehending the laws of space, just like a realm master has stepped into the realm master level by comprehending the law of origin of gold, then his perception of the laws of space may not be so strong, because not his expertise. The laws of space and time are the most difficult laws to comprehend. The entire human race has become the master of the world by comprehending the laws of space, very, very few. Bolan's perception of the laws of space is naturally not worth mentioning if compared with those few realm masters who understand the laws of space, but compared with those realm masters who specialize in the laws of gold or fire, it has an advantage. Below the master level, how difficult it is to fight across tiers. Bolan sneered. In his opinion, in the original plot, Bolan, Rongjun, and Luofeng, no matter how excellent they perform, they only have a star level life level. Among the strong same rank, they may perform amazingly, but they face higher levels. It's not enough to see the strong. In the original plot, on a desolate planet, Berlin's mysterious bald teacher, who is suspected of immortal, arranged for 100 star level 9th level powerhouses to face off with Buran. Buran killed them in an instant. Obviously, although his strength can easily kill thousands of star levels, he can't be so easy in the face of universe level. Otherwise, his mysterious teacher would definitely not just arrange for the star-class powerhouse to confront Berlin. After all, the difference between the universe force in the body of the star class and the universe class is too big. The force strength of universe level 1 is 100 times that of star level 9 and the force of universe level 9 is 256 times that of universe level 1. In other words, just the strength of the universe force, the 9th level universe powerhouse is 25,600 times that of Bolan Luofeng and others. In addition, the mystery of the universe powerhouse is much stronger than that of the star class. Therefore, don't look at the amazing performance of Bolan and others in the virtual universe, let the whole universe marvel, but it is just marveling at their talents, not real combat power. Genius is not the same as the strong. This time in the universe genius battle, there are 3 criteria for measuring genius: will, realm, and law perception. Needless to say, the will, Luofeng, with the help of the Golden Horn Behemoth, has the will of the universe level, and has a great advantage in the battle of geniuses. The illusion art performed by Gillespie was extremely terrifying. The reason why Luofeng was able to defeat the opponent was relying on a strong will. Regarding realm, almost all those who signed up for the genius battle have almost entered the realm level, and the difference lies in the level of level. You must know that in reality, only Yuya Cosmos level powerhouses can realize realm, and the domain master can realize realm's success. Comprehending the realm level means that those who sign up for the genius battle, in reality, each has a strength far surpassing the 9th tier of the star level. Because they can already keep pace with the universe powerhouses at the realm level. As for the so-called law perception, it is extremely important. For example, Luofeng, who has crossed the threshold of the original law, belongs to the top level in the entire Kyunwoo universe. Why? It is because in reality, only the domain master can cross the threshold of the original law, and the domain master can be regarded as a real entry. In other words, Luofeng's perception of the law is already comparable to that of the domain master. How amazing is this? According to Bolan's estimation, in the original plot, among the more than 820 billion contestants in the Kyunwoo universe country, the real combat power is comparable to the universe tier 1 or so, and the universe tier 2 to tier 3 are relatively few. For example, Hong is almost the same. It's this level. Universe ranks 4th to 5th ranks are considered strong, and the geniuses cultivated by the universe kingdom like Pushkin in the original work are almost at this level. As for the ranks 6 to 7 of the universe, it is considered a real genius. The windwheel that fought against Luofeng in the original work is almost at this level and can enter the ranks of the top 1000 in the universe of Kyunwoo universe. And Luofeng's strength, before being defeated by Rongjun, was probably at the level of universe level 8 to 9. After the Samsara battle, Luofeng's strength was about ascension to a level several times that of the 9th level of the universe level. You know, the power of the domain master level 1 powerhouse is 100 times that of the universe level 9th level. Bolan estimated that Baron's real combat power is probably dozens of times that of the universe level 9th level powerhouse, infinitely close to the domain master level, and has the strength to easily kill the universe level powerhouse. As for Rongjun and Luofeng, they are estimated to be several to 10 times the 9th level of the universe level, which is also between the pinnacle of the universe level and the domain master level. However, with my current strength, even Berlan is nothing in front of me. Brolin smiled. In the genius battle, he can use Shura Deo to ascension the body of the star level 9th level to the universe level 9th. In addition, Suzuo can be close to a 250-fold increase, and his power will surpass the domain master's 2nd level. This kind of strength, even Buran can't match it. Of course, the premise of all this is that all my secret arts must be able to be performed in the virtual universe. After all, the virtual universe is not the original universe, and Brolin is not sure whether his Samsara I secret technique can be performed in the virtual universe. Because those techniques are similar to the secret techniques of talent, they exist in the depths of his will and soul in the form of the secret patterns of talent, not the secret techniques he created. If the virtual universe cannot use the Samsara I secret art, then Brolin's ability to play will be greatly reduced. In that case, he will lose a major opportunity, and he will miss the rank of the strongest in universe geniuses. This is undoubtedly an extremely huge loss, and Brolin is unwilling to accept it. Go to the virtual universe killing field first. His eyes were solemn, expectant, and nervous. Chapter 33, Arriving in Thunder World. Consciousness entered the virtual universe instantly, and Brolin came to the killing field, where he could choose his opponent at will. Of course, he had to pay. Star Grade 9, Practitioner. Brolin said in a deep voice in the pitch-black killing space. Although he is a prince, he is equally combative. He has always been a frequent visitor to the killing fields, and he is very proficient in choosing opponents. Confirm. The mechanical electronic sound sounded. Soon, a burly man with a single horn appeared in the void in front of Brolin. Dead. The burly man just appeared with a low growl, directly showing the strength of the 9th star rank, and slowed towards Brolin. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Brolin's eyes were cold, and at the same time he drank low, sensing the depths of his soul, and began to arouse the talent secret pattern. It's effective. He showed joy, feeling a huge repulsive force erupting in an instant centered on him. At this moment, he has only the first order force level of the star level, but as the secret technique carried by the Samsara I of the chaotic origin level, the huge repulsion of the Shenluo Tianzheng still firmly blocks the burly 9th level star level practitioner. NS. You know, the force of the opponent is 256 times that of Brolin. It seems that my talent secret pattern can also be displayed in the virtual universe. Brolin's eyes shot out incomparably bright light. He is undoubtedly excited at this moment. He who can fully display his peak combat power in the virtual universe, even if he is a 9th level peak powerhouse of the universe, he is not afraid of it. Now he is fully capable and confident, and he will achieve a brilliant result in the upcoming Universe Genius War. I, Brolin, can also pass on the universe by name, he shouted in his heart. Shura said, turn it on. Turning on Shura in an instant, Brolin's body's life level soared to a level directly, from the first level of the star to the first level of the universe. Suzuno can be. The terrifying black energy giant appeared in the killing field space, and once again soared to the terrifying aura of the 9th order peak of the universe, causing the burly practitioner on the opposite side to tremble. This guy is actually a strong universe. The burly practitioner felt bitter in his heart and cursed secretly, your grandmas, you are a universe. It's shameless to choose a star-level opponent. You know, the opponents selected by the virtual universe killing field are not virtual characters, but similar to online battles, where real strong players match each other. And the strong come to the killing field, all to experience themselves, and generally choose the strong at the same level as oneself, and rarely bully the weak. Obviously, this burly practitioner regarded Brolin as a universe-level powerhouse with evil taste. Realizing this, he simply didn't resist. Haha, death. Brolin laughed, feeling the most powerful force that belongs to him at this moment, and Suzuo Nangu cut it out directly. Boom! The practitioner of the 9th level star level smashed directly into nothingness. As soon as his mind moved, Brolin returned from the killing fields to the spaceship of the original universe. Universe Genius Battle. Above the throne, Brolin's face was extremely excited. With his strength, not to mention Luo Feng, even if it is Baran, he is sure to defeat the opponent. In other words, this time the Universe Genius Battle, he has a chance to win the first place. In the original plot, Brolin is hailed as a rare super genius in hundreds of genius battles, and has the talent to become a universe venerable. Once Brolin defeated Berlan, he could completely imagine how much glory he would get. The most important thing is that once I win the first place, I can enter the original secret realm of the virtual universe. Brolin clenched his fists involuntarily. Once he joins the original secret realm, Brolin will get massive resources, which will undoubtedly be of great help to his rapid rise. If I rise in the battle of genius, then the treasure of the middle realm of the Kanglan Star realm will be a bit tasteless to me. Confirming that he can exert real combat power in the virtual universe, Brolin suddenly felt a little boring about this trip to Kanglan Star. The treasures of the middle world are comparable to some of the poorer immortal. Once Brolin rises in the Genius War, he will get amazing wealth by joining the Virtual Universe Company. The treasure of the world in the world seemed insignificant in an instant. Forget it, it's too early for the Genius War to start, so let's go have fun. Brolin smiled, not to mention, I want to meet the genius Luo Feng. At the mention of this name, Brolin's eyes burst into light. In the ensuing time, Brolin relied on the human world to ascension the soul level to the universe level, and felt the original law of the universe. He is very careful, only perceiving the law, not eager to break through. Soon, a few months passed, and after a period of law and understanding, Brolin had even touched the level of realm. Master, Star Kanglan is coming soon. In the silver spacecraft, the sharp voice of the Black Dragon awakened Brolin from cultivation. Is it coming soon? Brolin looked at the distant planet on the spaceship's big screen. My soul has grown a little bit, and has faintly touched the universe level. He whispered, his eyes glowing. Of course, he will not rush to break through, he still needs to maintain the strength at the star level to participate in the Universe Genius Battle. A few days later, the silver spacecraft landed on Kanglan Star. The news of Brolin's arrival had long been known by the power of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire on this planet, and everything had already been arranged. At the spaceship's berth, a silver spaceship slowly landed. Suddenly, a large group of people with black hideous creatures on their clothes swarmed towards the silver spaceship. Welcome to His Royal Highness the 9th Prince. The loud voice spread, so that everyone in the distance looked over. It seems that a big man has arrived. Prince? Which empire does it belong to? The cabin opened, Brolin walked out slowly, looking around, and soon he noticed a group of people bowing and saluting in front of him. What? The appearance of His Royal Highness the 9th Prince has changed so much. Is this His Royal Highness the 9th Prince? The people who were in charge of welcoming were a little surprised when they saw Brolin's appearance at the moment. At this moment, Brolin's appearance of the 10-tailed man Zulai is very different from before. He is holding a black scepter, and there are 9 dark jade floating behind him. Even his hair has become white, and his body has a mysterious breath. It's His Royal Highness the 9th Prince. I have been in contact with His Royal Highness up close, and the breath of life has not changed. Primitive universe, life is so powerful that it can freely change the shape of its own body, but it is very difficult to change the original breath of life. The appearance can be changed, but the breath of life cannot be faked. Therefore, although the people who came to meet Brolin at this moment were puzzled, they never doubted his identity. I recently cultivated a secret technique, which caused a big change in the image. Brolin saw their doubts and explained a little bit. Are you the Empire's staff in Kanglan Star? Yes, His Royal Highness. I'll be ordered to come here to receive Your Highness for the Universe Mercenary Assessment. A fat middle-aged man with a green skin was obviously the leader of a group of people, and he spoke respectfully. Then lead the way. Brolin didn't bother to talk nonsense with the clerks of these empires. Under the warm reception of a group of people, Brolin successfully entered the Thunder City and entered the world of the Lord hidden in a Villa Thunder world. This Realm Master world is somewhat similar to the space in my world ring. As soon as he entered the Thunder world, Brolin felt a familiar breath. The space in the world ring in his hand is a cutout of the world of the world. However, this so-called trial of the Realm Lord's world is meaningless to me. I would rather know where the entrance to that realm middle realm is. In the desert of Thunder World, Brolin released all the thousands of blood dragon guards in the world ring. I have sent all relevant information to your intelligent optical brain. Your task is to find the entrance for me. Brolin yelled. Yes. The blood dragon guards immediately dispersed, began to mate in 2s and 3s, and searched for the entrance of Ji Zhongji. Chapter 34. According to the original plot, some information can be inferred. There is still a chance of finding the entrance to the middle of the realm. Brolin thought to himself, it's really not possible. Just wait for a while and wait for Luo Feng to arrive. He has found that the earth has been registered in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and already has a lord. I want to come. Luo Feng has settled the offensive of the Nolan Mountain family. In this way, the day when they come to Kanglan Star to experience is not far away. For 9 months, Brolin looked for a secluded place to cultivate silently in the world of the Realm Master, while the Blood Dragon Guard was frantically looking for the entrance to the realm of the realm. Is there still no news from the entrance? On this day, Brolin received a message and slowly woke up from cultivation. Luo Feng and they have arrived. A smile slowly crossed the corner of his mouth, and Brolin's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. He arranged manpower at the entrance of Jizongja Villa, with the purpose of waiting for Luo Feng and others. Now, his subordinates reported that a human similar to what he described had entered the realm of the realm. I have thoroughly understood some realm-level powers, only one step away from the breakthrough universe level. Coupled with Samsara's eyes, I am now far more powerful than Luo Feng, who was a genius in wartime. Luo Feng, let me see if you, the future lord of chaotic origin, can still compete with me. As Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God rushed through the Jizongja, the exit of the Jizongja that the Blood Dragon Guard had never found was finally discovered and opened by an unknown team following the trajectory of fate. After Brolin heard the news, he immediately summoned all the Blood Dragon Guards and came to the entrance. Here, a large number of star-level testers are wandering and hesitating. No one enters first. They haven't realized that this is the entrance to the realm of the realm, so they have not ventured into it. When Brolin led a large number of Blood Dragon Guards to appear, everyone was secretly surprised. It's all star grade 9th tier, so many, there are thousands of people. They are all guards. Who is this young man? It is estimated that it is the proud son of which big power. Everyone was shocked by the lineup of Brolin and his team. After all, even some elite disciples of the big powers, there are only a few star-level guards around them. Universe Mercenary Assessment: no matter how many people are in your world ring, as long as the strength does not exceed the star level, as long as you have a world ring, you can bring as many people as you want. It is a pity that the world ring that can hold a live life is not something ordinary people can have. Go! Brolin led a group of Blood Dragon Guards, and without hesitation, rushed towards the entrance to the middle of the world, and everyone was surprised at once. But soon, someone realized something, ecstatic in their eyes, and began to enter it madly. This is the realm of the realm. Brolin stood in the sky, scanning the surroundings. This is a vast world, containing a strong universe of origin power. Under the earth, there are massive universe crystals. Brolin, who is familiar with the plot, naturally dismissed these universe crystals. You have advanced mining tools in your storage ring. Brolin scanned the Blood Dragon Guard. Now, I need you to find a kind of stone that contains the power of thunder, and they are buried in this underground. And the content is not low. Go, find them all for me. Oh, Master! The 3,000 blood dragon guards shouted in unison, and then, based on the message about the thunderstone sent by Brolin in the light brain, they began to scatter and search frantically. The people who came after Brolin, including Luo Feng and his party, began to dig up the universe crystal frantically. Among them, Luo Feng et.al. relied on Mo Yuntang to harvest a large number of universe crystals. Haha, this is the benefit of being familiar with the plot. Brolin sneered, watching the other forces frantically for universe crystal. Although he is sure to rise in the battle of genius, he does not value the treasures of this middle world so much, but he will not refuse the treasures given by him. Having more resources will do no harm to his future rise. At this moment, the outside world was already shaking, and the opening of the realm in the middle of the realm had alarmed almost all realm master level experts in the Black Dragon Mountain Star territory. But as in the original plot, they are all blocked from the world and cannot enter. As a result, the entire Black Dragon Mountain Star territory, the 2 major sacred lands, the 4 major organizations, and the 16 world master families began to hold meetings to organize a large number of star-level powerhouses to enter the middle world. With the discovery of the castle of the Kabu Realm Lord, the old man with white beard announced a lot of treasures and threatened to exchange it with Thunderstone. Whether it is the outside world or the realm itself, all the forces are going crazy. And Brolin's grandfather, the master of Sacred Land in Black Dragon Mountain, Hargrave, has also contacted Brolin. The 4 major organizations, the 2 sacred lands, and the 16 world master families, will enter a total of 2 million star-level armies. And the star-level armies of many forces in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, totaling more than 200,000, will all enter the middle world. Let me direct it. Brolin sneered, and my goal is to get the 3rd stage code of the inheritance crystal before the others. His grandfather made a great concession, making the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's major families, including the royal family's star-class armies totaling more than 200,000, all obey Brolin's orders. Hargrave had only one requirement, that is, Brolin must get the inheritance crystal. Unfortunately, although the Blood Dragon Guard started collecting Thunderstone 1 step ahead of schedule, the harvest is still limited, only enough to exchange more than a dozen Tier 5 force weapons. However, with these more than 200,000 people, it's much easier. In the following time, Brolin relied on the more than 200,000 army to frighten the other major forces. He would use all the Thunderstones he received continuously to exchange for crystal codes, turning a blind eye to other precious treasures. The reason for doing this is of course not to please his grandfather of the world, but to have his own plan. Soon, Brolin had already redeemed the 2 crystal ciphers, only the last 1st stage cipher, which made Hargrave, who was waiting outside, very happy. Around the Jizongja castle, countless troops were stationed, with endless tents. His Royal Highness, according to the news, the last 1st stage crystal code has been changed in advance, and the treasures in the castle are almost completely exchanged. In the big tent where Brolin was, a star-class subordinate spoke respectfully. It's still a step too late. On the throne, Brolin sighed slightly. In the original plot, the landlord Tianchen exchanged the last 1st stage password, forcing Hargrave to pay a huge price to exchange it. Soon, Brolin smiled again, but it doesn't matter, no one can take my things. At this moment, in the middle of the world, around the castle, the entire Black Dragon Mountain's star-class armies of all major forces are gathered here. I heard that the treasure has already been exchanged. Yeah, it's all gone. So, can we leave here? Millions of star-class members gathered here, and the sound of discussion was earth-shaking. Idiot, still thinking about leaving? Someone sneered. The real fight, it's only now. Someone looked terrified. The treasure has completely fallen into the hands of the major forces. Next, if the big people behind do not make an agreement, I am afraid it will be a conflagration. In the area where the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was located, Brolin walked out of the big tent, and after looking around, he rose into the sky, looking down at the endless group of tents on the ground. For treasures, I have never had the habit of sharing them with others. There was indifference in his eyes and a sneer on the corners of his mouth. In my eyes, you are just collecting thunderstones for me. Now, the game is over. Shura said, turn it on. 6 Deo, the earth bursts into the sky. The Shura Tau mode was turned on instantly, and Brolin's body reached the universe level. The huge universe level force aura exploded, and in his hands, a black gravitational ball as huge as a basketball condensed. With a sudden wave of his hand, Brolin threw the gravitational ball into the sky. Rumble rumbling. In an instant, the sky fell apart. Chapter 35 The Reappearance of Infinite Monthly Reading. The black gravitational ball exudes terrifying force, and the endless gravitation comes out, pulling the surrounding time and space. Even if it is as hard as the boundary of the boundary, the ground begins to shatter, and large chunks of ground rise in suspension, converging towards the gravitational ball and squeezing away. After strengthening Samsara's eyes, the starburst art is even more powerful. The black gravitational ball of the original starburst star just changes the force field and emits a strong gravitational force. And now, this gravitational ball has faintly affected the surrounding time and space, pulling the surrounding space to twist the gravitational ball. Using my current strength to use this blasting star, even a universe powerhouse, it is difficult to escape from this gravitational field. Brolin whispered. Soon, as a large number of boulders ascending, squeezed to the black gravitational ball, a huge star is slowly taking shape, and it is getting bigger and bigger. Below, the more than 200,000 star-class powerhouses of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire were all stunned by this scene, and at the same time they began to shake the original force, madly fleeing the area covered by gravity. Humph! Seeing this situation, Brolin sneered. If it weren't for his purpose not to kill these people, none of the 200,000 star-level ones could run away. You must know that at this moment Brolin opened Shura Deo, the force level has reached the universe level. In this state, the explosion of the sky stars, the huge gravitational force, even a real universe-level powerhouse would be extremely difficult to resist. Star-level creatures are absolutely impossible to escape under this intensity of gravity. Almost. Brolin looked at the huge sky that was getting bigger and bigger, nearly 10 kilometers in diameter. And at this moment, within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, all the star-level powerhouses of the major forces looked at this place, and the inexplicable strong gravity and the huge stone ball that suddenly appeared and grew larger surprised them. What the hell is this? What a powerful gravitational force, my star-level 9th tier strength, I tried my best to escape from that area. It's too weird, is it another method left by the dead master? Suddenly, the entire middle of the realm was attracted by the huge power of the earth-blasting star. Finally, the stars in the sky stopped expanding and the gravitational field gradually dissipated. Sanzi, what exactly are you saying? In the distance, Thor, Luofeng, and Hong stood on the top of a mountain. I don't know. Luofeng shook his head and looked at the pocket planet with a diameter of nearly 20 kilometers. At this moment, all star classes in the middle of the world looked at the huge sphere in the sky with a puzzled face. Earth Explosion Star has created the moon, and now we will start the final performance. Brolin sneered. On the center of his eyebrows, the blood-colored 9-god jade samsara eyes, which are as indistinguishable as the big tube wood hui, echoed with the moon in the sky. It emits a faint red light. Tianjindeo, open it. Brolin switched to the 6 modes and ascension of will to the universe level. What is that? Something has emerged on the surface of that miniature planet. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of star-level powerhouses all exclaimed. Idiots! Sink in my infinite monthly reading. Brolin had a trace of madness in his eyes. At this moment, on the surface of the moon with a diameter of more than 20 kilometers, a pattern of Samsara's eyes appeared on the surface of the jade, and immediately, the whole moon burst out with a dazzling bloody light. The dazzling blood-colored brilliance spilled from the sky, and all the lives within a radius of hundreds of kilometers were shrouded by this blood-colored brilliance. Almost all of the hundreds of thousands of star-level troops were illuminated by blood in an instant, their eyes turned into Samsara eyes, and the whole person fell into a sluggish state. Damn it, illusion art attacked. Several loud roars sounded from different areas, and then, several powerful breaths burst out suddenly. Oh, universe level! Brolin was startled, then sneered. During this period of time, it seems that a few lucky star level 9th level breakthroughs have reached the universe level and become leaders of some forces. At this moment, those few universes who just broke through are doing their best to fight the illusion art of infinite moon reading. After the enhanced unlimited moon reading, as long as it is illuminated by the bloody light, it will be pulled into the illusion of the moon reading space. With Brolin's will to soar to the universe level after he turned on the celestial Shinto mode at this moment, and then use the monthly reading, even the few universe level powerhouses can't hold on for long. Sure enough, after only 10 seconds, those universe level powerhouses were all dull, their eyes turned into Samsara's eyes, and they fell into the illusion of infinite monthly reading. Monthly reading is the ultimate illusion art. The same level of will is impossible to resist. Brolin sneered. Unless his level of will is one level higher, he can never crack the monthly reading. With his current universe level of will, only the domain master can carry the illusion of the next month reading. It's a terrible illusion art attack. My level of will has reached the pinnacle of the universe level, almost comparable to the domain master. It's still so hard. Luo Feng is still holding on to the mountain in the distance, and is beside him. Hong and Thor have already fallen into illusion. Luo Feng's golden horn behemoth is already at the universe level. With the advantage of being a human being on the earth, his will is already close to the domain master, so he can persist until now. In the middle of the whole world, within a few hundred kilometers of the castle, all lives except Luo Feng are trapped in an illusion of infinite moon reading, and there is silence all around. Even if there are other star levels in the middle of the world, as long as they enter the range of the moon eye, they will be affected by the moon reading and be drawn into the illusion art space. Brush. Brolin released dozens of intelligent robots in the world ring that were not affected by monthly readings. Go, fetch me all the treasures in the hands of other forces. Brolin waved his hand. Intelligent robots are highly intelligent, but they have no will and soul, and can ignore the influence of illusion art of moon reading. Dozens of intelligent robots scattered all around, taking the treasures of the middle world from the leaders of the major forces who had fallen into the illusion art and had no resistance. Soon, Brolin had a bunch of interspatial ring in his hands. The third stage password was not found, it should be the same as the original plot, and Tianchen was destroyed by the landlord in advance. Brolin said to himself. In the original plot, Tianchen got the last first stage crystal code and slaughtered Hargrave a lot. Forget it, let Hargrave go and exchange Tianchen for himself. As the 9th prince of the empire, Brolin would not be influenced by emotions. Even if he knew that his grandfather Hargrave would be smashed for a false inheritance, he had no intention of intervening at all. Family affection, what a word that is unfamiliar to the royal family. Being able to stand out from the many princes, Brolin relied on more than Hargrave's support. His own Rist city government also played a huge role. Otherwise, how could Hargrave spend so much effort to support him? Next, it's time to meet the future Galaxy Lord. Brolin's eyes looked into the distance, the figure that is still insisting on. I really want to enslave him with the animal way. Brolin whispered. Unfortunately, he knew it was impossible. As the protagonist who devours the starry sky, once Brolin strikes Luo Feng, whether it is enslaving or killing him, the plot will be completely destroyed. In that case, the consequence will be the complete disappearance of the entire original universe and even the Universe C. Just like in Naruto World, when Naruto and Sasuke were killed by him, Naruto world immediately fell into destruction. The only way to take action against the protagonist of these plot worlds is to wait until the end of the plot. At that time, the life and death of the protagonist will no longer be connected with the world. If Brolin wants to kill Luo Feng, he must wait until the moment when the other party breaks into samsara. Only at that time, the plot is over. Luo Feng's death will no longer have any impact on the world where the devouring starry sky is. And now, he must not shoot Luo Feng. At this moment, somewhere in the middle of the world, Luo Feng was still struggling to resist, and the monthly reading illusion art still did not pull him into the illusion. Damn it, I can't hold it anymore. Luo Feng's expression was ugly. You must leave this blood-shrouded area as soon as possible. But this bloody light shrouded hundreds of kilometers in a radius. At this moment, all his energy was fighting against illusion art, and he couldn't move a bit at all. As expected of Luo Feng. Actually, I can hold on till now. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded, and Luo Feng was shocked and raised his head with difficulty. I saw a man holding a scepter with 9 black balls floating behind his back, 2 horns on his forehead, and a bloody one-eyed man standing above him, looking down at him. Chapter 36 Dealing with Luo Feng. How does this guy know me? Moreover, this eye. Luo Feng was startled, and the eyes on the other's forehead were exactly the same as the pattern on the tiny planet that appeared inexplicably. Could it be that this guy launched the illusion art attack just now? Thinking of this, his heart sank and he had a bad feeling. Who is your excellency? Why did you launch such a large-scale illusion art attack? Luo Feng shouted in a low voice, aren't you afraid to offend the major forces with such a move? Although Brolin commanded more than 200,000 troops of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire before, he almost never showed up, so that Luo Feng did not know his specific identity until now. Why? Of course it's for the treasure. Brolin chuckled lightly. If I don't do this, how can I grab the things in the hands of the major forces? As for offending them, haha, offending, then offending, so what? Brolin laughed disdainfully. It's not just them, I'm also very interested in the treasure in your hand. Your kid is not easy, and the good things in your hand are not much less than those of the major forces. Brolin teased. Luo Feng's face became more and more ugly after hearing this. He did have a lot of treasures in his hand, relying on the powerful digging ability of Mo Yunteng. He had exchanged several Tier 5 force weapons. But he didn't understand why this guy would know this. What to do? Do you want to hand over the treasure? Luo Feng was entangled at the moment. He can perceive that the opponent's strength is very strong. At least Luo Feng can't stop the terrible illusion art attack. Even if Mo Yun is released, I am afraid it will be difficult to defeat the opponent. He just felt the breath of a few universe-level powerhouses, and fell silent after a sudden eruption. Obviously, the universe-level powerhouse might not be the opponent of this mysterious young man. I have a clone, it doesn't matter if I fall, but Hong and Thor do not have a clone, plus Mo Yunteng finally broke through to the universe level. The corner of his eye glanced at the Thunder and Hong. He did not want to give up his brother, nor did he want to lose the powerful help of Mo Yunteng. Forget it, just assume this middle world has never been here. In the end, Luo Feng made a decision. With a sigh, Luo Feng showed helplessness and said, I am willing. Let's make a deal. When the words were spoken at the same time, Luo Feng was taken aback for a moment, while Brolin twitched at the corner of his mouth. I really thought I was going to seize your treasure. Brolin sneered. Luo Feng was stunned, isn't it? I still look down on that little thing about you. I just came here to make a deal with you. Brolin said indifferently. Luo Feng, I am not afraid to tell you. I know your details. I know you are from the Earth. It happens that I know the planet very well and I am also very interested in it at the same time. As soon as Brolin's words came out, Luo Feng's face changed. He felt unbelievable. This guy who was obviously not a human being not only knew his name, but also knew that he was from the Earth. I know that you have obtained a lot of good things by using the universe class Mo Yunteng. Brolin sneered, I promise you that I will not take your treasures, and at the same time, I will let you and your companions go. But as a price, I want you to sell me the smallest piece of land on Earth. Through the official Black Dragon Mountain Empire, follow the formal procedures and assign that piece of land to my name. Hearing Brolin's cold words, Luo Feng's face became more and more ugly. He didn't know why the other party knew so much, even the Mo Yunteng who had just breakthrough universe level understood very well, but this guy actually dared to threaten to seize the land on the earth, which made Luo Feng difficult to accept. If it weren't for being controlled by others at this moment, he would immediately turn his face. After all, the earth is the birthplace of all human beings, the ancestor star. How can the Earth's land be given to aliens? You have to think clearly, even if your Golden Horn monster clone and Mo Yunteng shot together, it can't be my opponent. Brolin said coldly, and at the same time glanced at Hong and Thunder God on the side. The threat is beyond words. Besides, I only need a small piece of land, and the impact on your Earth is not that big. Damn it, guy! Luo Feng gritted his teeth. How does he know so many things? He felt horrified at the moment. The other party even knew his Golden Horn monster clone. It was incredible. If he was the only one today, he could completely ignore the threat of the opponent, and he would fight the opponent with Mo Yun. Because the other party asked to conduct transactions through the official Black Dragon Mountain Empire, he must have scruples. Luo Feng felt that the other party did not dare to be unfavorable to the Earth, just like the Nolan Mountain family. But at the moment Hong and Thunder God are here. They don't have any clones. Once the war is affected, they are really dead. Tangled, extremely tangled. Can you tell me why you want the land of the Earth? Luo Feng said solemnly for a long time. Hat. Brolin chuckled, jokingly in his eyes, this point. No comment. Luo Feng, I can't promise him. Babata's voice echoed wildly in Luo Feng's mind. There are too many secrets on the earth, there are a lot of relics left by the master. Once this guy goes to the earth, he will definitely be jealous, and I don't know what he will do at that time. The lives of Hong and Lei Shen are far inferior to the earth. This guy wants to buy the earth's land through official channels, which shows that he has some scruples in his heart and dare not mess around. You must not promise him. Listening to Babata's words, Luo Feng did not fluctuate. Since this guy knows the earth, even I know it in such detail, do you think he doesn't know the relics of the earth? Luo Feng asked rhetorically. He felt that when the other party bought the earth's land, in all likelihood, it was simply going to the treasure left by Hu Yanbo. But even so, Luo Feng was helpless, because on the one hand he was invincible, on the other hand, the lives of Thunder God and Hong were completely in the hands of each other. After listening to Luo Feng's analysis, even Babata was silent and gritted his teeth at the same time. It didn't understand why Brolin knew the information of the earth so clearly. Luo Feng bowed his head in silence, and Brolin on the side did not bother him. It should be because he knows that Luo Feng is a very emotional person. He attaches great importance to the earth and his friends. If you are pressing hard, it might be counterproductive. After struggling for a long time, Luo Feng finally raised his head, with traces of blood in his eyes. I promised. He gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. He is a person with a lot of emotions, and it is absolutely impossible to watch Hong and Lei Shen die. When I have enough strength, the earth will still belong to my human race. He vowed in his heart that he would become stronger in the future and would retake the lost territories of the earth. A very wise choice. Brolin smiled, then from now on, you will be by my side. When we get out of the realm, we will complete the transaction on this Kanglan star. He was very happy because he got a large area of the earth. We must know that the earth is a precious place for soul breeding created specifically for the earth's veins. The planet meticulously built by a god king is infinitely valuable. In the original plot, after learning about the effect of the earth on the soul, the 5 forces of the human race all competed, and even the creator of the giant axe and the masters of many universes were amazed. In the original plot, even the immortal Venerable only asked Luo Feng for an island, but I won a continent. Brolin was very happy. My Brolin must not only become the supreme being in all realms, but my ethnic group must also be the most powerful ethnic group. He asked for the territories of the earth, naturally, for the consideration of future generations. Babies born on earth have much more powerful soul talent than innate, which can create more geniuses. This is too important for a race. Brolin is already star level, but he has no children yet. Now it's time to think about future generations. You know, the stronger the original universe, the higher the cultivation base, the lower the probability of giving birth. Once he became immortal, he completely lost the ability to give birth to offspring. Of course, Brolin also wanted to give birth to his own offspring before immortal. Once he has children, a family, and countless offspring, he must plan ahead for his own ethnic group. And the earth is the treasure he prepared for future generations. In the future, my descendants will give birth to newborns on the earth. In this way, the soul talents of my family descendants will be even stronger. Even if the role of the earth is discovered in the future, and the virtual universe company wants to buy the earth, I can use the land in my hands to exchange for amazing wealth. Chapter 37. When he got what he wanted, Brolin raised his head, Samsara's writing wheel on his forehead glowed, instantly releasing the infinite moon reading, and the huge moon eye pattern in the sky dissipated. Hey! Luo Feng on the side let out a sigh of relief, but he was fighting against illusion art from start to finish. Soon, after losing the moon eye, all the star-level powerhouses who had fallen into the infinite monthly reading in the entire realm of the world began to wake up. And the ones who woke up first were those universe-level powerhouses. Damn it, where's my storage ring? Do not. As soon as they woke up, they realized that something was wrong, and immediately checked their own situation, but they all changed their colors. A few moments later, several screaming roars uttered, shocking everyone who had just woke up. The universe-level leaders of several major forces all discovered that all the treasures on their side were gone, and the storage ring was taken away. Suddenly, the major forces began to mess around. It must be the guy who launched illusion art just now. Who is it? Dare to offend all major forces at the same time. After the chaos, several star-level powerhouses with millions of powers, with the acquiescence of the big figures behind them, started a terrible melee. Because everyone felt that it was very likely that other forces secretly took the treasure away. And those world master level powerhouses behind the major forces are even more annoyed. If this is the case, then kill it, and all speak with strength. The terrible war began. Millions of star-level players killed the sky and the dark. Those few universe-level powerhouses who just broke through became the must-kill targets in the war, and they all fell in the terrible energy fluctuations. In the end, the major forces that suffered heavy casualties still failed to produce results. All parties in the war felt that the treasure was in the hands of the enemy, but in reality, none of them had any treasure. Finally, the world masters behind the major forces didn't know what agreement had been reached. The middle world portal was finally opened, and the star-class legions stopped fighting and began to evacuate. During the evacuation process, Luo Feng followed Brolin all the time, causing Nolan Mountain to dare not attack Luo Feng like in the original book. The reason why these star levels were not thoroughly investigated when the treasures were lost is because after some discussion, those masters of the world all believed that they could make millions of star levels fall into illusion art, or even universe level ones. None of them were able to resist. It must be the method left by the master of Kobo. They felt that this treasure exchange was a farce deliberately planned by the intelligent life of the Kobo realm from beginning to end. After playing around with the crowd, he used methods to retrieve the treasure. Otherwise, how can so many precious treasures really be exchanged with stones? Therefore, many realm masters planned to withdraw all the star-class powerhouses, and they personally enter the realm to search for the whereabouts of those treasures. Fortunately, the inheritance crystal code is not fake. Outside, the realm master Hargrave and Zhang Tianchen were relieved. After guessing that the treasure exchange might be just a farce, the two of them began to panic. At the same time, they immediately went to the Universe Galaxy Cluster Bank. Through testing, they found that their passwords were the account passwords of the Kobo master, which were completely correct. This is assured. At the same time, the two of them are also very puzzled. Since the treasures exchanged have been taken back, why is such a precious inheritance crystal code true? Once you know the password, it is impossible to recover it like a treasure. If it's just to tease everyone, there is no need to redeem the real password. They can't guess that this exchange game is not a farce, but all the treasures are in the hands of Brolin and Luo Feng. In the end, the ending of these world masters was very tragic. They were bombarded by the Universe Mercenary Alliance before they found the so-called treasures, and the middle world was permanently closed and no longer open to the outside world. Brolin had already told Hargrave of the double password he had obtained. As for the many other treasures, he had collected them by himself, and no one knew about it. In the end, as in the original plot, Tianchen smashed Hargrave, and Hargrave got a fake crystal inheritance. Under Brolin's threat, Luo Feng transferred the ownership of the smallest continent on the earth to Brolin's name under the witness of the official Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Brolin Star. As expected to be the Lord of Thunder, the collection is amazing. In the magnificent palace, Brolin sat high on the throne, rubbing the world ring on his finger, and sighed. At the end of the Zhangzhou trip, his grandfather Hargrave received the fake crystal inheritance, and he received all the treasures except Luo Feng's. If he could release these treasures in his hands, Brolin was sure that his wealth would surpass most of the realm masters of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. It can't be sold right now. I'm afraid the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire's world masters are staring at it right now, and once I release these treasures, I will be stared at immediately. Brolin muttered to himself. Wait a minute, when I show off my edge in the genius battle and join the core layer of the Virtual Universe Company, then I will have nothing to worry about in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. He can be sure that once he rises up and becomes the Royal Highness of the original secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company, even his ancestor, the immortal of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, will be polite to him. Now, the only thing I have to do is to wait and wait for the Universe Genius War to start. Brolin's eyes were a little shining. The territories of the Earth have also been obtained, and I should also plan for the descendants of On. Brolin knew very well that in the original universe, the stronger the creature's strength, the lower the probability of giving birth to offspring. For example, it is extremely difficult for a realm master to give birth to a child, far more difficult than for a star-level powerhouse to give birth to offspring. This is a limitation of the universe law. And once you become immortal, become the life of the divine body, the soul and the body are completely integrated, and you will completely lose the opportunity to breed offspring. Brolin was born only a few decades ago. Although there are many women, he has not given birth to his own offspring. Therefore, he must plan early. Otherwise it will be extremely difficult to give birth to a child after he becomes stronger. Even Luo Feng already has 2 children. Brolin, I should have own offspring. Even Brolin has already chosen his future partner. Domain Lord, Genia. Yes, Brolin was very interested in the silver-haired and silver-clad woman who had blocked many realm masters from the Thunder World alone before that time. The opponent is a disciple of the Third Army Master of the Dry Witch Universe. His strength is also at the Domain Master level, and his temper is very suitable for Brolin's appetite. For the sake of the rules of the so-called Universe Mercenary Alliance, many powerful world masters were blocked from the middle of the world. Although it is with the power of the third military master behind it, it has to be said that it is still very bold and courageous. In the universe, there are too many beautiful women. It is naturally impossible for Brolin to choose an ordinary woman as a partner. Only a woman with talent, strength, and personality like Chinya can arouse his interest. If it were in the original plot, a small ninth prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, I am afraid that Chinya would never be to put in one's eyes. After all, Brolin in the original plot probably never had the opportunity to break through to the master level in his life, and the two are not creatures of the same level at all. But now, everything is different. With the help of the system and the Black Dragon, Brolin can completely overlook sentient beings in the future. That girl is not weak in strength and background, I am afraid that she has a high vision. Brolin chuckled lightly. However, when I rise in the War of Geniuses, no obstacles will exist anymore. Genius War, I really look forward to it. Chapter 38 Genius War, begin. Earth, Luo family. Sanzi, did you really give Australia to that guy named Brolin? Thor asked in a deep voice. Aside, Luo Feng was silent. It's all because of us. Hong said in a low voice. Knowing what happened, he naturally understood that Luo Feng compromised because he cared about the lives of him and Thor. Not bad. Thor also looked ugly. I am useless. Dage, brother, you don't have to blame yourself. In fact, things are not as simple as you think. Luo Feng persuaded. That guy doesn't know why, he knows the earth and us very well, he has a plan if he wants to come, even if there is no this time, I am afraid that sooner or later he will come to the door. Hearing Luo Feng's words, both of them were silent. Why does this guy want land on earth? Thor was puzzled. It's probably coveting the relics on the earth. Hong said. Since the other party had an incomparable understanding of the earth, those ruins that wanted to come to the earth could not escape the other party's eyes. The other party chose to transfer the land ownership with me under the witness of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Obviously, it was scrupulous. I think he should not mess around on the earth. However, what makes me strange is that although this guy has asked for territory on the earth, after the transfer of ownership, so far there has been no follow-up action, and no one has been sent to the earth. Luo Feng said in a deep voice. It's as if he just wants to make a name and prove that he has partial ownership of the earth in his hands. He frowned. This is indeed very strange, it makes them feel confused, and at the same time extremely headache. Anyway, the top priority is to improve own strength. Hong Shen said. Brolin's shot in the middle of the world shocked all of them. At least so far, they are not sure that they can deal with the incomparably weird illusion art of the other party. Dage is right. Thor said, after all, this is all because we are not strong enough. As long as we can become stronger, we can get back what we lost sooner or later. Luo Feng also drank low. As time passed, Brolin was silently cultivating an ascension own strength on the territory of the own planet, while waiting. Finally, on this day in the virtual universe, a hanging list appeared, and the brilliance was shining, shocking the entire human race. The Universe Genius War starts to sign up, and all the humans in the universe are excited. Universe Genius Warfare finally started. In the gloomy palace, Brolin suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed across his eyes. The timing of the rise. Earth. Opportunity, great opportunity. Luo Feng looked excited, and roared, we must seize it. After learning about the Genius War, he was extremely excited. Because he understands that as long as he can perform well in this genius battle, he will have unimaginable huge gains. Virtual Universe, one of the top 5 giants in strength, can be called one of the most terrifying forces in the entire human race. What is the level of Genius Wars it holds? According to the rules of Genius Wars, the best performers will enter the core of the Virtual Universe company and become one of them. What is the status of a core member of one of the 5 giants? It would be best if I could join the Virtual Universe company. Luo Feng clenched his fists. Even if I can't, the worst. As long as my performance is amazing enough, I can also join the big forces in Kunwu Universe. Then I can take advantage of it. You can take the Earth back intact without fear of that guy's threat. During this period of time, Luo Feng has been very depressed. Because Brolin seems to have forgotten that there is still a piece of his territory on the Earth, so far he hasn't moved much. But Luo Feng was even more disturbed. After all, the Earth belongs to the entire human race. He transferred the land of the Earth to Brolin, and he suffered from time to time even when forced to do so. At this moment, the start of the Genius War gave him hope. He wants to rise. By joining the big forces, he will use the opportunity to oppress Brolin and force him to return the land of the Earth. Luo Feng, your idea is right. Babata said. In the universe, going it alone is the next best thing, no matter how strong it is. You also need to hold a group for warmth. If your teacher was willing to join those big forces, how could you end up in a ruin? It is extremely supportive of Luo Feng's idea of joining a big power, because Hu Yanbo's lessons learned prove that the Lone Ranger is very disadvantaged in the universe. Luo Feng nodded. After experiencing Brolin's threat, he also deeply realized his lack of strength, and also realized the importance of having a big power behind him. In the universe, countless other geniuses also learned of this news. All star-level geniuses in the 1081 universe are gearing up and eager to try. On the first day of the registration for the Genius War, the number of participants in the Universe Kingdom alone exceeded 300 billion. After the registration was over, the number of participants in the entire Kyunwoo Universe country reached an astonishing 820 billion in the original plot. In fact, this number may seem large, but it is not too shocking. You have to know how vast the universe of Kyunwoo Universe is, and the stars don't know how many there are. There are hundreds of thousands of planets of life. 820 billion placed in the entire Kyunwoo Universe is just a drop in the ocean. These more than 820 billion people who have the courage to sign up, are not weak, at least they have comprehended some realms, and in reality they are all geniuses who are almost comparable to the universe level. After all, like those ordinary star levels, they are all embarrassed to sign up, because they are just cannon fodder. Apart from experiencing the pain of being killed, they will get nothing. It is better to watch the game. Otherwise, for the star level of the Universe Kingdom, everyone will sign up, more than 820 billion? In the original plot, Brolin knew his own strength and did not register for the game, but sat in a spaceship with a group of aristocratic children from the Witch Universe nation to watch the game. But this time, of course Brolin would not do it. Successful registration. The prompt of the virtual universe sounded. Above the throne, Brolin smiled, finally, it's time for me to play. Soon, in the eyes of the entire human race, the Genius War officially began. Following the instructions of the virtual system, Brolin sat high on the throne in the palace, his consciousness entered the virtual universe, opened his eyes again, and he appeared in a tall building. At this moment, he still looks like a 10-tailed person, holding 6 scepters in his hand. And 9 jade for seeking Taoism floating behind him. I was assigned to the 6th world zone. Walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looked at the towering buildings outside, and felt that he was strengthened to the 9th tier body by the virtual universe at this moment. Brolin's mouth pulled out a smile. Like the original plot, the 820 billion contestants in the entire Kyunwoo universe are divided into 100 world regions, each with about 8.2 billion people, and these 8.2 billion people are divided into 10 different cities. There are approximately 800 million people in each city. At this moment, including Brolin, there are more than 800 million star-level 9th tier powerhouses crowded among the many buildings in this city. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly sounded, and then it became a peace, and a fierce force impact could be seen outside the window. Obviously, the fight has already begun. Such a dense crowd, such a large-scale fight, no matter how strong a master is. Brolin sighed. At this moment, hundreds of millions of people are crowded together. Hit. In the original plot, Luo Feng wisely chose to hide it in the early stage to avoid the danger of being besieged. Unfortunately, I am much stronger than Luo Feng. Brolin's eyes were cold. Moreover, the thing I'm not afraid of is team fights. Shura said, turn it on. Suzuonengu. Chapter 39, Massacre. In almost an instant, Brolin exploded his strength to the highest level. The 100-meter-high black energy giant suddenly appeared, shattering all the surrounding obstacles. This abrupt scene shocked the other contestants not far from the building, and the black mustache exuding breath made them even more frightened. At this moment, Shura Deo changed Brolin's body force from star level 9th level ascension to universe level 9th, and Suzuoneng once again increased it by 250 times. At this moment, the universe force in his body has reached the Domain Master's second level. Turn it all into my points. Brolin stood in the void and sneered, showing his white teeth. Earth burst into the sky. OM. A pitch-black gravitational ball with a diameter of 1 meter was condensed by him, and then it shot upwards fiercely, hitting the sky above. Boom! In an instant, a huge gravitational field overwhelmed the sky, sweeping the entire city, including the ground. Everything began to vibrate. What's the situation? What happened? At this moment, whether they were fighting or hiding, the many star-level powerhouses stopped, feeling the sudden strong gravitational restraint around them, and they all showed a look of surprise. Brolin's figure came into the sky, looking down below, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Struggle, it's all in vain. With the terrible gravitational force released by the second class of the Domain Master at the moment, even the real Domain Master is extremely difficult to fight against, and it is difficult to escape. Below, the entire city is shrouded in the endless gravitational field of the Earth bursting into the sky. Numerous buildings were pulled up to the sky by the huge gravitational force of the black gravitational ball and turned into fragments. The ground was shattering, and huge fragments were floating up, in between, intertwined with countless human figures. The star-class powerhouses in the entire city were bound by the powerful gravitational force of the Earth-bursting stars, and flew towards the sky in panic. Impossible, how could there be such a strong gravitation? There was incredible in the eyes of a thin young man with blue skin. He has the laws of airiness, and the speed of asking himself is amazing. Even the strong gravitational force of a white dwarf can't restrain him, but at this moment, facing the terrifying suction in the sky, a desperate mood spreads in his heart. This kind of gravity is approaching a black hole. He roared in his heart, his body ascending uncontrollably. The gravitational force of the black hole series is so huge that even the master class powerhouses are extremely difficult to deal with, let alone the star class. There are also too many people who are also in desperate situation, all being pulled by the gravitational ball, constantly ascending. Do not. In the end, what happened? For a time, the whole city was full of roars and screams, mixed in with the loud rumbling noise. In the sky, a huge star slowly formed, and everything on the ground was attracted away, merged into the surface of the star, and continued to expand. The huge gravitational force enveloped the entire city, everything could not escape, everything was converging towards the sky. The huge gravitational field lasted more than 3 hours. In the end, a huge star with a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers was suspended in the sky. And below, the original city had turned into a huge crater. Brolin, points, 809365442, ranking, first. Seeing the information displayed on the screen on his wrist, Brolin's mouth twitched and looked down from a high altitude. You get 1 point for killing a person, so that said, just that one blast of the sky has killed more than 800 million people. You know, there are only more than 820 million people in the entire city. In other words, Brolin almost wiped out the others. Escaped more than 10 million people? Impossible. Brolin muttered to himself, then shook his head. He has been paying attention to the movement below. Indeed, Some people can escape the range of gravity because of their good strength and good luck, but there are definitely not many. It should have been a fight just now, which has caused many people to have already fallen. There are definitely no more than 100,000 people who can escape from my Earth explosive star. Moreover, all these 100,000 people were lucky enough to escape because they were on the edge of the city and too far away from the black gravitational ball. According to Brolin's observations, none of those who really escaped by their own strength. Territory master level Earth-bursting stars, released in such a dense range, it is impossible for universe-level powerhouses to break away from that terrible gravitational force. Even if the players participating in the genius battle are genius, they cannot surpass the universe-level powerhouses too much. That is to say, Nabalan, with the strength of being close to the domain master and the talent of the law of space, it may be possible to escape under this trick. As for others, even Luo Feng and Rong Jun, it is impossible to escape at close range. The gravity of the Earth bursting into the sky. Brolin had confidence in his eyes. According to the regulations, the first place in each world zone can directly represent the World War Universe country and participate in the finals of the Virtual Universe Company. Brolin thought. The Universe Genius Battle is held in 1081 universe. Each universe country selects the strongest 1,000 people to go to the Virtual Universe Company for the finals. In the Kingdom of Kyunwoo Universe, the first place in the 100 world zones is directly awarded, while the other survivors will compete for the remaining 900 places through a ring battle. In the original plot, Luo Feng qualified for the final through a ring battle. Brolin has buried almost 1/10 of the contestants in the entire 6th world zone at this moment, and his points have reached a terrifying more than 800 million, which is currently the absolute number 1 in the world zone. We must know that in the original plot, Luo Feng only had more than 30 million points, which means he was ranked more than 50 in the world, with 800 million points. You can imagine how terrifying it is. I don't want to waste time to participate in the so-called ring competition. Although the 800 million points are high, but to be on the safe side, I have to continue to kill and earn more. Brolin looked into the distance. There are 10 cities in the entire 6th world zone. He plans to go to other places to continue to win points and stabilize his own ranking. After removing the state of Susana and Shura, Brolin used the virtual universe competition system to detect the location of another city, and the figure moved and headed for the far sky. In the endless ruins below, the nearly 100,000 people who survived by chance were hiding at this moment, looking at Brolin in the sky with horror. Obviously, everyone has realized that the terrible gravitational attack just now should have been done by the figure in the sky. Seeing the other party's figure disappearing rapidly, each of these remaining geniuses breathed a sigh of relief. This horrible guy, let's go. Someone paled. Leave, finally left. It's really terrible. Is this guy really a 9th level star? Isn't the Virtual Universe Company making a mistake? A young man with a firstborn horn growled. I want to complain, I'm sure, this guy's force level is definitely not star level. They found it difficult to accept, after all, that guy almost wiped out an entire city with just one move. More than 800 million. Everyone shuddered at the thought of this number, it was incredible. There are peerless geniuses in the universe, but they don't believe that there is such a terrifying genius that can kill 800 million strong people of the same level with the same physical strength. You must know that these contestants, their own strength is also extremely strong, far surpassing the ordinary star level 9th tier. But in front of the opponent, they were slaughtered like ants. This made them unbelievable and felt that such a character could not exist. They would rather believe that something went wrong with the Virtual Universe Company. How would they know that Brolin's strength is not comparable to them? When Brolin launched the attack, after experiencing the continuous increase of Shuradeo and Suseo Nohu, the level of force in his body has almost reached more than 6.4 million times that of star rank 9th. You know, Shuradeo has added him from star level 9th level ascension to universe level 9th, which is an increase of 25,600 times, plus Susanoo's 250-fold increase, and it has reached more than 6 million times. With this strength of the universe force, the chaotic source level secret technique is released to explode the sky star to deal with the so-called geniuses of the mere star level. There will be no suspense at all, absolutely spike. Chapter 40 Vibration. The battle in the 100 world regions of the Kyunwoo universe was too scattered, and the participants amounted to more than 820 billion. Therefore, the Virtual Universe Company did not broadcast the game. Anyone who wants to watch the game can only buy tickets for the spacecraft to watch. At this moment, in the endless distance above the 100 world zone, countless spaceships hovered and moved slowly. A large number of spectators are inside the spacecraft, and with the help of the large screen, they can see a very clear scene on the ground and watch specific game scenes. Haha, there are more than 800 million people in a city. Look, look, let's kill. Tisk tisk, it's really tragic. That guy is so strong, what a pity, he was besieged. Aboard the spacecraft, a group of gorgeously dressed figures are drinking a drink while watching the game scene, constantly commenting, and their expressions are extremely excited. It takes a lot of money to be able to come here to watch the game. Therefore, each of these spacecraft is a big figure on their own planet or even the star field. However, above the 6th world zone, different from the excitement of the audience in other world regions, there is a dead silence among the spacecraft. Almost every audience stared at the big screen with shocked eyes. At this moment, what is displayed on the big screen is one of the 10 cities in the 6th world zone. However, that city is gradually disappearing. Above it, there is an expanding miniature planet hanging in the sky. How can this be? A city just disappeared like this. Among the spaceships, the audience who were still talking and commenting on the game all showed incredible expressions, staring at the big screen one by one, and many people's eyes were about to come out. That guy. Who the hell is it? Someone trembled. What kind of secret is this? One move ruined a city. At this moment, the big screen of the spaceship showed that the 100-meter-high black complete body mustache Sano, and Brolin's figure stood at the center of the giant's eyebrows. Not far from Suzuonangu, the technique of Earth blasting the stars continued, and countless figures, together with the huge boulders on the ground, were constantly being drawn towards the miniature planet. It took 3 full hours, until Brolin's figure disappeared from the screen, and the Earth bursting into the sky completely ended, and all the audience fully recovered. Ranked first, points. 800 million or more than 800 million. An incredible scream sounded in a spaceship. How can it be? More than 800 million, that doesn't mean that he is almost extinct alone, 1/10 of the geniuses in the 6th world zone. Nonsense, haven't you seen the entire city disappeared? The sound of constant inhalation of air conditioning came and went one after another in the spacecraft, and almost the audience in the 6th world zone couldn't believe own eyes. How can such a person exist? The name is Brolin, from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Is there something wrong with the virtual universe system? This guy, it can't be a star class, right? Everyone thinks if something is wrong with the virtual universe system, maybe this guy's body is not set to star level 9th. It should be like this. The Virtual Universe Company definitely made a mistake, and set this guy's body to the universe level. No, maybe even the domain master level. Yes. It must be so. They don't believe that Brolin can kill more than 800 million strong people with one move. This method is no longer a genius to describe. In the real world, even a domain master is unlikely to kill so many with one move. Star level 9th order. In the history of genius battles, there have indeed been many terrifying existences far beyond other players, but I have never heard of anyone who has the power to destroy a city. Soon, an uproar broke out from the 6th world zone, sweeping the entire Kyunwoo universe. What? Ranked first in the 6th world zone, with more than 800 million points. One move, destroyed a city and killed more than 800 million people. What are you kidding? This rumor, which makes people feel almost absurd, is like a storm, sweeping through the entire Kyunmu universe country, and even began to spread to other universe countries. You know, the universe genius war has attracted attention in the entire human domain. Almost everyone sneered when they first heard this rumor. Kill more than 800 million people in a city in one move? How could it be possible? This is a genius battle in the universe. Everyone who signs up is not an ordinary 9th tier star level, and everyone is considered the pride of the sky. Even if there is a gap between them, where can they go? Killing so many star-level geniuses at once, in reality, even the domain master can hardly do it. But soon, when they saw the game data of the virtual universe, after seeing the streaming video, they stopped talking one by one, leaving only endless shock and incredible. It turned out to be true. Number 1 in the 6th World District, more than 800 million points. Brolin, who is this little guy? From the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Which country is the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, and is it strong? For a time, Brolin and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire became hot searches in the virtual universe. At this time, a piece of news came out, which triggered another earthquake. The more than 800 million eliminated players in the 6th World Zone are circulating. It is the virtual universe company that has made a mistake. The body of the person who shot is definitely not set to star grade 9. The player, it is very likely to be set to the 9th domain master level. It's not just them, but countless citizens of the universe kingdom have also raised questions. Many big shots have asked the virtual universe company to conduct a thorough investigation and give an explanation. In the universe, many people are sighing. Indeed, the impact of this incident was too great. Since the Universe Genius War was held, I have never seen any player with such an overwhelming strength to eliminate hundreds of millions of people in one fell swoop. It is a miracle. Almost no one wants to believe that this is true. Look at it, it is said that the Virtual Universe Company has already begun an investigation, and a high level has stepped in. Virtual Universe, in a magnificent palace on the mountainside of Thunder Island. Venerable, this is the specific situation. In the glorious Great Hall, the female immortal dragon Jade King looked at the blue figure above the throne and spoke respectfully. At the top of the palace, that figure is surprisingly the person in charge of this genius battle, 9 Swords Venerable. Interesting. After listening to Longjio King's return, 9 Sword Venerable couldn't help but chuckle. There are rumors from the outside that there is a problem with the virtual universe system, but as the company's real senior management, Jujian Venerable is naturally scornful. How could the virtual universe system go wrong? You must know that this virtual universe was created by the original ancestor. The original ancestor captured the master of a mechanical clan universe as the core of the virtual universe to process all the data in the virtual world. This also makes that since endless years, there has never been the slightest low-level error in the virtual universe. At least, once in the Genius War, I have never heard of mistakes. The virtual universe system can't go wrong naturally, then there is only one possibility. This little guy named Brolin is indeed extraordinary. 9 Sword Venerable's eyes were bright. With his universe venerable status, it is only a questioning from the outside world, and he will not investigate this matter personally at all. The reason why he pays so much attention is because Brolin's performance is indeed too incredible, which aroused his interest. Call up the video. In front of the Great Hall, a virtual screen appeared, and soon one after another appeared, astonishingly the city where Brolin is located in the 6th World District. From the beginning of the game until the entire city disappeared and Brolin left, everything that happened was clearly displayed on the screen and played again. A long time. Genius, true genius. Jujian Venerable said, with surprise in his eyes. Chapter 41, Genius. He has watched the video about Brolin in the 6th World Zone. With his universe venerable level, he can naturally see the mystery. The original force level in this little guy's body is indeed star level. 9 Swords Venerable sighed slightly, but with the help of the secret method, after condensing the black giant, his force level has been greatly increased. The trick to release the powerful gravitational force is even more extraordinary, and it actually involves time and space realm. 9 Swords Venerable's face is full of shock. He didn't expect that a star-level little guy would be able to do this, which surprised him. These 2 secret methods are of extremely high levels. Not to mention whether it was created by him, just being able to perform these 2 secret methods at the star level already shows that the talent of this little guy is absolutely amazing. At least, he has a strong talent in the way of time and space. 9 Swords Venerable's eyes flickered. You must know that the secret technique of Earth Explosion and Sky Star has reached the chaotic source level after being strengthened. It is no longer a purely involving force field level, but has entered the realm of time and space. The endless gravitational force emanating from the starburst of the Earth contains an extremely mysterious law of time and space. The gravitational force not only attracts objects, but can also distort the surrounding time and space. Only star rank can use this secret technique involving the profound laws of time and space. 9 Swords Venerable obviously feels that Brolin has an unimaginable talent for cultivation in time and space. Time and space are the top-level original laws. 9 Sword Venerable sighed, if you want to become Universe Venerable, you must understand one of them. If you want to become the master of the universe, you must understand both. Obviously, in the eyes of a strong man of his level, a true genius must have the talent of powerful laws of time and space, because only these 2 laws can create a real strong. There is no talent in time and space, and wanting to be Universe Venerable is undoubtedly an idiot dream. In the original universe, only Universe Venerable can be regarded as a real existence that has stepped into a higher level. This little guy, the talent in the path of time and space, is the strongest I have ever seen in my endless years. 9 Swords Venerable yelled in his heart. If you teach well, it may not be possible to step into the venerable level in the future. 9 Swords Venerable was tempted. Looking at Brolin's figure in the video, he actually gave birth to the idea of accepting disciples. Brolin's talents are indeed amazing, even at the Universe Venerable level. If he can teach a disciple who is also Universe Venerable, it is undoubtedly a great thing for 9 Swords Venerable, which can greatly expand his strength and influence. But it's not in a hurry now. He smiled slightly. According to the rules, this genius war is presided over by him, and in theory all geniuses will belong to him. It's not too late to look at the follow-up performance of this little guy. Dry Witch Universe, at this moment, almost all universe citizens who are concerned about genius wars are discussing things about Brolin. Even the real upper-level figures and the existence of the Great Immortal are extremely concerned about this matter. You said, is the virtual system malfunctioning, or is the little guy named Brolin really amazing enough? Error? How could the virtual universe system go wrong? It's not an error, how could this happen? One move to kill 800 million geniuses of the same rank, who can believe this kind of thing? The genius battle is still going on. Above countless worlds, in an extremely huge and luxurious spaceship, one after another is lined up with magnificent thrones, and one immortal is sitting on it, communicating with each other. These are the real power figures in the universe kingdom, and the survival of endless creatures can be determined with a single thought. Well, I think that little guy may be really a peerless genius. Yes, let alone other things, just the 2 secret techniques of the energy giant and the gravitational attack he displayed are amazing enough. Haha, I think so too. At this moment, hundreds of immortal were all talking, with shocked expressions on their faces. Their strength and insight are naturally far less than the 9 Swords Venerable, unable to see the true mystery of the 2 secret arts, but it does not affect their judgment of the power of the 2 secret arts. In their opinion, Brolin, who can use Suzuonenho and Earth Blast, is indeed a genius. I still don't quite believe it. There is Immortal, shaking his head, questioning. Yes, if there is no error in the virtual universe system, wouldn't it mean that this little guy can easily defeat the domain owner with the star-level cultivation base? All the powerful beings who watched Brolin's video all agreed that the power of the Starburst star is absolutely amazing, comparable to the gravity of a black hole series. Even if the domain owner wants to resist it is extremely difficult. Normally, the original force of the star grade 9th tier is simply not enough to support the secret method of that degree. Haha, look at it. Is it the fault of the so-called perfect virtual system, or is it that I have witched the universe country to produce a truly extraordinary genius? An immortal laughed. Many immortal also showed expectations. They were waiting for the investigation of the virtual universe company, and they were also very interested. They wanted to know whether the little guy from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was really an incredible existence. At this moment, the whole country of Kyunmu Universe is waiting for a reply from the virtual universe company. Above the world area one by one, within a spaceship, all the high levels of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, including the Emperor, are here. There was silence in the spacecraft hall. The Emperor Heilungshan sat high on the throne, looking at the many empire leaders below, with anticipation and anxiety on his face. The expressions of the others are also the same. Suddenly, a domain master level powerhouse on the side stood up. Your Majesty, the news has been received. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and Emperor Heilungshan's expression changed even more, with a hint of tension in his excitement. The 9 princes indeed signed up for the Universe Genius War, and the world zone they are in is the 6th world zone. In the entire 6th world zone, there is no second person with the same name as the 9th prince. In addition to the news from Kanglan Star, it is said that the 9th prince recently cultivated some kind of secret technique. And his body shape changed drastically, and his appearance. The domain master had a pause and looked at the big screen of the spaceship, showing a touch of emotion. It's exactly the same as the man in this video. Wow! The entire spacecraft suddenly exploded. It turned out to be the 9th prince. Unbelievable! How come? How can His Highness the 9 princes be so strong? At the top of the empire, those domain masters and world masters all showed incredible expressions. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, the Emperor Heilungshan burst into laughter. My emperor is really my emperor. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations! The empire is booming. Everyone suddenly spoke and cheered. Having confirmed Brolin's identity, they were all trembling with excitement. Even though the Virtual Universe Company is still investigating Brolin's body information, the entire world of Sorcerer Universe agrees that even if Brolin's body is not a star level 9th tier, but with his display of Sujuo Nohu an Earth booming star, it is also completely enough to prove that his genius level is definitely the top level in the entire genius battle. Because too many big figures praised the 2 secret techniques, the most important of which is the Lord of Dry Witch. Very amazing secret. This is the comment made by the Lord of Dry Witch after watching Brolin's video specially. What level should even the great Universe Lord think is the amazing secret technique? Regardless of the results of the investigation, Brolin's name as a top genius has been confirmed. How can this make this group of empire leaders not excited? Notify the clan leader immediately. The Emperor Heilungshan suppressed his excitement and began to send messages in the virtual universe. The clan lord he was talking about was naturally the founder of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the immortal god, the god lord of the great Black Dragon Mountain sacred land. At this moment, the great immortal was also waiting to confirm Brolin's identity. Announcement: the peerless genius ranked number 1 in the 6th world zone is no one else, but the 9th prince of my Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Chapter 42, The Lord of the Dry Witch. After Brolin's identity was confirmed and announced, the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire went crazy. 9 princes. The great 9 princes. Every citizen of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire is crazy. How long has it been that the Black Dragon Mountain Empire has never had such a glorious record in the Universe Genius War? Kill 800 million people with one move. The 9 princes are simply gods. And some of the powerful children who were familiar with Brolin showed incredible expressions. Brolin, how can you become so strong? Impossible. It must be the same name. Don't be silly, the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain has announced the news. What genius, isn't the Virtual Universe company still investigating? It must be an error in the Virtual Universe system. Some powerful children who didn't deal with Brolin said jealously. However, soon a piece of news came out, which once again shook the entire kingdom of the Witch Universe. What? The Virtual Universe company has released a message. The virtual system has not gone wrong. That little guy named Brolin, like everyone else, has a star-level 9th tier body. Impossible. This is really heaven-defying. As soon as the news of the Virtual Universe company was released, all those who were waiting for the news were stunned, even those immortal aloof were shocked and inexplicable. I didn't expect such a character to appear in this genius war. It's incredible. In the future, as long as he does not fall, it will be easy to become an immortal. I am afraid that it is not impossible to become a universe venerable. Good. Brolin's manifestation is that these immortal are completely convinced, and the star level can almost threaten the strong at the domain master level. This is simply a miracle and has caused countless strong sighs. It is comparable to the true peerless genius in the history of my human race. Universe, as expected, anything can happen. In the universe kingdom, in the deepest part of the secret realm, a figure sits quietly, seeming to merge with the surrounding void. As far as the combat power at the star level is concerned, even if this little guy is compared to that Kadai, I am afraid it is not inferior to that. The Lord Kunwu sighed slightly. He was also paying attention to the genius war. Brolin's disturbance was so great that he naturally attracted his attention and watched the video in person. Like the 9 Swords Venerable, he naturally saw the extraordinary features of Suzuonangu and the earth-blasting Sky Star, and also believed that Brolin had terrifying talents in time and space. He even praised these 2 secret methods himself. In history, mankind has indeed produced many amazing talents, such as Na Kadai, who was once a direct disciple of Chaos City Lord, and the Realm Master level can kill Feng Kao Immortal. The Lord of Dry Witch felt that Brolin's talent was even comparable to that of Na Kadai. You know, in the initial universe, there are 52 Chaos Monuments in Chaos City, and each Chaos Monument corresponds to a Tongtian bridge. In general, Immortal can pass through 10 floors, and it can be called invincible and immortal after passing through 18 floors. Once you pass through 21 floors, you can become the leader of the universe. In the original Secret Realm, there are 3 original Tongtian mountains, namely Universe Level, Domain Master Level and World Master Level. In the original book, Luo Feng passed the Domain Master Level and the World Master Level, while Kadai has passed all of them. The original plot description stated that in order to break through the Universe Level Tongtian Mountain, one must have the strength of the 12th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. The Domain Master level Tongtian Mountain needs the strength of the 16th level Tongtian Bridge, which is already close to the strength of the Seal King Immortal. The World Master level Tongtian Mountain requires 20 floors, which is close to the strength of Universe Venerable. In other words, Cody's level of genius can be comparable to Immortal at the Universe level. The Domain Master is equivalent to the King, and the Domain Master is almost close to the level of the Universe Venerable. The Kadai of the Year, during the Genius Battle, showed strength that was close to the level of the Realm Master, but it scared a large group of people. The Lord Kunwu sighed. Although Brolin's performance did not reach the level that Kadai showed at the star level, it had also reached the Domain Master level, which was enough to surpass most of the geniuses in human history, and it could be said that it was second only to Kadai's level. In the original plot, even Brolin was only close to the strength of the Domain Master level, and had never really reached this level, and it was even worse than Brolin. Now that the Genius War is not over, I am afraid that many old guys are already looking at him. The Lord Dry Witch frowned. At least, the guy from Jujian will never give up such characters. In theory, as the person in charge of this genius battle, this time the genius will be under the command of 9 Swords Venerable. But characters like Brolin who perform heaven-defying will still be targeted by other super beings, and it's very common to want to become disciples. It's just that the game is not over yet. According to the practice since the genius battles of the past, the Universe Venerable level is not allowed to reveal the intention of accepting apprentices to those geniuses before the finals are over. The reason for such unwritten regulations is that many Universe Venerables want to maintain a certain degree of fairness. Because in history, there was a period of time, once a peerless figure appeared in the Battle of Genius, he would immediately be accepted as a disciple by the leader of the universe country where he was located. This made those universes with stronger strength but far away. Venerable are all uncomfortable. For example, Brolin is currently in the kingdom of the Witchcraft universe, and the Lord of the Witchcraft kingdom can find him first. The dignified universe kingdom proposes to accept him as a disciple. Will Brolin dare not agree? In this way, the powerful universe venerables of virtual universe companies such as 9 Sword Venerable will lose the opportunity to accept disciples. So, how can these powerful venerables agree? You know, the territory of mankind has been stabilized so far, and the 1081 universe country constitutes most of the territory of the universe human race. The 1081 universe masters are all fixed, and they are the oldest group of universe venerable. But there are more than 1081 human universe venerables. After those universe nations, the rising universe venerables can't open up the universe nation. In this way, won't the peerless figures who have risen in the battles of geniuses in the past have always been preempted by those universe masters and become their disciples? Therefore, the universe venerables of mankind have formed such an unwritten rule in private. Every time a genius fights, only after the finals, many geniuses enter the Chaos City, and those universe venerables can send out emails to receive disciples, thereby maintaining certainly fair. This is why, after 9 Swords Venerable had the will of Brolin to accept disciples, he still did not rush. On the one hand, he is responsible for this genius battle. In theory, Brolin belongs to him. On the other hand, due to the unwritten regulations, only after Brolin entered Chaos City could he give Brolin his wish to accept disciples. At this moment, the Lord of Dry Witch is extremely convinced that once the game is over, waiting for those geniuses to enter the virtual universe company, I am afraid that the battle for disciples will begin. Such a character, 9 Swords Venerable, wants to keep it very difficult. I am afraid that when the time comes, the overlords of the universe will send out invitations to accept disciples, and even the Lord of the great universe may be moved. After all, the former Kadai was scrambled by many universe masters, and eventually became the direct disciple of Chaos City Lord. And Brolin's talent, compared to Koti, is almost the same, and even above the time and space talent, it may be even better. For these geniuses who have the potential to become universe venerable, the Lord of Dry Witch naturally wants to be his disciple. However, he has no bottom in his heart. Although he is universe venerable, his true combat power is not very strong in venerable, and he has a small chance of winning when he competes with those old guys with deep background to compete for his disciples. With Brolin's talent, as long as it does not fall in the future, the probability of becoming a universe venerable is extremely high. This is already the default fact in all universe venerable that pay attention to this matter. Therefore, it is definitely not a simple matter for such a disciple to win the hand. Chapter 43. Just when the outside world was shaken by Brolin, Brolin finally came to the second city in the virtual universe. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, Brolin looked down. The whole city is shattered. It seems that a war has broken out, and many people have died. Brolin's mouth rose slightly. Obviously, this city has gone through a round of crazy battles, and there are ruins everywhere. The original more than 800 million people may not have much left at this moment. The people are scattered, the effect will be greatly reduced if you use the starburst. Brolin's figure quickly fell, heading towards the city below. He didn't intend to release the technique of earth explosion, because the crowd dispersed. The effect of earth explosion was not ideal. So many people have fallen, now every time you kill a master, you can get a huge amount of points. Brolin decided to change his tactics. He planned to get points by killing masters alone. What an arrogant guy! In the city below, the hidden powerhouses all noticed Brolin falling from the sky, and they all sneered. Dare to be so high profile, I really don't know how to write dead words. You know, after experiencing the tragic killing, the survivors in this city are really strong. A high-profile presence like Brolin can easily be sieged. Either an arrogant idiot, or a real strong. What is your strength? Just try it out. At the moment Brolin landed, a dozen powerful force attacks roared from the surrounding ruins. Hey! Brolin saw this, with a cold look in his eyes. He stood on the dilapidated street, and the 9 Taoist jade behind him instantly merged and turned into a pitch-black curtain, wrapping him up. Boom! More than a dozen powerful force attacks fiercely bombarded the black curtain, but they failed to break through. It was actually blocked. Secretly, the people who shot were surprised. So many people shot at the same time, and the strength is not weak, although there are elements of temptation, but the power is absolutely powerful. This person is very strong, at least in terms of defense, he can rank in the top 10 of this city. Someone said solemnly. The strong, it's not easy to provoke. Hurry up. Realizing that Brolin is a hard stubble, the strong people in this area are all retiring and planning to leave. I want to run after the sneak attack? How can there be such a good thing? The black curtain dissipated, revealing Brolin's sneer. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom! The huge repulsive force broke out instantly, sweeping away the surrounding ruins, revealing more than a dozen figures, all scattered in a slightly embarrassed manner. Vientian Tianyan. Brolin looked cold and shot continuously. The terrifying gravity burst out, and the dozen figures suddenly seemed to be plunged into the mud. What? The dozen or so people were all surprised, with a look of horror on their faces. What a strong gravitational force! I can't move it. They struggled and rioted wildly with the original force, but in the face of the strong gravitational force of the Vientian Skyyin, it was useless. Come here! Brolin yelled, exerting force again. Vientian Skyyin strengthened, and dozens of figures flew towards him. Die! Brolin instantly started to Shura, and at the same time the black energy giant Suzuonu revealed his upper body. Even if it is not a complete body, Brolin's Suzuonengu at the moment. The power level still reaches the Domain Master level. The black sword swept violently, and the huge force impact shattered everything within 1 kilometer. With just one stab, the dozen or so star-level powerhouses who were not weak were shattered in panic. The battle ended quickly. Brolin relieved Shuradeo and Susanoo. A few dozen people have even provided me with nearly 1 million points. Brolin was a little surprised. In fact, he didn't know that those who can survive the melee until now are not weak, and they have at least tens of thousands of points in their hands, even hundreds of thousands. It seems that these guys are not bad. Brolin smiled. In fact, those who dare to attack and kill other people up to now have some strength, and the weak are hiding in hiding, so they dare not attack easily for fear of exposing themselves. With my strength, no one in this city is my opponent at all, even if it is a group attack on me, I am not afraid at all. Brolin was confident. In this way, Brolin traveled through the ruins of the city alone, without hiding his own ideas. He is deliberately exposing himself, attracting those who are lurking, and enticing them to attack and kill himself and wait for work. The effect was surprisingly good. In just 1 month, nearly tens of thousands of people died in Brolin's hands. Among them, among the top 10 in this city, the famous powerhouse, and 3 of them fell in Brolin's hands. In just 1 month, he once again won more than 100 million points. Brolin walked quietly on the dilapidated street. The points have broken through 1 billion. He looked at the number displayed on the watch in his hand, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. It is no longer realistic to want to get a lot of points in a short time by relying on the Earth-bursting stars as in the beginning. The cities in the entire Sixth World area have already experienced crazy fights. There are not many people who survived, and a large number of them are scattered. Although the speed of gaining points has slowed down, it is okay to want to keep the number 1 position. Brolin is still very confident. Unless he falls, his points will be taken away by half by the person who killed him, otherwise, almost no one can surpass him. As for killing Brolin, no one in the entire 1081 universe can do it single-handedly. Even the god of death Baron will cause him some trouble at most, and it is far from threatening him. It's him, that killer. Hurry up, the killer is coming. In this block, those strong men who concealed in the dark all discovered Brolin's figure, and all of them turned pale and began to quietly escape. Over the past month, Brolin has relied on absolute strength to sweep all those who attacked him. Even the top 10 people still cannot escape his life in his hands. Crazy killing. No matter how strong people are, and no matter how many people there are, Brolin will push all the way, killing all those who dare to appear in front of him. This also gave him the title of Killing God. Hey! Brolin showed a sneer, and the movement of those secretly strong men when they escaped naturally did not escape his induction. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The terrifying repulsion centered on Brolin radiated in all directions, and all buildings within a radius of 1 kilometer were destroyed, leaving a bare surface. The figures concealed in the building were suddenly exposed, and they began to flee frantically. Vientiantianyan. With Brolin's continuous shots, a Daoist shadow was attracted by him, with a look of despair on his face. Kill God, go around us. You have killed so many people, and the points are already enough, why do you have to embarrass us? Really want to kill them all? Everyone was screaming, some begging for mercy, and some yelling frantically. Die! Suzuo Nashi appeared, cut out directly, and ended everything. Killing everyone, Brolin looked at the updated points data on the screen on his wrist, showing satisfaction. The more late stage, the more points you get for each kill. Since this time, his killing mode is almost fixed. First, Shen Luo Tianzheng swept out the hidden people, then used the Vientiane Heavenly Guide to capture, and finally had a terrifying killing knife. This series of actions could hardly be resisted. Continue. Brolin's eyes flickered, and he continued to move towards other places. Chapter 44 Sword Demon. At this point in the Genius War, it was almost over. At this time, Luo Feng, after the initial forbearance, has begun to exert his strength, the ranking has also begun to soar wildly, and the Heilungshan Empire has also begun to spread the name of Luo Feng. It's just that compared with the original plot, Luo Feng's sensation at this moment is far less huge than before. In the original plot, the Heilungshan Empire was crazy because of Luo Feng's record, but now, because of Brolin's nearly terrible record, the entire Heilungshan Empire has already experienced a carnival. At this moment, Luo Feng's record is outstanding, but in comparison, it is not so exciting and crazy. Another month has passed, and finally, on this day, the first selection of the Universe Genius battle is about to end. There are still 30 minutes. On the broken street, Brolin stepped on a young man covered in blood. In this month, his points have soared to 1.3 billion. The strong men in the entire city fell one after another under his frenzied killing. The few strong ones who survived even fled to other cities. Brolin's points are still the first place in the Sixth World Zone, which makes him very satisfied. Kill God, you will not end well. At his feet, the young man with the firstborn with double horns said with difficulty. Brolin sneered, this man was the third strongest in the city, and he was almost on the threshold of the law of origin. He was very strong. Once escaped from Brolin's hands, he has been hidden since then. Until not long ago, when the genius battle was about to end, he dared to appear, but unfortunately, he was hit by Brolin again. This time he was not so lucky. He was directly injured by Brolin, who was struggling with all his strength, and was about to fall. How will I end up? It's not my turn to make irresponsible remarks like you. Brolin sneered, and began to exert force under his feet to crush his head. Kill God! At this moment, an amazing sound resounded across the sky, and huge sound waves reverberated throughout the city, shaking the building. Hearing this voice, the young man with two horns, who had been waiting to die, was taken aback first, and then he laughed wildly. Haha, it's a sword demon. Kill God, you are over. He laughed, feeling gloating. Because of this voice, it is the voice of the most recognized powerhouse in this city, the sword demon. Obviously, at this last moment, the number one sword demon is about to fight the killing god. For a long time, the powerhouses in the entire city have different opinions on how strong the killing god is. Some people think that the strength of the killing god should be the first, surpassing the sword demon, because more than one of the top 10 powerhouses fell in his hands, and the record is stronger than the sword demon. However, some people think that the sword demon is still the number one, and it is better than the killer. After all, the opponent has been invincible since the beginning of the game and has been killing all the way to the present. Unfortunately, the two sides have never played against each other. But today, obviously something has changed. At this moment, the remaining strong men in the entire city heard the cries of the sword demon, and their expressions changed. It's a sword demon. Is the sword demon going to challenge the killing god? Everyone was shocked, but soon began to get excited. Sword demon must have accumulated enough points to ensure that half of the points saved after his fall can still allow him to advance. Yes, it looks like he's going to give it a go. Fight! I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time. I also want to know whether the sword demon is more powerful, or is it better to kill the gods? At this moment, the remaining strong men in the city started to take action, sneaking in the direction of the sword demon's voice. Kill God, I bet you will die by the sword demon. At Brolin's feet, the young man with two horns laughed wantonly. The sword demon has already crossed the threshold of the universe origin law, and his strength is much stronger than me. Although you can defeat me, you never want to defeat the sword demon. The two-horned youth laughed wildly. That's a lot of nonsense. Brolin sneered, and slammed his feet, crushing the head of the young man with two horns in an instant, and the other party's laughter came to an abrupt end. Blade demon. Brolin raised his head, looked far away, and sneered, finally have the courage to show up. The outside world has always thought that Demon and Brolin have never met, but it is not correct. The two of them had seen it from a distance. At that time, Brolin was slaughtering, but the sword demon took a look from a distance and then retreated. Crossing the threshold of the law of origin, at best it can be regarded as a somewhat interesting opponent. Brolin shook his head. All right, I can have a good time in the last 30 minutes. There was a light of excitement in his eyes, and while his figure flashed, he shot towards the distance. At this moment, on a 10-story building, a black figure stands alone. This is a black-haired young man with a black leather coat and leather armor. Behind him, he is carrying a 2-meter black sword. He is the number one powerhouse in this city originally, Demon. Brush. The sound of breaking through the air sounded, the sword demon's eyes condensed, and not far from him, a black and white figure appeared. Kill God. Demon said solemnly. Sword demon, I thought you would always avoid fighting. Brolin smiled. You are very strong. I won't risk it until I have accumulated enough points. Demon said, but now, I can give it a go. After all, I also want to compete with a strong opponent like you. It's okay to want to fight with me, but before that, how about cleaning up those annoying bugs? Brolin smiled. Of course. Demon nodded. Around, those strong men who were hiding in the dark, ready to watch the battle, suddenly had a heartbeat, and then their expressions changed wildly. No, run away. They understood in an instant that the two men didn't intend to let them watch the battle, in case the snipe and clam compete for the benefit of the fishermen. At this moment, hundreds of figures began to flash, rushing towards the distance. Vientian attract. Brolin sneered, and instantly shot. The huge gravitational force overwhelmed the sky, all the figures were affected, and their speed dropped sharply. Kill! The sword demon yelled, and he was merciless as soon as he shot it. The long sword was out of its sheath, and hundreds of terrifying black blades were cut out in an instant, directly smashing the bound figures into pieces. To be able to live to the present, the strength of the hundreds of people can be said to be not weak. But in front of the sword demon and Brolin, they can only be killed by a spike. Good saber technique. Brolin admired. In his opinion, the strength of the sword demon is indeed very strong. At least so far, he has not seen anyone whose strength can match the opponent. If I'm right, you should be a master trained by the royal family of the Kingdom of Dry Witch Universe. Brolin said. There are no more than 100 star-level powerhouses who have crossed the threshold of the original law of the universe. In the original plot, after the battle between Luo Feng and Rong Jun was over, Immortal from the Kingdom of the Witch Universe once reprimanded the geniuses under his command and told them not to be too confident. And those geniuses also believe that Rong Jun can be called the first in the Kingdom of Qunwu Universe, and Luo Feng's strength should also be in the top 10 among them. Not bad. Dao Demon nodded. He is indeed a genius cultivated in the universe Kingdom of Dry Witch, and his strength status is extremely high, and he belongs to the ranks of the top 3 among all people. I admit, your strength is good. Brolin said, with confidence in his eyes, but unfortunately, compared to me, it is still not enough. Who is stronger, you only know if you have played. Dao Demon said coldly. Come on, I hope your strength can match your confidence. Brolin laughed and waved the black six scepter in his hand. Kill! The sword demon yelled, and his figure instantly rioted, and a black sword light tens of meters slashed shattering void, and slashed towards Brolin. Chapter 45. The blade light inspired by the law of the wind is fast enough, but it's so powerful. Brolin smiled. Behind him, 9 Taoist jade instantly merged and turned into a black sphere, wrapping him. The huge black blade light showed its shocking power, and it fell heavily on the surface of the black sphere. However, it failed to cause any damage. Sure enough, the defense is amazing. Dao Demon's face changed slightly. He had studied Brolin's fighting methods, and had some understanding of his methods. He knew that this black sphere was a secret method with a strong defense. No matter how strong the defense is, it will disintegrate in the face of a strong enough force. The sword demon roared in his heart, I have been hacking for thousands of knives, and I don't believe it can't be broken. With a loud roar, the figure of the sword demon continued to rotate around Brolin, black sword lights surging out, slashing frantically towards the black sphere formed by the jade of the Tao. In the black sphere, Brolin felt the movement of the outside world, and a sneer crossed the corner of his mouth. Sword demon, there are indeed 2 things. He whispered to himself, with an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. As the strongest opponent I have encountered so far, let's make an exception and perform that trick. You should feel honored. After the words were finished, Brolin's body shook suddenly, and the Shura Dao mode was turned on instantly, and the strength of his body was ascension to the universe level. The game starts now. At this moment, the outside world, the sword demon was still madly sending out black sword lights, slashing towards Brolin, but his face was getting more and more ugly. This defense is too terrifying. He growled in his heart. At this moment, he had cut thousands of knives, but the black ball showed no signs of damage. Damn it! Feeling the consumption of the original force in the body, the sword demon could only stop the attack. Killing God, passive beating is not like your style. He shouted in a low voice, wanting to inspire Brolin to fight him head-on. But unexpectedly, Brolin didn't react at all in the black ball, which made Demon's face suddenly sink. "I don't believe it anymore." He gritted his teeth, ready to continue his shot. At this moment, a sharp pain suddenly spread from his waist, and a huge force erupted, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom! As if hit by something, the body of the sword demon was like a cannonball, crashing into the ground, arousing a large amount of smoke and dust. At this time, the black jade sphere dissipated, and Brolin's figure appeared. On the other side, the sword demon who suffered a heavy blow also reacted quickly. Brolin couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the sword demon leaping from the depths of the earth and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. This guy's breath is so much stronger. Looking at Brolin, who was revealing his figure, the sword demon didn't care about his injuries, his face was shocked. Brolin now relied on Shuradeo to raise his own strength to the 9th level of the universe, and his body aura was extremely powerful, far surpassing the 9th level of the star. Just now, what's going on? Wiping off the blood from the corners of his mouth, the sword demon stared at Brolin with his eyes and spoke in a low voice, his expression extremely solemn. Just a moment ago, he felt a huge force suddenly hit his waist, injuring him severely. But he didn't notice the slightest, and nothing around attacked him. But he understands that the attack is real and must be related to the killing of the gods. This made him feel terrified, and the other party seemed to have any weird means. Want to know what's going on? Brolin's eyes exuded a dangerous light. Since you got these eyes, you're still the first person to experiment with this trick. He smiled. Hey! The sword demon snorted coldly when he heard the words, and his eyes kept scanning the surroundings, alerting that the inexplicable attack just happened again. However, again silently, as if someone had slammed a fist in the face, the sword demon's head slammed up and let out a scream, and the body once again impacted towards the distance, smashing the ground out of the ground. Dahang! Damn it! With a sharp roar, the blood-stained sword demon with a disheveled head burst out from below the ground, his eyes were blood red, and he stared at Brolin's place firmly. "I'm going to kill you." He was almost crazy, he was already extremely vigilant, and nothing appeared around him, but he suffered 2 inexplicable heavy blows in a row, and his injuries were very serious. Boom! The sword demon was crazy, slashing it out, the black blade pierced the air, and cut out a huge black blade blaze with a length of 100 meters. The ground was torn apart by the sharp blade of the blade. The power of this knife is close to the 9th level of universe. Brolin's eyes lit up. This sword demon is worthy of being a genius and strong man cultivated by the royal family of Kunyu universe. In terms of attack power, even the current Luo Feng is slightly inferior to him. Unfortunately, you and I are not at the same level. He muttered to himself in a low voice, and the black force began to radiate out, and then Suseo no whose upper body suddenly appeared. Boom! The terrifying black sword light was directly dispelled by Suzuonangu. The game is over. Brolin shouted in a low voice. As if responding to his words, in the distance, Devil Dao's eyes suddenly widened. On his body, 4 blood holes with a big mouth suddenly appeared without warning. One of them directly penetrated his heart. Wow! A squirt of blood suddenly spurted out, and there was an incredible look in the eyes of the sword demon. What the hell? What is it? He looked at Brolin, struggling to speak, his face was full of unwillingness. It was fatally hit again, but he still didn't figure out what was attacking him. Want to know? Brolin smiled, I just didn't tell you. The sword demon stared, an unspeakable anger surged, and then his eyes went black, and his consciousness withdrew from the virtual universe. Well, another 20 million points. Brolin smiled at the message prompted by the watch in his hand. He looked at the corpse of the sword demon, and a wicked smile formed at the corner of his mouth. The shadowless and invisible attack just now was naturally the secret technique used by Brolin held by the Tomb of the Wheel. 4 shadows, after I turned on the Shuradeo, I all possessed a 9th level universe level physical body. How powerful is the physical attack? He sighed, the hell near the tomb is really a terrifying secret technique. The 4 shadows hidden in the dark, apart from the inability to activate the secret method. The strength of the body and soul are the same as his deity. As long as the level of the will and soul does not exceed his deity, it is almost impossible to see through the existence of the 4 shadows, and can't feel it at all. At the moment, my will and soul is star level, and even the general universe level hell on the side of the tomb, it is very difficult to detect the existence of the 4 shadows. I have to say that this secret technique is really heaven-defying, which can guarantee that Brolin will occupy the absolute top in the duel of the strong at the same level. The genius battle enters the countdown, 10, 9, 8. At this time, a reminder of the virtual universe came from the watch. Is it over? Brolin muttered to himself with a smile on his lips. Finally, the first round of Trials of Universe Genius War is officially over. Those contestants who survived have returned to the original universe in their consciousness. Among them, some failed in the selection, but some gained enough points to qualify for the arena. Earth. Hey, it's finally over. Luo Feng walked out of the room with a smile on his face. 3 sons. A Feng. Dad. At this moment, in the hall, Hong, Lei Shen, Luo Feng's family, and 2 sons are all here. Seeing Luo Feng appear, they are all happy. 3 sons, yes, I rushed to more than 50 people. Raytheon slapped Luo Feng on the shoulder. Dad is amazing. Xiaoping and Xiaohe hugged Luo Feng's leg and began to cheer. It's okay. Luo Feng also smiled. A group of people are talking and laughing. After a while, Hong and Lei Shen pulled Luo Feng aside. Sanzi, do you remember the guy who stole the ownership of Earth Australia? Hong Shen said. Naturally remember, what's the matter? Luo Feng was surprised and asked quickly. You don't know yet, we should be eliminated first, and we will return to the original universe early. Take a look at this. Hong quickly sent a message to Luo Feng through the virtual network. After receiving the message, Luo Feng quickly scanned it, and soon he showed an incredible look. That guy is so strong. He shouted in disbelief. Brolin, the 9 princes of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Lei Shen gritted his teeth, this is his true identity. This time in the trials, he did the show, ranking first in the 6th World District. Luo Feng's eyes were shocked. Of course, he knew what it means to be number 1 in the world, and he could directly get one of the 1,000 places in the universe country. He went to the virtual universe company to participate in the next trial. I used my strength in the final stage and continued to kill, but I only accumulated tens of millions of points. This guy actually has more than 1 billion points. Luo Feng said in shock. He destroyed a city directly. Thor growled. Chapter 46 Dazzling. Regarding Brolin's video, it has already been circulated throughout the universe at this moment, and it was included in the email sent by Keihung to Luo Feng. How can this guy be so strong? Luo Feng gritted his teeth. He originally thought that with the help of this genius war, he could rise up and become a member of a powerful force, so that he could use the forces behind him to suppress Brolin and force the other party to return the Earth's land. He thought that On's performance was amazing enough, but he didn't expect that what the other party did would directly shock the entire universe human beings. Yes, now, the entire 1081 universe of human territory is spreading Brolin's deeds. It is important to know that the Universe Genius War is a huge event for the entire mankind. It has been paid attention to by countless humans. Brolin's performance can be regarded as unique since the previous Genius War, and it has naturally received great attention. Now, everyone who pays attention to the War of Geniuses already knows that there is an amazing and peerless genius who has risen in this battle of geniuses. Anyone who has watched the video thinks that Brolin's talent can definitely be ranked in the history of human genius, and he belongs to the kind of peerless figure who was born in tens of millions of eras. This guy, Luo Feng, has a sense of powerlessness all over his body. He knows that the opponent is stronger than him in terms of talent and strength at the moment. The original plan to use a powerful force to force the opponent is obviously useless. With Brolin's performance, joining virtual universe should be no problem. What to do? The Earth has been spotted by such a monster. Luo Feng was a little weak. Sanzi, don't be discouraged. Seeing the frustration in Luo Feng's heart, Hong suddenly said, "Your performance is amazing enough. As long as you continue to maintain it, not to mention joining the virtual universe company, at least, the big forces in the universe will definitely open the door for you. Of course, it is best to join the virtual universe company. Of the three of us, the second child has been eliminated, and you know my strength. It is basically impossible to enter the top 1000 of the Kunmu universe. So, now I can only rely on you." Hong looked at Luo Feng. "You have to work hard and try your best to sprint to the top 1000 of the Kunmu universe country, so that you can at least enter the periphery of the virtual universe company. As a member of the virtual universe company, Brolin will not be too presumptuous in the future. The safety of the Earth is also guaranteed. Yes, 3 sons, come on, the safety of the Earth in the future, but it all rests on you." Raytheon also solemnly said. "Naturally I will work hard." Luo Feng nodded, feeling that the burden on his body was heavy. Dry Witch Universe Country, Dry Witch Secret Realm. On a floating island, in a magnificent palace, Brolin's figure sits high on the throne. After the qualifiers ended, his father, Emperor Heilungshan, immediately went to visit him personally, and even gave him a full Galaxy Territory award. His performance this time shocked everyone. If Brolin's talent is not too high, he is almost destined to join the Virtual Universe Company. The next Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire must belong to him. Later, he was recruited into Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain, and saw the ancestor of their Black Dragon clan, the immortal who founded the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The immortal praised Brolin loudly, bestowed a lot of treasures, and encouraged him to keep working hard, promising to fully support him to grow up. In the end, an immortal envoy from the Kingdom of Dry Witches came in person, bringing a large number of resources and treasures bestowed by the Lord of Dry Witches, and conveyed the expectations of the Lord of the Universe for Brolin. The first place in the universe. Brolin whispered, "This is what the Lord of the Universe of Dry Witch expects of him. The Lord of the Universe is really confident in me." He chuckled lightly. "Furthermore, he paid so much attention to me and placed me in this secret realm. Not long ago, the special envoy of Immortal of the Universe Kingdom of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire invited Brolin to come to the secret realm of the Kingdom of Dry Witch according to the order of the Lord of the Dry Witch. The reason is that the Lord of Dry Witch is worried that Brolin's talent is too high, and his fame has almost spread to the entire human territory, which may attract the assassination of foreign powers. In the Kunmu secret realm, there is the Lord of Kunmu personally sitting in town, so Brolin's safety is absolutely not to worry about. Brolin has the ultimate avatar technique, so he is naturally not afraid of the so-called assassination, but he did not refuse the kindness of the Lord of the Witch. After all, he does not want to face the assassination of a foreign race at any time. During the period of the secret realm of Kunmu, the Lord of the Kingdom of Kunmu pointed him out from time to time. Even Brolin could feel that the Lord of the Dry Witch faintly revealed his intention to accept himself as a disciple. It is a pity that Brolin feels that with the system, he can rise up without anyone's help. Becoming the pinnacle of the original universe is just a matter of time for him. He doesn't need to rely on anyone or any teacher at all. Even if I need a teacher, with my performance, I can completely worship a universe master of the Virtual Universe Company in the future. A teacher at the universe venerable level does not have much appeal to Brolin. Therefore, Brolin has been pretending to be stupid as well as the faint hint of the Lord of Dry Witch. When the samsara battle is over, a total of 1,000 people, including me, will represent the kingdom of Kyunwoo universe to go to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company in the Virtual Universe for the next step of selection. Brolin's eyes lit up. He is the number one in the world, and he can occupy one of the 1,000 places without going through the samsara battle, but like Luo Feng and others, he must go through battles one after another to seize the remaining 900 places. The samsara battle this time was a great help for Luo Feng. Not only did he successfully prove that he had the top 10 strength of the Kyunwoo universe in the duel with Rong Jun, but most importantly, he continued to ascension his own strength through repeated battles. Unfortunately, even Berlan is not my opponent. Brolin sneered. Before Luo Feng got the secret code of the 9 tribulations, Brolin would never put him in to put in one's eyes. Only when Luo Feng obtains the secret of the 9 tribulations, his life gene level continues to ascension. And his strength will increase explosively. At that time, even Brolin had to face Luo Feng's threat seriously. After all, at this moment, his life gene level is only an ordinary human level, and Luo Feng currently has a golden horn beast with a life level 10 times as high. Relying on the ultimate shadow avatar and Samsara's eyes, whether it is life-saving skills or attack methods, I am already strong enough. But at the level of life genes, my shortcomings are still very obvious. Brolin frowned slightly. In the original universe, for the strong above immortal, the criteria for measuring whether they are strong or not are mainly as follows: attack secrets, clones, treasures and equipment, and the strength of the divine body. These 4 aspects determine the real strength of the strong. Needless to say, Luo Feng at the immortal level, with the help of the ancestors of the star giant beasts, realized the secrets of the Lord of the Universe in the opponent's mini-universe. As a result, he killed the universe with a single knife on the primordial star. The Light Lord of the Overlord level. This shows how great the powerful secret technique is for the strength of ascension. As for the clone, it is equally important. On the one hand, it can greatly enhance the survivability. On the other hand, it is very important to have more master combat clones, whether it is siege or mobile combat. Not to mention the treasures and equipment, the heavy treasures, the supreme treasures, but the existence of the universe venerable must be robbed crazily. In the original book, Luo Feng is almost fearless in the original universe with the help of the Star Tower. In the original book, the most important reason why Luo Feng can become the number 1 in the universe C is because of his divine body. In the primitive universe, the size of the divine body means that it is difficult to kill, which means more divine power, and it will occupy a great advantage when it consumes and kills. Like the Lord of 9 Nethers, why no one dared to provoke him? Because of his huge body, it was almost impossible to kill, so no one wanted to provoke him. In the original work, before Luo Feng became a true god, the deity, the Golden Horn Behemoth, and the avatar of the Demon Slayer were all divine bodies spanning 90,000 kilometers. As for the avatar of Yuhai, it is almost endless. With the powerful clone Luo Feng, whether fighting or saving his life, he is almost impeccable. I can still suppress Luo Feng with the help of Samsara's eyes, but once he rises up with the help of the secret tome of the 9 tribulations and the natural clone technique of the Golden Horn Giant Beast, I am not sure. His life gene level will be his biggest shortcoming. Unfortunately, the secret of the 9 tribulations can only be learned by one person, and it seems that it can only be specifically matched to the people on Earth. If possible, Brolin hopes to be able to master the secret of the 9 tribulations. Thinking of this, he moved in his heart. Chapter 47 The Samsara battle is over. Black Dragon, if I can get the complete slate of the 9 tribulations secret code, can the system turn it into a talent secret pattern map? Brolin asked, feeling a little nervous. Of course you can, Master, you underestimated the system's capabilities. A system that can't even be restricted by the supreme law, how could it be stumped by the restrictions of a mere secret law? The Black Dragon's figure appeared instantly, revealing a proud face. Great! Upon hearing this, Brolin suddenly showed an expression of excitement. 9 Tribulations Secret Code. With this God King level secret method, he can at least ascension his life gene level to perfection, which is 10,081 times, and his body height will increase to the level of 90,000 kilometers. The higher the level of life gene, the stronger my universe force will be. You know, the improvement of the genetic level not only means the increase of the body, but also the strength of the energy in the body. For example, Luo Feng's golden horn behemoth has a life gene level 10 times that of ordinary humans, so that the golden horn behemoth can have 10 times the lifespan and force strength of humans at the same level. Ordinary human world masters have a lifespan of only 1,000 eras, but the golden horn behemoth has a lifespan of 10,000 eras. The most important thing is that the strength of the golden horn behemoth is 10 times that of ordinary human world masters. Once my life gene level reaches the perfect level of 10,081 times, my force will increase 10,000 times again. Brolin screamed in his heart. You know, with Shuradeo and Suseo Nohu, he can already ascension his own strength to 6.4 million times at this moment. On this basis, relying on the level of life genes to ascension 10,000 times again? That would be unimaginable. If I'm at the 9th level of the star level, the strength of the force in my body can be ascension to the 2nd level of the domain master. On this basis, the ascension is 10,000 times, and it is the 1st level of the domain master. Such an increase is simply incredible. The historical Koti, at the star level, is nothing more than that. If it is said that Brolin at this moment is second only to a genius at the level of Koti in terms of combat power, then after receiving the secret of the 9 tribulations, he will be able to keep abreast with the opponent, and belong to the ranks of the most terrifying geniuses in human history. Secret Code of 9 Tribulations. Brolin's eyes showed a strong desire. Unfortunately, the stone slab containing the secret code of the 9 tribulations was scattered in the universe by the mountain visitors. The fragment on the earth, it is estimated that even Luo Feng has not found it. In order to sharpen Luo Feng, the mountain guest simply divided the 9 tribulations secret code into several parts and let Luo Feng search for it by himself. Those hidden places are more dangerous than the other. The last 2 fragments are even hidden in the domain of the powerhouse at the master level of the universe. It's not in a hurry. When Luo Feng finds the slabs, I can naturally take them from him. Brolin's mouth showed a sneer. The most urgent thing is to strive to perform better in the genius battle. In this way, I can also be favored by more powerful players. When I enter the virtual universe company, I will get more resources and better cultivation. The samsara battle between Luo Feng and others will be going on for a while. During this period, Brolin intends to continue to open the human world for cultivation, and to perceive the law of own to infinite ascension close to the universe level. When the genius battle is over, he will immediately break through. Open the next world of adventure. Dry Witch Secret Realm, Brolin fell into cultivation. The original universe, the genius battle arena is the beginning. Luo Feng, like the original plot, proved through a series of battles that he has the strength of the top 10 in the Witch universe. In the battle with Luo Feng, Rong Jun also yelled out the brave words to win the first place in the universe. However, unlike the original plot, the citizens of the Witch universe nation generally dislike him this time. In their opinion, although Rong Jun is very strong, he seems to be worse than Brolin. After a while, the samsara battle finally ended. The 1,000 contestants from the universe country of Kyunmu have been selected, and the next step is the contest between the 1,081 universe countries. This fellow Rong Jun is really not ashamed. Brolin, who woke up from cultivation, gave a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He naturally knew that Rong Jun claimed to be number 1 in the universe, and he sneered. Isn't it the same ethnic group as the founder of the giant axe? In my eyes, even Buran is far inferior. He dares to challenge me. He felt that Rong Jun must know his own record and strength. After all, Brolin's reputation at this moment has already spread throughout the universe human race. In the 1081 universe country, Brolin is considered a peerless figure in the tens of millions of eras. Under such circumstances, Rong Jun still dared to say that he wanted to take the first place in the universe. Isn't it clear that Brolin is not an opponent? You better pray not to meet me in the final battle. Brolin's eyes were cold. Soon, the virtual universe system sent messages to 1,000 contestants representing the Kyunwoo universe country. All of them have entered the Kyunwoo continent where the virtual universe is located. On the wide square, 1,000 talents from the sky gathered here. He is Rong Jun, the guy who claims to be the number one in the universe. These geniuses are all in groups, and they gather with people who are familiar with each other and communicate with each other. Celebrities like Rong Jun and Luo Feng naturally attract much attention. That guy is really amazing, but it's a bit overwhelming to be number one in the universe. A black-haired man surrounded by many geniuses expressed his own opinion. If you haven't fought with Killing God, you will never understand how terrible he is. If Brolin was here, he could recognize that this person was the sword demon who had fought him in the Sixth World Zone. As a super genius cultivated by the royal family of the Kyunwoo Universe Kingdom, the sword demon is undoubtedly very powerful, and it is also an absolute top 10 existence among more than 1,000 people. Not just the sword demon, almost everyone is not optimistic about Rong Jun, because Brolin's record is really amazing. Even if Rong Jun is already very strong, in comparison, it is still a little bleak. Humph! Rong Jun's face was naturally unsightly when he heard the discussion from everyone. Although he also knows that Dao name called Brolin who kills the gods is indeed very strong. But he also has the dignity of his own powerhouse, has not played against him, he will never admit that he is inferior to anyone. It's proved to you in the finals. On the other hand, Luo Feng also communicated with a few friends such as Feng Gluon with a smile. From time to time, people discussed Luo Feng and compared him with Rong Jun, Brolin, and others. Look, it's a killer. Suddenly, someone whispered. Suddenly, nearly 1,000 people turned their heads and looked at a black and white figure. With a smile on the corner of Brolin's mouth, he stood in the corner of the vast square and looked around the people leisurely. Different from Rong Jun's Kyujin, Killing God is recognized as the person most likely to win the first place in the universe. Yes, it is said that even the Lord Dry Witch is very optimistic about him. Rong Jun wants to defeat him, it's impossible. Anyone who has watched Brolin's video will be shocked by his power, especially the one move that destroys a city and kills nearly 800 million people in one fell swoop, which is simply sensational. Kill the gods. In the distance, Rong Jun's face changed slightly, and he muttered in a low voice. He naturally knew Brolin's record, but he believed that the other party only had the means to kill the weak on a large scale. There were more than 800 million people in that city, and there were not many truly strong. He felt that if you really want to fight alone, the opponent may not be terrible. My strength is not just exposed. Chapter 48, The Gathering of Geniuses. On the other side, after Brolin looked around the crowd, he fell on Luo Feng. Luo Feng, long time no see. Brolin smiled at the corner of his mouth and began to transmit thoughts. On the other hand, Luo Feng's complexion changed slightly, and he snorted slightly. He has no good feelings for this guy who forcibly plunders the territories of the earth. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly came, oppressing everyone. This breath is so strong that everyone is discolored, even Brolin's face is ugly. A blood-colored figure fell from the sky. This was a burly, 8-meter-tall cyclops. Around him, the horrible power fluctuations vibrated the virtual space constantly. Immortal. Someone in the crowd drank in a low voice, their voice trembling. The person who came was the 13th God General under the command of the Lord of the Dry Witch in the original book, and the immortal powerhouse nicknamed 13. I am the leader of this genius battle in the Kingdom of Dry Witch universe. Everyone must listen to my orders. You can call me the 13th Lord. The burly god giant's voice was loud and loud. Rong Jun. The 13 God General looked at everyone. Rongjun looked respectful. You are one of the best people in the universe kingdom in my witchcraft. The Lord expects a lot from you. You have to work hard and don't let the Lord down. Rongjun suddenly said yes. At this time, the gaze of the 13 God Generals turned and fell on Brolin, and immediately, a slight smile appeared on his face. As for Brolin, you are the best hope for my witch universe nation. The Lord believes that the first in the universe is not a big problem for you. As soon as this remark came out, apart from Rongjun's ugly face, the others did not have much surprise. Your strength is indeed good, but don't be too confident. In this genius battle, there are many terrifying characters in other universe nations. Don't be careless, don't let down the expectations of the country's lord. Brolin nodded and said yes. As for you. The 13 gods suddenly turned and looked around. There is no hope, even Luo Feng, this time it is good to be able to rush into the top 5,000. It is very difficult to get into the top 1,000. Hearing this, everyone changed their color, and I didn't expect Immortal to comment on them like this. Luo Feng's strength is recognized, he can rank in the top 10 in the Kunmu universe, and it is difficult for him to enter the top 1,000, so there is really no hope for others. Now, everyone goes to the teleportation location, and we will set off in a while. When everyone heard the words, their hearts were stunned, and they immediately began to act. Soon, under the leadership of the 13 generals, everyone went from the virtual universe to the land of the Witch continent to the place where the headquarters of the virtual universe company was located. This is a larger crystal square, with 1,081 huge buildings standing. Everyone in the Witch universe country, your residence is in building No 0852. A middle-aged white-robed man looked at the 13 gods respectfully. The 13 gods will nod their heads, and then lead everyone to fly towards the building. At this moment, more than 100,000 people have gathered in the square, all human beings of various forms, obviously all contestants from various universe countries. Look! That's the team from the Universe Kingdom. Suddenly, someone shouted in a low voice. Yes, it belongs to the Universe Kingdom of Dry Witch. Kill God! That guy! Soon, countless gazes on the square looked over, scanned the team of the Kunmu Universe Nation, and soon they all stopped on Brolin. It's this guy, who is known as a peerless figure who was born in the tens of thousands of eras. This genius war is most likely to win the first terrible existence. I think my strength is not weak, and I deserve to be the first in my Gilun universe country, but even my teacher thinks that I have no chance of winning in the face of that killing god. Not a level. Everyone shook their heads. Brolin's fame has spread throughout the universe, and countless people are recognized as one of the most powerful people in this genius war. Perhaps only the monster from Noah's universe can compete with him. Bran, the god of death. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look to the other side. It was a white figure with a long sword, exuding a cold breath. It is precisely the nickname of the god of death, also known as the peerless genius born in tens of millions of eras, Brolin. In this genius battle, although Brolin is strong, the performance of the god of death Baron is also extremely astonishing. He is also considered a strong competitor for the first person, and the two will be rivals. In the universe team, Rongjun's expression is unnatural, and the geniuses of other universe nations are only paying attention to Brolin, which gives him a sense of shame that he has been neglected. Soon, everyone came to a building. After the 13 gods distributed the room keys to everyone returned to their own residence and began to wait. The 13 generals walked into a magnificent restaurant. Here, there have long been a group of figures exuding a strong aura, and there are thousands of people, all of which are the leading immortal gods of various universe nations. 13. It's 13. Seeing the 13 gods coming in, many immortal spirits suddenly smiled and greeted them. As a divine general under the Lord of the Dry Witch, 13's strength is still very strong, and his reputation is not weak. I heard that you guys in the Universe Kingdom have an amazing character this time. Well, it seems to be a little guy named Brolin. I have watched his video, it is really amazing, star level can be as strong as that, it's not easy. It seems that this time the whole universe is number one, it's your turn to witch the universe country. Some immortal gods began to laugh and tease the 13 gods. That's not necessarily true. I heard that your Noah universe has also produced a remarkable young man. The 13 god general looked at an immortal. Berlan is indeed very good. Immortal from Noah universe country smiled. The rest of Immortal also knows that the first place of this session should be between the Kingdom of the Dry Witch universe and the Noah universe. Because those two young people are indeed too amazing, far surpassing other competitors. There will always be a few talented figures like Rong Jun in the past genius battles, and even the first place in many past genius battles is stronger than Rong Jun. But like Brolin and Berlan, facing competitors of the same generation, they have completely shown a trend of crushing. Such talented figures have not appeared in the last few hundred genius wars. It can be said that the two of them can be regarded as peerless figures who can only be seen in hundreds of thousands of genius battles, and it is definitely not unreasonable to call the geniuses of thousands of eras. At this moment, all the geniuses in that 1081 mansion were in good time, adjusted their own state to the most extreme, and made the most adequate preparations for the next battle. At this moment, Brolin was in the room. According to the original plot, the next game is to break through the 7 trial towers. By the window, Brolin looked into the distance, smiling at the corner of his mouth. There are 7 trial towers, each of which has 7 floors, and each floor has a corresponding guardian monster. It must be through continuous killing to break through layer after layer. The one who has broken through the most layers is the first place in this trial stage. Those who fail the trial will also be ruthlessly eliminated. I remember that in the original plot, only Buran made it to the first floor of the 7th tower. Even if it is stronger than Luo Feng, it still stops on the first floor of the 6th tower. Brolin sighed. The difficulty of the trial tower, as the number of ascension continues to increase, except for Buran, in the original plot, everyone else fell on the first floor of the 6th tower, and only Buran fell on the 7th. The first floor of the tower. This shows that Buran's strength is indeed far beyond the others. I don't know, how many floors can I get to? Brolin's eyes were bright. He possesses many secret arts of Samsara's eyes, and what he is best at is large-scale combat. When it comes to killing a large number of monsters in the trial tower, he has an advantage over others. After all, he once killed nearly 800 million people with an earth-blasting star. Chapter 49 Trial Tower. Just as Brolin and others were resting and adjusting in the room, on the huge crystal square outside the 1081 building, more than 1,000 immortals, including the 13 gods, were all standing on the square at the moment. Looked at a great figure in the void above, with a respectful look. That Cyan figure is indeed the person in charge of this genius battle, the Universe Venerable of the Virtual Universe Company, 9 Swords Venerable. You can start. 9 Sword Venerable whispered in the void, and the surrounding void was trembling. He glanced at the 1081 buildings in the distance. Suddenly, an invisible wave of wool spread out and swept towards the surroundings. Feeling this fluctuation, the thousands of immortal were shocked, and their faces were shocked. Universe Venerable, this kind of existence is really terrible. The existence of immortal sighed secretly, and at the same time there was hope in his heart, hoping that one day he could also step into this incredible realm. The invisible fluctuations of wool emitted by the 9 Swords Venerable quickly radiated into those buildings. At this time, millions of geniuses in the 1081 universe, including Brolin, were instantly trapped no matter what they were doing at the moment. In the unconscious state, all eyes were dull, their bodies involuntarily floated up and gathered towards the crystal square. Soon, the millions of geniuses gathered in the square, and at the same time, their eyes gradually became clearer, waking up from their unconsciousness. How is this going? I was clearly cultivating in my own room just now. Why did I get here? What's the situation? The people who had recovered their consciousness were all shocked, and their faces were horrified. Brolin also had an ugly face. Obviously, everyone, including him, was controlled by the will in an instant. What a terrible thing this is. It is easy to control millions of geniuses and let them collectively fall into a state of unconsciousness. At this moment, a loud voice rang out loudly from above them, and the space was trembling by the sound wave. Everyone was shocked, and then raised their heads and looked over. Welcome to you, take part in the genius battle held by my virtual universe company. Nine Swords Venerable looked down with a smile on his face. What a terrible existence! Brolin's pupils shrank sharply. He could feel what terrifying power is contained in this figure suspended in the void. It is completely integrated with the surrounding void, as if he is the space itself. Brolin was shocked. Is this the universe venerable? I have completely mastered the existence of the laws of space. He is familiar with the plot, and coupled with the respectful expression of the thousands of immortal around him, he naturally guessed the identity of the Nine Swords Venerable, and at the same time had to sigh, shocked by the terrible aspects of the universe venerable. The other millions of geniuses were also shocked by the powerful aura of Nine Swords Venerable. One by one was extremely quiet. You are all elites elected from 1081 universe nations, each of which has 1000 people, for a total of 1081,000 people, are the geniuses of my human race. Nine Sword Venerable said with a smile. However, even if you are all excellent, not everyone can join my virtual universe company. The core tier of my virtual universe company has only 1000 people. Hearing this, all talented players were taken aback. The core layer of the virtual universe company only recruits 1000 people. Doesn't that mean that 1080,000 people will be eliminated? This is too cruel. Looking around everyone's expressions, Nine Sword Venerable smiled faintly and continued to speak. Next, you will have a trial. My virtual universe company has prepared 7 trial towers for each of you. Each tower has 7 floors, and each floor will have a powerful alien guard. What you have to do is to keep killing and passing through trial towers. My virtual universe company will calculate your points based on your killing of alien races. The final result of this integration, the top 100 people, will directly enter the core layer of my virtual universe company. From the 101st to the 7300th, there will be a ring battle to compete for the remaining 900 places. As for those after 7300, all eliminated. After the words of Nine Swords Venerable, millions of geniuses have different faces, and many people have ugly faces. 1000 out of a million people, the elimination rate is too high. Everyone felt the pressure. There are only 1081 countries in the universe country. Doesn't it mean that even the number one person in every country in the universe country is not sure that they can pass this assessment? My strength is not even ranked in the top 10 in my 9-flame universe, it's over. There is no hope. Many people are desperate and feel that it is impossible for them to get one of those 1000 places, without that strength. But there are also many people with a determined expression on their faces. Kill enough aliens, I can get more points. I don't expect points to enter the top 100, but at least I must ensure that I have the opportunity to participate in the ring battle. Killing, it started. After announcing the news, Nine Sword Venerable left. Brolin and others continued to return to their own room, quietly waiting for the beginning of the trial. In the early morning of the next day, the prompt message of the virtual universe system was sent to everyone. Attention contestants, the trial is about to begin, and the collective teleportation will start immediately. Please be prepared. Hearing this news, everyone paid 120,000 points of attention, and at the same time felt nervous. An invisible wave descended, covering all the millions of contestants, but those immortal in attendance had no effect. The light flickered, and the figures of millions of geniuses disappeared instantly, and were collectively teleported to the virtual plane where the trial tower was located by the virtual universe. This is a huge meteorite with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers, floating in the pitch-black universe void. A brilliance flashed, and Brolin's figure appeared here. This is the trial tower. Brolin looked at the center of the meteorite. There were 7 huge towers with more than 10 kilometers standing in 7 different areas. Looking down at the display on his wrist, Brolin carefully checked the content of this trial. Participant, Brolin, points, 0, number, 002903. Trial content: in this trial, contestants need to pass through the guarded trial towers. There are 7 trial towers, and each tower has 7 floors. The first trial tower has a maximum of 10,000 points per floor. The second trial tower, with 100,000 points per floor. The 7th trial tower, with 10 billion points per floor. There are 2 ways to try the tower. One is to kill all the alien guards and get the highest points directly, the other is to not kill all the aliens, but you can't die within 10 days, you can also send to the next floor after the time is up, but the points are killed according to count the number of dead aliens. After all the contestants have fallen, the trial is over. Seeing this last message, Brolin's face changed slightly. After everyone fell, this trial ended. That is to say, the virtual universe company does not think that anyone can pass these 7 trial towers. The difficulty is really great. We must know that Luofeng at this time, the real combat power has been more than 10 times the level of the 9th level of the universe level, but in the original plot, it is also stopped at the first level of the 6th tower. But as powerful as Buran, movement technique is close to 10,000 lines, and can transform into hundreds of clones. A strength is almost comparable to the First Order Domain Master, and it has fallen on the first floor of the 7th tower. One can imagine how difficult it is to pass the 7 trial towers. With my current strength, compared with Nabalan, the strength is very limited. It is too difficult to pass these 7 trial towers completely. Brolin sighed. However, I don't need to pass perfectly, as long as I behave better than Baron and them, it will be enough. Brolin's body shook, and the whole person rose up into the sky and flew directly towards the entrance of the first trial tower. Chapter 50 Killing. Is this the first layer? Looking at the vast green grassland around him, Brolin inquired about the virtual universe. The first tower, the first floor, the target, 10,000 blood-haired mammoths. Every time you kill a head, you get a point. Kill 10,000 heads to pass through, or if you are still alive after 10 days, you will be directly teleported to the next floor. The points are calculated according to the number of blood-haired mammoths killed. Looking at the information displayed on the display screen on his wrist, Brolin's mouth flashed with a smile, and his eyes flashed with terrible killing intent. Kill, start. In the distance, on the grassland, there was a terrifying vibration. These tens of thousands of fierce beasts that have reached the 9th level of star-level strength have no wisdom at all. They only know crazy attacks, but the force fluctuations they send out are still overwhelming. Chicken and dog, vulnerable. Brolin sneered. These blood-haired mammoths of rank 9th and ordinary star rank were no different from ants in his eyes. Sura Road is on. Vientian Tianyan. Turning on Shuradeo, Brolin's force level directly exploded to the 9th level of universe. Vientian Sky triggered a movement, and the terrifying torrent of gravity directly pulled the 10,000 blood-haired mammoths in front of him in an instant. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The majestic repulsion exploded, directly shattering the 10,000 beasts. Participant, Brolin, points, 10,000. Do you go to the next level? A reminder sound came from the virtual universe system on the wrist. Brolin's face was indifferent, and he said directly, enter. In the second level, there are 10,000 nine-headed pythons. Unlike the previous blood-haired mammoths, they are no longer fierce beasts, but highly intelligent demonic beasts. They belong to one of the 6 peak races of the original universe, the monster race. Member. The strength of each 9-headed python is only slightly stronger than the previous blood-haired mammoth. Although it has wisdom and is more difficult to deal with, it is still a spike in existence for Brolin. The first trial tower, Brolin soon came to the 7th floor. The first floor is 10,000 blood-haired mammoths, the second floor is 10,000 9-headed pythons, the third floor is 10,000 metal-life Terra warriors, the fourth floor is 1,000 universe strange races, and the fifth floor is 1,000 mechanical puppets. The 6th floor is the 10-star beasts king. The foreign guards of this first trial tower are not very strong. Realm is at the level of star grade 9th to universe grade 1, and it is almost no difficulty for Brolin and the others. This 7th floor should be the Zerg brood. Brolin stood in the void on the 7th floor, looking at the fortress-like brood in the distance, with surprise in his eyes. When it comes to group warfare, the most terrifying thing about the entire original universe is the Zerg and the machine race. The mechanical clan is good at large-scale physical cluster attacks, and the Zerg can also launch a grouped physical attack, but compared to the mechanical clan, the Zerg can also launch a grouped soul attack. After all, every Zerg clan Mother Emperor is a natural soul attack master, and has a unique advantage in soul. Coming. In the distance, in the worm nest, Guangua flashed, and suddenly a large group of Zerg warriors were like a large cloud of black clouds. And they smashed toward Brolin. Sword Man, the level of force is about 10 times the level of star grade 9. About 10,000 heads. Assessing the strength of the opposite Zerg, Brolin's mouth rose. At this moment, in the state of Shuradeo, the universe-level powerhouses are all squeezed to death. The combined force of this 10,000-headed sword man is 100,000 times the strength of the star-level 9th force, which is 4 times the universe-level 9th. The level of the order. Boom! In an instant, the queen in the worm's nest commanded these 10,000 Zerg warriors and launched a terrible collective attack. The terrifying force shock wave poured over the sky. Such a powerful attack, any universe-level existence must evade, and dare not hardwire it. But Brolin was obviously strong enough. In Shuradeo mode, he could easily block this strike by relying on Suzuo Nohu, who was not in full-body mode. Vientiantianyan. The tens of thousands of Zerg warriors were smashed with a knife, and Brolin directly sucked the Zerg brood over. The horror of the Zerg mother's nest is only in terms of its gestation ability, and its body is not very strong. Smashed the mother's nest with a knife, and held the beautiful Empress in the black palm of Susanoo. The Empress also tried to use fascinating methods to show a pitiful appearance, and wanted to take the opportunity to launch a soul attack on Brolin. This made Brolin sneered. The Queen's own strength was not even at the universe level, and the soul attack could barely deal with the ordinary universe level 1 or so level. Regarding the charm attack, Brolin was unmoved, and killed the Mother Emperor with a single blow. Immediately, he received a prompt from the virtual universe system, asking whether to enter the next trial tower. Brolin did not hesitate at all. After all, Luo Feng and others in the original work had reached the first floor of the 6th tower. With his strength, it was impossible for him to encounter difficulties before this. Soon, Brolin entered the first floor of the 2nd trial tower. The alien race guarded remains unchanged. The only difference is that the strength of these monsters has increased a lot. Looking at the familiar prairie in front of him, as well as the more than 10,000 blood-haired mammoths in the distance, Brolin smiled slightly. In the first trial tower, the blood-haired mammoths on the first floor are probably at the level of ordinary star level 9th tiers. However, in the 2nd trial tower, their strength has increased about 10 times. Each of the trial towers, the 7-story aliens, the overall strength is at the same level, but their attributes are different. Brolin meditated. In the first trial tower, the first floor is a fierce beast without wisdom, the 9-headed pythons on the 2nd floor are a wise race, and the Tahara warriors on the 3rd floor are extremely intelligent. The Fiyin on the fourth layer is a strange universe creature, which is extremely fast and very difficult to entangle. The fifth tier mechanical warriors are good at powerful long-range attacks. The Starry Sky Beast King on the sixth floor is second only to the 12 pinnacle races, and it is a terrifying strange beast that can be called a domain master as an adult. Finally, the Zerg Mother Emperor on the seventh floor can continuously produce a large number of fighters, enough to consume any opponent. Layer after layer. The alien races are getting stronger and stronger, but the gap in their overall strength is still not very obvious. For example, in the first trial tower, whether it is the Zerg Mother Emperor, the Star Behemoth, or the Blood-Haired Mammoth, their level is around the 9th level of the star grade, and their strength is only reflected in their racial talents. But when they arrived at the second trial tower, their overall strength suddenly increased by 10 times. If every trial tower is ascension 10 times, then in the third trial tower, every alien race you have to face will be comparable to the universe level. In this second trial tower, the Blood-Haired Mammoth's strength is 10 times the 9th level of the star level, and at the 6th level, it is 100,000 times the 9th level of the star level, which is close to 4 times the level of the 9th level of the universe. Moreover, the Virtual Universe Company has set all the aliens on the 6th layer to be able to display realm. This kind of strength is already the top 100 strength level in this genius battle, and the major universe countries rank in the top 100. Even Bolin, the most powerful god of death besides Brolin, is barely close to the strength of the first-tier domain master. Like Luo Feng and Rong Jun, their current strength is 20 or 30 times that of the 9th-tier universe. Looks like. No wonder, except for Berlan, everyone else in the original work stopped on the first floor of the 6th tower. Brolin sighed. The strength of 10,000 heads is comparable to the blood-haired mammoths of the top 100 geniuses in various universe countries. Under such a siege, even Luo Feng's strength is simply impossible to hold on. As for the original work, Nabalan broke into the first floor of the 7th tower, and faced a monster that was strengthened 10 times more on this basis.